Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen, starting with the flame fruit. Part 1. Inside the pitch black house, the phone lying on the ground emitted a pale, ghastly light. The light reflected a faintly discernible figure. A silver-haired youth wearing a short black leather jacket had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. The protagonist's appearance is K, from the King of Fighters, which is simply for all you handsome reader lords. The room was dead silent, with only his steady breathing echoing incessantly indoors. Swish. In another corner of the room, the sliding door of the Japanese-style room was pulled open. A long-haired woman crawled in on all fours, her posture bizarrely twisted. The hands supporting the woman on the ground were morbidly pale, her joints bent backward, and the white clothes she wore were covered in mottled bloodstains. As the woman entered the room, a bizarre and chilling strange noise suddenly sounded. Ah. Like a spider, she crawled swiftly to the front of the silver-haired youth. She stretched out a palm to grab the youth's ankle. If you're hungry, go eat. Stop chattering and making such a racket, it's driving me to death. King opened his eyes and looked down at the woman crouching in a wretched posture by his feet. The woman's pale palm stopped midair. As if she had jammed, she paused for a second before raising her neck to look at the man. A pair of pitch-black pupils came into King's view. Ah. The rhythm of the bizarre sound suddenly accelerated, as if the woman had been enraged. Her chilling pupils widened, and a large amount of dark red blood frantically gushed out from the corners of her eyes. She suddenly burst forth and pounced toward King. King chuckled and raised his palm, aiming at the woman's head. The next second, an orange-red flame instantly rose from his palm, and a huge pillar of fire surged out. The woman's figure was enveloped by the pillar of fire, and the huge impact directly blew her away. Thud. The woman smashed through the wall of the Japanese-style room and heavily slammed onto the ground. Hiss, 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 hiss. The surging flames enveloped her body. Pitch black smoke rose, and the temperature inside the room began to rise rapidly. The edges of the tatami mats were charred and curled, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. King slowly stood up and stretched his stiff body. He raised his head to look in the woman's direction and muttered in a low voice. Grade 3 Cursed Spirit. No, surviving this blow, its strength should be at Grade 2, right? Just as he was pondering, more than a dozen thick hemp ropes suddenly appeared without warning above the room. King looked up and raised his eyebrows slightly. Ghost rope. Just as this thought floated into his mind, a hemp rope had already looped around his neck. The rope suddenly tightened but caught nothing, failing to bind the target as expected. A brief vacuum appeared at King's neck, and the orange-red flame flickered. The next second, the rope was burned to ashes and fluttered down. King slowly turned his head and looked back. That female cursed spirit stood blankly in place, still holding the other end of the rope in her hand. The pure black pupils reflected that smiling face. The corners of King's mouth curled up, and his left arm lifted gently. A large amount of flame gushed from his shoulder, rolled and entwined along his arm, and finally completely enveloped his entire left arm and fist. The orange-red firelight illuminated half of his face, and his golden eyes shone brilliantly under the reflection of the fire. Feeling this scorching temperature, the female cursed spirit retreated 2 or 3 steps and raised her hand to block in front of her. Ropes and the like are useless against fire. King's voice was very soft. Before his words fell, he turned around abruptly and threw a punch. Fire fist. The flames wrapped around his arm suddenly erupted. The air was roasted by the high temperature, making a sharp, booming sound. Orange-red flame light exploded from the surface of his fist. The moment it left his hand, it condensed into a huge fist, distinct fingers and rugged knuckles. The moment the fist slammed into the female cursed spirit's body, the female cursed spirit was instantly sent flying backward as if hit head-on by a battering ram. Her body crashed through the wall and the corridor, flying into midair. A pillar of fire several meters wide pierced through the courtyard, dispelling the darkness. Under the burning of the flames, the female cursed spirit's body grew smaller and smaller until it turned to ashes and disappeared. First kill of a grade 2 cursed spirit. Flame intensity plus 16%. Claim immediately. No. King withdrew his fist, and the flames on his arm slowly extinguished. He clapped his hands and turned to walk back. Wrap up. King picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground, with one hand in his pocket, and walked outward. The raging flames licked the dilapidated building, and the firelight illuminated the old house. Stepping across the broken wall in front of him, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the left. Inside the flickering room, 3 corpses hanging from the ceiling by ropes swayed slightly from the impact just now. King felt for a cigarette case from his trouser pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and bit it in his mouth. Snapping his fingers, a flame emerged from his fingertips to light the cigarette. Who tilde? Exhaling a puff of smoke, a cozy smile appeared on King's face. At the same time, he raised his head to look at the 3 kosers in front of him cosplaying Teru Bozu. You're not allowed to swing indoors, didn't you know? The flames licked the wooden building, and the fire grew larger and larger. As the culprit, King had no awareness of putting out the flames, turned his head, and left the place on his own accord. Woo! 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 The harsh police sirens came through the air. King looked back at the towering flames behind him and tilted his head. Having made such a big commotion, the Jujutsu world still hasn't reacted. The efficiency is truly low. Having transmigrated to this world for about a week or so, King had roughly adapted to his current life. As a transmigrator, he naturally came with a system. The beginner's package given by the system unlocked the Logia type Mara Mara no Mi. After eating the devil fruit, the ability of the Mara Mara no Mi was transformed into his curse technique. In addition to completing main quests, hunting cursed spirits could also yield quest rewards. Over the past few days, King had been wandering around Tokyo, doing quests while making some big moves to attract the attention of the Jujutsu world. Recalling the cursed spirit he had just finished off, King curled his lips. My ass, I thought it was Kayako, gave me a scare. A look of contemplation flashed through his golden eyes. If it were Kayako, then it should be a special grade imaginary vengeful spirit, right? After all, it was a psychological shadow of a generation. If it really appeared, its strength would definitely be special grade. With his current strength, dealing with some grade 2 and grade 3 cursed spirits was a breeze, just like bullying newbies. It's hard to say about grade 1 cursed spirits, but relying on the mechanism of elementalization, even if he couldn't beat them, running away would be a piece of cake. Elementalization, the special ability of a Logia-type devil fruit. None of these small fry cursed spirits that King had encountered so far could cause substantive damage to him. The flames behind him burned more and more vigorously, and the sound of wooden beams snapping crackled into a chorus. King threw away the finished cigarette. The cigarette butt fell onto the gravel near his feet with a pat, and sparks scattered. Going back to sleep. King yawned, lifted his foot, and stepped on the cigarette butt by his feet with his heel. The sparks were crushed out, leaving only a small pinch of grayish-white ash blown away by the night wind. Recent frequent gas explosions in Hino City have caused fires and damaged quite a few buildings. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the specific cause of the incident is still under investigation. A female anchor dressed in formal attire appeared on the television screen, speaking eloquently. Customers inside the cafe began to converse softly. This is the 3rd time this week, how strange. Are there still gas pipelines laid over there? Gas explosions every day, what on earth are these guys good for? Sitting by the window, a sea urchin-headed boy in a black uniform turned his head to glance at the television screen. It must be the commotion caused by that guy. Megumi Fushiguro withdrew his gaze, lowered his head to look at the black coffee in his cup, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. There are 2 kinds of residual traces at the scene. That guy is exorcising cursed spirits, doesn't look like a curse user. Note: residual traces, cursed energy traces left behind by the activities of cursed spirits or Jujutsu sorcerers. Curse user, simply understood as transcendent beings who are not controlled by authorities and do whatever they want. However, since he's a Jujutsu sorcerer, why make such a big commotion? A trap. Megumi Fushiguro raised his head to look at the white-haired, blindfolded man sitting opposite him who was savoring a dessert. No, for Teacher Gojo, it's completely meaningless. He picked up his cup, took a sip of black coffee, and spoke. I can't figure it out. What is the purpose of that guy making such a big fuss? Satoru Gojo used a fork to shove the last piece of dessert into his mouth, replying vaguely. Who knows? He twirled the fork in his hand, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. A cursed technique related to fire, interesting. Judging from the traces at the scene, both the cursed technique output and range are quite good. Satoru Gojo raised his head to look at Megumi Fushiguro and teased. He might even be stronger than you, Megumi. Megumi Fushiguro's expression was calm, looking completely unaffected by these words. A wild grade 2 or grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, it sounds a bit unbelievable. Ring ring, ring ring. The screen of the phone placed by the table suddenly lit up, the caller was Eijichi. Satoru Gojo smiled and picked up the incessantly ringing phone beside him. His fingertip swiped across the screen, and he answered the call. Oh, found out. Great, I got it. See you later. Hanging up the phone, Satoru Gojo stood up and stretched lazily. Let's go, Megumi, come with me to catch this fire-type Pokemon. Pokemon. Hearing this, Megumi Fushiguro was slightly taken aback, a chubby little Charmander flashing in his mind. Satoru Gojo raised a finger in front of him, looking down at Megumi Fushiguro. Even wearing a black blindfold, the undisguised look of banter on his face could be seen. Yes, by the way, Megumi is of the dark type tilde. Megumi Fushiguro gave Satoru Gojo a sideways glance and stood up. So annoying, I'm not your pet. Satoru Gojo chuckled softly. Haha, just kidding, just an analogy. He walked outward with one hand in his pocket, his tone relaxed. If it's similar to what I think, he is the second student in the first year after you. Megumi Fushiguro followed behind Satoru Gojo in silence. Hino City, inside a detached single-family house. Pat, pat. Pools of accumulated sweat dripped onto the ground. King carried a huge iron block weighing as much as 300 kilograms, lying on the ground doing push-ups continuously. 299, 300. After transmigrating to this world, the system helped arrange an identity and even implanted a Japanese language pack. Otherwise, King really wouldn't know how to survive in Neon with his shoddy Japanese learned from certain adult movies. Under the worst-case scenario, he'd probably have to go to Ikebukuro to do illegal work or something. As for returning to the country, where would an undocumented person go back to? The system was like casually inserting a patch into this world. No one felt surprised by his existence. As for his general background, he was an 18-year-old otaku whose parents both passed away, with a car, a house, and basically no social relationships. Who? King's short silver hair was soaked with sweat, gasping heavily for breath. His arms trembled involuntarily, having already reached their limit. One more. King gritted his teeth, adjusted his breathing, and pressed his body down again. His chest touched the ground, and just as he prepared to exert force to get up, his arms suddenly went limp. Boom! A deafening loud noise came, and the huge iron block smashed onto the ground, stirring up a burst of smoke and dust. Sis sis sis, the sound of water droplets evaporating rang out simultaneously. An orange-red flash of fire flickered through the smoke and dust. Flames darted out from under the iron block, reassembling into a human shape to the side. An exhausted King lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The sweat on his body was wiped clean, all taken away by the high temperature. As expected, it still doesn't work. With the ability of elementalization, King didn't have to worry about being crushed to death by dumbbells like in his previous life. He could challenge his own limits however he pleased. Actually, the best way to improve one's strength is to develop the curse technique. It's just that using a flame curse technique recklessly in the city isn't very convenient, as a slight carelessness could cause massive casualties. In order to consume excess energy, King had no choice but to train his own physical body. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. After all, Jujutsu Kaisen also has another name, Elbowjutsu Kaisen. Good physical combat skills will always come in handy. After resting for a while, King got up, picked up the water cup beside him, and took a big gulp. He wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look to the left. I'll probably be complained about by the neighbors again, what a hassle. His energy was almost consumed, so King opened the system panel with his mind. Name: King. Race: human. Current identity: freelancer. Ability: Cursed Technique. Mara Mara no Mi Magma Curse Technique. Ability: Cursed Technique. Strength: 4% represents the power, impact force, maximum output of the Cursed Technique. Ability: Cursed Technique. Precision: 15% represents the output efficiency of the Cursed Technique. Skills: Beginner Armament Hockey, Beginner Observation Hockey. Total Cursed Energy: 420/420. Main Quest: Join Jujutsu High. Reward: Beginner Conqueror's Hockey. Long-term Quest: Kill 4 completed, 3 completed, 2 completed, 1 uncompleted, Special Grade Cursed Spirit uncompleted. Quest Reward: Cursed Technique. Strength plus 16%. Claim yes, no. Yes. As King's voice fell, a powerful force instantly surged into his body. His body form fluctuated, resembling a raging flame swaying in a gentle breeze. The scorching and abundant power continuously strengthened the temperature and cohesion of the flame. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the enhancement ended. King clenched his fists, his physical strength fully restored, and the fatigue on his body was swept away. Enhancing abilities restores physical condition, which was also the reason why he didn't claim the reward immediately yesterday. Increasing Cursed Technique strength, simply put, is adding stats. From the perspective of Jujutsu, it should be a 16% increase in Cursed Technique output. The Observation Hockey and Armament Hockey on the panel were obtained from the Beginner's Gift Pack. Wanting to awaken Armament Hockey places extremely high demands on the user's own physical fitness. After acquiring Armament Hockey, King's own physical fitness was also enhanced to a freakish degree. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Even faster than last time. Is it necessary in broad daylight? King muttered a couple of complaints, then reluctantly got up to open the door. Coming. Walking to the entrance door, King paused in his steps. Observation Hockey was sounding alarms. He raised his head to look at the wooden door, carefully sensing the aura outside. They came straight to my door, huh? 2 auras. The difference in strength is huge. Gojo Satoru is here. King took 2 steps back, showing no intention of stepping forward to open the door. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru outside the door also noticed the anomaly. His azure eyes, hidden beneath a black blindfold, looked forward. Through the wooden door, he saw King, who had stopped in his tracks and started retreating continuously. Was I discovered? Quite sharp, but I didn't expose my aura. Gojo Satoru cast a sidelong glance at Fushiguro Megumi beside him. The meaning of this look was obvious. Fushiguro Megumi shook his head slightly, indicating that he wasn't the one who exposed his aura. Gojo Satoru tilted his head and let out a soft sigh. There's no help for it. I didn't want to do this originally. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped back slightly and kicked fiercely against the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was kicked wide open with a crash. The moment they met face to face, King shaped his left hand into the form of a pistol. A fireball shot directly from his fingertips, blasting toward Gojo Satoru. Bang! Black smoke rose, and the scorching heat wave swept past Gojo Satoru's body, diffusing backward. Fushiguro Megumi raised his hand to block his face, looking into the room with a vigilant expression. Gojo Satoru waved his hand to disperse the black smoke in front of him, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Ah, this welcome gift isn't very nice. The legendary Limitless. The moment he saw it with his own eyes, it was still somewhat unbelievable. It was practically no different from turning on an invincibility cheat. Looking at the unharmed Gojo Satoru, King slowly lowered his raised left hand to his side. trespassing in a private residence, then be prepared to be attacked. Actually, he could have obediently followed Gojo Satoru, but this was the mindset of trash. Things that are too easily obtained are somewhat cheap after all. The current main quest is just joining Jujutsu High, and subsequent increases in Jujutsu sorcerer ranks should also have rewards. King needed to demonstrate his potential and strength as much as possible to raise his value in Gojo Satoru's eyes. These were discussions for later. The most important thing was that King himself was a restless guy. He wanted to test whether the modern strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, Gojo Satoru, had a way to break elementalization and hurt him. Cursed energy itself has a tonal quality, but except for some special cursed energy, the differences for most are not very obvious. In Gojo Satoru's perception, the cursed energy inside the young man in front of him carried a scorching sensation. Without a doubt, he was the wild Jujutsu sorcerer who had been active recently. Looking at King, who was in a state of vigilance, Gojo Satoru suddenly smiled. You don't even know me. This is a good thing. The strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, Gojo Satoru, his great name was known to everyone in the Jujutsu world. The young man before him doesn't even know him. It seemed his cursed technique must have awakened recently. And his understanding of the Jujutsu world was a blank slate. Pretending not to know Gojo Satoru was really a bit of a test of King's acting skills. He frowned, and an orange-yellow flame ignited on his left fist. No intention of explaining. Then you're here to make trouble. The room temperature rose slightly, and Gojo Satoru stared at King's fist. Just like his ability, he looks like a guy with a lot of personality, but I don't hate it. He touched his chin, looking thoughtful. It's too troublesome to explain, so I'll give you two choices. Gojo Satoru raised his index finger toward King. First, come with me right now. He raised his ring finger while glancing back at Fushiguro Megumi behind him. Second, get beaten up violently by me, and then carried away by my student. How about it? Which do you choose? Gojo Satoru looked at King with anticipation, while moving his arms, looking ready to make a move. It was inconvenient to use cursed techniques in a residential area. Wanting to subdue the other party could only be done with physical combat. King dispersed the flames condensed on his left fist. The first one. Gojo Satoru was stunned, his ongoing warm-up movement stopped, and his face showed utter astonishment. This development isn't right, is it? He tilted his head, his tone carrying obvious disappointment. You shouldn't choose either, you should just start fighting right away. Isn't that how it's played out in movies? Fushiguro Megumi behind Gojo Satoru couldn't help but retort aloud. What kind of third-rate movie development is that? King raised his hand and pointed at his feet. Are you an idiot? This is my home. He raised his golden eyes, staring straight into Gojo Satoru's eyes shielded by the blindfold. Without using that ability of yours that separates my attacks, fight me. If you win, I'll go with you. Gojo Satoru's eyebrows raised slightly. Oh, no problem. But this is actually no different from choosing the second one. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat casual. I'll state this in advance. Among people with special abilities like you, I am the strongest. Even without using a cursed technique, I can easily beat you up soundly. King picked up the phone placed on the table, tucked it into his pocket, and walked to the entrance hallway. Cut the crap. It's not very convenient here, let's change places. The smile at the corner of Gojo Satoru's mouth deepened unconsciously, and he thought to himself. This brat drew an SSR. Glancing at King, who was bare-chested, he looked somewhat puzzled. Not wearing clothes. King shook his head slightly, an excited smile appearing on his face. Hurry up, don't make me anticipate it too much. Seeing King's high fighting spirit, Gojo Satoru laughed out loud and waved his hand casually. Ha ha ha, as you like. He scratched the back of his head and stepped aside from the doorway. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Gojo Satoru, the homeroom teacher of the first year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. King stepped across the threshold and walked out of the house. You guys came knocking on my door, so I don't need to introduce myself, right? Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Ijichi had indeed mentioned it in passing. But who would bother remembering such insignificant information? Don't be like that. Seeing that King had no intention of answering, Gojo Satoru had no choice but to turn his head slightly to look at Fushiguro Megumi beside him. Megumi, what did Ijichi say his name was again? Fushiguro Megumi replied immediately. Kazuhaya King. Gojo Satoru pulled his gaze back and spoke. Then, Kazuhaya-kun. King immediately raised his hand to interrupt Gojo Satoru. Just call me King, don't add the surname. The name King was chosen by himself. As for the surname, it was randomly rolled by the system. He had zero personal sense of belonging to this surname, and being addressed by his surname felt a bit weird. Gojo Satoru looked at King thoughtfully. Rejecting being addressed by a surname, he always felt there was some background behind it. He didn't dwell too much on this matter and continued. Then let's go, I'll decide the location, no objections, right? King moved his neck, and his joints emitted a cracking sound. As you like. Watching this scene, Fushiguro Megumi inexplicably felt like it was an elementary school student's fight. What the heck? He lowered his head and fiddled with his phone, lacking enthusiasm. The outcome of this battle could be completely anticipated. Facing teacher Gojo, let alone a rookie Jujutsu sorcerer. Even veteran grade 1 or even special grade would make no difference, they'd only end up getting beaten to a pulp. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Amidst the lush mountain forests, a cluster of traditional Japanese buildings was scattered about. King followed behind Satoru Gojo and Megumi Fushiguro, passing through the moss-covered Torii Gate. 2 rows of aged stone lanterns lined the path, and a thick religious atmosphere washed over them. Walking forward, Megumi Fushiguro explained the common knowledge of the Jujutsu world to King on behalf of Satoru Gojo. The flame ability you possess is actually an innate cursed technique you were born with, and the awakening of a technique usually happens around the age of 5. However, there are quite a few Jujutsu sorcerers like you who only awaken as adults. At this, Megumi Fushiguro glanced sideways at King. Jujutsu High has always actively taken in wild Jujutsu sorcerers like you to prevent them from straying onto the wrong path later. All things considered, joining Jujutsu High might be the best choice. Tuition, room, and board are completely free, and you can also learn Jujutsu-related knowledge to enhance your own strength. Occasionally going out on missions to exorcise cursed spirits can also earn you corresponding rewards. King put his hands in his pockets, casually looking around at the surrounding buildings. When you boil it down, isn't this just working for the authorities? He let out a light chuckle, responding in a frivolous tone. If they aren't even willing to invest resources into cultivating tools, wouldn't that be truly rotten? Megumi Fushiguro fell silent for a moment, momentarily not knowing how to answer this question. That was indeed the case, but to be able to say it so straightforwardly and unreservedly. King gave him a feeling very similar to a certain unreliable white-haired, blindfolded man beside him. Satoru Gojo, walking in front, laughed upon hearing this, turning his head to show agreement. Ha ha ha, that's right, the old fossils in the higher-ups have pretty much this exact mindset. However, the higher-ups are the higher-ups, I'm not in the same faction as them at all. Lifting a hand to cover his mouth, Satoru Gojo spoke, whispers, into King's ear without lowering his volume in the slightest. As a side note, I find them annoying too, and I've more than once had the thought of slaughtering them all, you know. King looked at Satoru Gojo, who had leaned close to his ear, and bantered. Then why don't you do it? Aren't you the strongest? Satoru Gojo turned his head back and answered King's question earnestly. For certain considerations, now isn't the time yet. When King watched the anime, he already despised the so-called higher-ups of the Jujutsu world. Useless at everything else, but number one at dragging people down and bullying their own. It was thanks to Satoru Gojo being able to endure until the day of the decisive battle before cleansing the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world in blood. If an ordinary person possessed power like his, they probably would have gone rogue the very next day. King raised a hand to rub his chin, looking thoughtful. Is it because there are too many people to kill them all cleanly? Using my cursed technique to kill people should be quite efficient. With one fire down, they should all burn away cleanly. This was the first time Satoru Gojo had heard such an approving response. So he couldn't help but turn back and glance at King with some surprise. Ha ha ha, it has nothing to do with that, though. Megumi Fushiguro, listening to the two of them talk, quietly distanced himself from them by a large margin. He let out a long sigh in his heart, feeling that future days might not be very easy to get through. Having a teacher like Satoru Gojo who loved making a mess was one thing, but recruiting another kindred spirit on top of that. He always felt that these two troublemakers would spark a different kind of chemistry. Stepping over dozens of stone steps and arriving at the school's main gate, three figures walked toward them, figures. A huge black and white colored panda, a green-haired bespectacled girl tied in a high ponytail with a long box slung over her shoulder, and a short white-haired boy whose collar covered his mouth. The panda waved at Satoru Gojo from afar, its chubby paws waving constantly in the air. Satori. Satoru Gojo also smiled and raised a hand in response. Panda. After getting closer, Panda noticed King behind Satoru Gojo. With its arms crossed over its chest, its chubby body leaned toward Satoru Gojo's side, and it asked curiously. Satori, where did you drag this wild Jujutsu sorcerer from again? King's gaze was attracted by Panda in the first instant, staring fixedly at the other party. A talking panda was much more fun than those two people next to him. Panda noticed his gaze and raised a claw to say hello. Hello, I'm Panda. Maki Zenin scanned King up and down, her gaze finally landing on his bare chest, and she frowned. Where did this exhibitionist come from? Toge Inamaki nodded toward King, his voice coming from behind his collar. Kelp. King raised his head, his golden eyes looking down at Maki Zenin. Watch your mouth, tomboy. Maki Zenin's brows furrowed even tighter, and she reached out to grab the long box on her shoulder, her knuckles making a clicking sound. You fool, not even enrolled yet and you're this arrogant. Looks like I need to teach you what respect for upperclassmen means. The smell of gunpowder in the air suddenly grew thick. Toge Inamaki silently stepped back, and Panda raised both paws to block in front of itself. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Satoru Gojo slid in between the two with a step, making a stop gesture with both hands. Stop. He turned around and waved at the three of Maki Zenin. Introductions can wait. This soon-to-be enrolled classmate wants to spar with me. We're on our way to the combat grounds right now, that's that. Spar with Satori. Maki Zenin and Panda exclaimed in unison, their voices overlapping. Toge Inamaki widened his eyes. Benito flakes. The three of them looked at each other and immediately got excited. Panda's ears perked up. Please let us watch the match. Satoru Gojo turned back to look at King, his tone turning rare and serious. How about it? If you don't want people watching, I'll turn them down. Cursed technique intelligence concerned a sorcerer's life, even companions wouldn't leak it casually. As a newcomer to the Jujutsu world, King might not have much concept of this, but it was still necessary to ask for his opinion. King didn't mind at all. His ability was simple and crude, belonging to pure stats, with nothing to hide. Doesn't matter. Hearing this, the three of them cheered instantly. Yosh. Only then did Panda notice Megumi Fushiguro walking over from afar, its tone carrying a hint of confusion. Megumi, why are you hiding so far away? Panda-senpai. Megumi Fushiguro rubbed his neck, hurried his pace to catch up, and had little expression on his face. He couldn't possibly say that the two people just now were discussing how to efficiently overthrow the Jujutsu world, right? A few minutes later, the group arrived at a forest inside Jujutsu High. Giant trees towered into the sky, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Satoru Gojo raised a hand and patted the tree trunk beside him. The bark was rough, producing a muffled sound when patted. Since I'm choosing the location, let's pick a terrain advantageous to the student, lest they say I'm bullying a kid. He looked around and nodded with satisfaction. How is this place? Not bad, right? King pulled a cigarette out of his pants pocket, held it in his mouth, and pulled out a lighter. Clang. The sound of the Zippo metal lid popping open was crisp and clean. The flame licked the tip of the cigarette, he took a deep drag, and smoke slowly puffed out from his nasal cavity. The slender gray-white pillar of smoke slowly dissipated in the air. I'm stating this in advance, I won't bother putting out any fires. King's fingers holding the cigarette gestured in a circle around the surroundings. Don't blame me if it burns down. Satoru Gojo smiled, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to look at him. Smoking isn't good, you know. If I remember correctly, you're still a minor, right? King shoved the lighter back into his pants pocket and flicked the ash off his cigarette. His golden eyes slanted sideways, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. You don't look like the kind of person who would care about that sort of thing. Satoru Gojo froze for a moment, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing even wider. Yeraer, before I knew it, I've started lecturing too. That's not good. Random quest. Survive under Satoru Gojo for 2 minutes. Quest reward. Total cursed energy plus 20%. Receiving the system prompt, King was inwardly delighted, not expecting such an unexpected bonus. A thoughtful look flashed through his dark golden eyes, and the cigarette in his mouth burned down quickly. The spectator stands not far away. Maki Zenin thrust the long box onto the ground, put her hands on her hips, and shouted excitedly. Then let's start the betting. I bet half a minute, 250,000 yen. Toge Inamaki held up one finger, then used both hands to gesture 30. 1 minute, 300,000. Maki Zenin translated for him. Toge Inamaki nodded. Salmon. Panda rubbed its furry chin, looking slightly troubled. I don't have much pocket money left. Can I bet 50,000 yen? No. Maki Zenin slapped Panda on the back. The minimum bet is 200,000. Didn't you just make a huge stash from the mission before? How are you out of money again? Can't help it, spent it all buying merchandise. Panda was a poor ghost who couldn't be squeezed for any more oil. Maki Zenin turned her head, her gaze landing on Megumi Fushiguro aside. She lifted her chin. Megumi. What about you? Megumi Fushiguro turned his face away expressionlessly, looking uninterested. Boring. I'm not participating. Huh. Maki Zenin strode over and hooked her arm around his neck. What? It's rare to have a freshman who dares to fight that idiot, don't be a spoilsport. Megumi Fushiguro's neck tilted from her chokehold, he sighed helplessly, and reached out to push her arm away. He glanced at King in the distance warming up his wrists, and fell silent for 2 seconds. 2.5 minutes. 300,000 yen. Maki Zenin's eyes lit up, then she narrowed them suspiciously. You think pretty highly of him, huh? She curled her lips, crossed her arms, and her tone was full of disapproval. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible, right? Even without using a cursed technique, relying purely on hand-to-hand combat, that guy definitely won't last 2.5 minutes. Just wait to lose your money. Megumi Fushiguro didn't refute, silently watching the two figures in the distance. Intuition. In the forest, Satoru Gojo and King stood facing each other across a distance of more than 10 meters. Satoru Gojo deactivated his limitless and crooked his finger at King in the distance. Come on. King exhaled a puff of smoke and suddenly spoke. My cursed technique is self-evident, it's simply generating and manipulating flames. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Satoru Gojo's face. You even know about revealing one's cursed technique. Revealing one's cursed technique, disclosing information about one's own cursed technique, sacrificing informational advantage in exchange for boosting the technique's power. King did not respond, pinching the remaining 1/3 of his cigarette between his thumb and middle finger. The cigarette burned slowly, its dark red spark flickering amidst the ash. Satoru Gojo was momentarily taken aback. This was precisely his classic opening stance for using a cursed technique. King smiled faintly, exerting force with his fingertips to flick the cigarette butt away abruptly. The cigarette butt shot straight out, sparks and ash scattering together. The next second, a surging, churning blaze erupted with a roar. The air twisted under the scorching high temperature. A fan-shaped sheet of flame several meters wide incinerated everything along its path, rushing toward Satoru Gojo with terrifying heat. It's so hot tilde. Satoru Gojo raised his hand to fan the air in front of him, uttering a light complaint. Reinforcing his body with cursed energy, he kicked off the ground and dodged to the side, leaving a blur of afterimages. By the time Satoru Gojo's figure reappeared, he had already escaped the engulfing range of the flames. Whoosh! The flames roared past, igniting large swaths of trees and illuminating half the sky with an orange-red glow. Satoru Gojo turned his head to search for King's figure, but found nothing. Swish! 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 The wide current of flames suddenly began to churn, and dense fireballs shot out from within. Satoru Gojo stood in place with no intention of dodging at all. He raised his palm, batting away the incoming fireballs as easily as swatting away annoying mosquitoes. Turning his head to stare at the direction from which the fireballs came, Satoru Gojo still did not sense King's presence. Right at this moment, King's figure rushed out from within the flame current. With his hands swung behind his back, massive pillars of fire erupted from his palms. A massive propulsive force struck, and King's figure tore through the air, dashing to Satoru Gojo's rear flank in the blink of an eye. Seemingly sensing something, Satoru Gojo slightly turned his body and looked back. King's short silver hair fluttered in the air, his left arm enveloped in a large mass of flames. Twisting his body and exerting strength, he unleashed a heavy punch toward the back of Satoru Gojo's head. Satoru Gojo lightly tapped his feet, his figure dodging with the precise agility of a nimble cat. Boom! The powerful heavy punch slammed into the ground. Cobweb-like cracks frantically spread outward from the center of the punch. Fierce flames splashed up, and the battlefield instantly transformed into an ocean of fire. Fine beads of sweat popped up on Satoru Gojo's forehead. Even with cursed energy protecting his body, the high temperature could not be completely avoided. Standing less than half a body length away from King, who was hunched over after slamming the ground, Satoru Gojo commented with total composure. Decent tactics, but way too slow. No matter how powerful a cursed technique is, it's useless if it can't hit the enemy. Now, it's my turn. He raised his slender leg, throwing out an afterimage as he kicked toward King's back. His lower leg passed right through King's spine, rolling flames surging upward. The eerie sensation of kicking empty air washed over him, and Satoru Gojo's mind raced. Missed. His azure eyes constricted as he instantly figured out the crux of the matter. No. His body turned into flames. Evading the attack through elementalization, a smile curved up the corner of King's mouth. He spun around quickly, his lower leg coated in pitch-black armament hockey. A roundhouse kick targeted Satoru Gojo's right leg planted on the ground. Crack! Their leg bones collided with a crisp sound. Satoru Gojo's body instantly lost balance, pitching to one side. King slapped the ground to leverage force, his fist turning pitch black as he threw a punch at Satoru Gojo's face. Satoru Gojo reacted extremely quickly, throwing a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists crashed together, sending an invisible wave of air rippling outward. Satoru Gojo noticed the strange change in King's fist and looked thoughtful. That black stuff, is it some kind of special enhancement method? Even without applying a cursed technique, relying solely on cursed energy reinforcement, Satoru Gojo's fists carried a terrifying weight. Immense force surged from the fist, and King gritted his teeth. Their cursed energy reinforcement was on entirely different levels, even stacking armament hockey made him no match. His fist was forced down, and once it exceeded his limit, it instantly dissipated into a ball of flames. However, this had been anticipated long ago. As the modern strongest of Jujutsu Kaisen, Satoru Gojo's hand-to-hand combat skills were likewise top tier. Sensing the violent fluctuations of cursed energy inside King's body, Satoru Gojo quickly leaned backward in an attempt to dodge. With the two of them within inches of each other, King opened his mouth wide, aiming straight at Satoru Gojo's head. Boom! An orange-red pillar of fire, condensed to its absolute limit, blasted out from his mouth instantly. Satoru Gojo's body was instantly engulfed by the fire pillar, flying backward frantically. Meanwhile, the powerful impact generated by Satoru Gojo's heavy punch completely blew King's body apart, leaving only a massive swath of flames churning in place. Satoru Gojo flew backward, sliding several meters upon landing as the soles of his shoes gouged two scorched tracks into the ground. He raised his hand to rip off his ignited blindfold, tossing it aside casually. That pair of pale blue eyes was exposed to the air, a trace of lingering surprise still remaining in his pupils. How terrifying, my hair almost got singed. Beneath his Jujutsu high uniform where no one could see, Satoru Gojo's left arm was slightly flushed red. In just an instant, the flushed skin was fully healed, returning to its fair appearance. The flames reassembled into a human shape, King's chest heaving as he panted slightly. Continuous large-scale flame attacks consumed an immense amount of cursed energy for him. Especially the finishing move blasted out from his mouth at the end. King stretched his arms and spoke with a calm expression. Your punches pack quite a punch, but, if you can't hit me, it's ultimately useless. Having his own words thrown right back at him verbatim, Satoru Gojo raised his pale blue eyes to lock gazes with King. He smiled helplessly. Now he somewhat understood how others felt when facing the limitless helpless and powerless. Quite unexpected. Satoru Gojo patted the dust off his clothes. Your cursed technique can not only manipulate and create flames, but even turn your own body into fire. This is practically like the legendary fire god, isn't that a bit foul play? He tilted his head, his tone still frivolous, but his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Completely unable to hit you. But, if you completely can't be hit, why did you forbid me from using my cursed technique before the battle? The corners of Satoru Gojo's mouth slowly curled up, his 6 eyes seeming to have completely seen through King. What are you wary of? There must be consumption loss, right? He answered his own question, his pale blue eyes staring at King's face. Since it's a cursed technique, it naturally consumes cursed energy. Being attacked is definitely not without cost for you. King neither denied nor admitted it. He stood quietly there, flames burning silently at his feet. So what if it does? I still have plenty of cursed energy. If you want to fight a war of attrition, feel free to try. An arc formed at the corner of King's mouth as he crooked his finger at Satoru Gojo. I'll make you despair over this foolish idea. Combat time. 1 minute 13. Right now, a little less than half of his cursed energy remained inside him. After holding out for 2 minutes to claim the system reward, his cursed energy would instantly refill and increase by a large margin. Looking at him, Satoru Gojo suddenly burst out laughing, his face filled with delight. Interesting. Without having to worry about hurting you, I can finally cut loose. He violently tore off his Jujutsu high uniform, revealing the white shirt underneath. The crackling sounds of burning echoed through the forest. In the area where Satoru Gojo and King were fighting, the green representing vitality was rapidly disappearing. Maki Zenin and the others, who were watching the battle from not far away, continuously retreated and finally stopped atop the tallest tree in the forest. Megumi Fushiguro crossed his arms and leaned sideways against the tree trunk. He shook his phone and looked at Maki Zenin with a calm expression. Senior Maki, you lose. The time displayed on the screen had already exceeded 1 minute. Maki Zenin's expression didn't look too good. Are you kidding me? He's practically like a monster. King's immunity to physical attacks displayed just now could practically be considered her natural nemesis. Panda sat on a tree branch, his massive body making the branch sway back and forth. He's truly amazing, being able to fight Gojo to this extent. He cupped his hand over his brow and looked towards the heavily damaged forest in the distance. But if they keep fighting like this, the principal is going to be angry, right? Maki Zenin turned back to glance at Megumi Fushiguro. Don't be impatient, Megumi, the battle isn't over yet. Maybe it will exceed 2.5 minutes. The outcome hasn't been revealed yet. Maki, who earlier didn't look favorably upon King, changed her expression at lightning speed now. She only hoped the other party could last over 2.5 minutes so that this bet would have no winners. Megumi Fushiguro recalled the scene earlier where King turned into flames, pondering inwardly. The cursed technique has an inviolability similar to Teacher Gojo, and physical martial arts attacks imbued with cursed energy are ineffective. I wonder if his innate cursed technique can cause damage to him. Simple physical attacks are probably limited. His brow slightly furrowed as he lowered his head to gaze at the shadow beneath his feet. If I were the one dealing with him, the only Shikigami that could come in handy are probably. The afternoon sunlight was blocked by thick smoke, and the sky was hazy gray. Fierce flames continuously devoured the surrounding trees, and the wood burned and cracked in the high temperature. Dense flames gathered together and surged upwards. Overlooking from high above, one could faintly see these flames forming a somewhat ugly circle. And gradually spreading outwards from the center of the circle. As if hell had descended, the orange-red firelight reflected on Satoru Gojo's face. It's a bit worse than I imagined. I feel like I'm going to get scolded. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, searching for King who had melted into the fires of nature. Without using my cursed technique, there's completely no way to deal with him. What a cunning brat. Facing a serious Satoru Gojo, King had no intention of engaging in close combat with him. Aside from having his body blown up continuously in close combat, there was simply no room to counterattack at all. He also didn't need to fight Satoru Gojo. As long as he lasted past 2 minutes, there would be no need for this battle to continue. Within the sea of fire, a white figure flashed by in a hurry. The violent wind stirred up by the movement came howling. The flames were blown backward, revealing King hidden within them. Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes pulled out blue lights in midair. Immediately followed was a straight punch filled with cursed energy rushing towards King. King's pupils shrank violently, and a golden light flashed by. Observation Haki activated. The moment the attack arrived, he automatically controlled his chest area to turn into raging flames and retreated in all directions. Satoru Gojo's punch missed, but there was no trace of frustration on his face. Hitting or missing was useless anyway. He had long since changed his mindset and started testing King's potential. Have you already started adapting to my attack frequency, prejudging attacks to dodge? Compared to the beginning, he is constantly growing. The flames scattered and then spun rapidly, and King's figure condensed once again. His upper body made a sharp 180-degree turn, and his raised elbow, coated with armament haki, smashed heavily towards Satoru Gojo in front of him. Satoru Gojo raised his forearm to block horizontally in front of him, and a muffled sound of flesh colliding rang out. Feeling the force coming from this elbow, he confirmed his previous guess. As expected, the power increases after coating with the black layer. But why is there no cursed energy fluctuation? Easily blocking King's attack, Satoru Gojo did not immediately counterattack but instead spoke. Continuing to waste time like this has no meaning either, though I personally don't mind continuing. It's just that if you burn down the entire forest, I'm afraid I'll be nagged to death. King expressionlessly raised his other hand, a scorching fireball condensing at his fingertips. Seeing this, Satoru Gojo immediately parried King's elbow and kicked out. Bang! King's figure actively turned into scattered flames, and the distributed flames naturally fell backward. The flames constantly reassembled and condensed back into a human shape. King raised his palm, and cursed energy poured outwards crazily as if it cost nothing, fierce flames instantly blooming around his body. Satoru Gojo frowned, not knowing why King continued to do such useless work. Noticing the abnormal cursed energy fluctuation, he slammed his foot heavily on the ground, instantly teleporting in front of King, and blasted out a hook punch. Compared to the passive performance of completely not defending earlier, King at this moment raised his arms, coating them with armament haki to block in front of him. The moment the fist contacted the forearm, a crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Crack! King's arms snapped instantly, and the broken bone shards pierced through flesh and blood. The violent impact transmitted from his arms to his whole body, and his body was instantly blown flying. Fresh blood splattered into the air, King's face deformed due to excruciating pain, yet a trace of a crazy smile squeezed out from the corner of his mouth. Then let's decide the victory and defeat in one strike. Satoru Gojo roughly understood King's idea. taking advantage of this strike to widen the distance and buy time for himself to cast his ultimate move. But this idea was crazy enough. Looking at King flying backwards, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. Excitement and anticipation flashed within his pale blue eyes. Your cursed energy is almost bottomed out. Do you still have an ultimate move saved up unused? King burst into loud laughter and roared. That's just your illusion. Random quest completed. Quest reward. Total cursed energy plus 20%. Claim yes, no. Yes. Current total cursed energy. 504 504ths. Power surged into his body. His bottomed out cursed energy instantly refilled, and the total amount sharply increased by 20% compared to before. Over half of King's body turned into raging flames, the flames rapidly spreading along the path he flew past. Even the natural flames around seemed attracted by him, unhesitatingly abandoning their burning targets and swarming towards him. All the raging flames gathered above King's head, and a giant fireball over a dozen meters in diameter formed in his palm. The condensed flames overshadowed the sun, dyeing the entire sky orange-red. King held the fireball high, his voice low and scorching. Flame Commandment. Flame Emperor. Perceiving the abruptly changing cursed energy on King, Satoru Gojo's pupils slightly shrank. Cursed energy instantly restored, and it even increased quite a bit. What is this, a phoenix? He tilted his head back to look at the giant fireball suspended in midair. Scorching streams of flame rolled across the surface of the fireball, the high temperature twisting the air into layers of overlapping waves. Even the soil beneath his feet was rapidly drying and carbonizing. Although I don't want to break the rules, if I let you do this. Satoru Gojo's tone remained relaxed, but his gaze gradually turned serious. This is getting a bit bad. He raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers together, a dark red ball of light condensing at his fingertips. Long-lost passion surged into his heart, and the corners of Satoru Gojo's mouth revealed an excited laugh. Besides, in an exciting ultimate move phase, if I can only dodge or tank it head-on, that would be way too pathetic. His pale blue eyes reflected that artificial sun about to fall. Satoru Gojo raised his palm, gesturing into the shape of a pistol, and the dark red ball of light at his fingertips shot out with a swoosh. Cursed technique reversal red. The reddish-orange flame light and the illusory red light collided. Boom. A deafening roar exploded, a fierce repulsive force burst from the point of impact, and the huge fireball was torn apart as if by an invisible hand. Dark red light burst in midair, swallowing the flames all over the sky. Countless shattered flames splashed in all directions, dragging tail flames through the thick smoke. The entire sky was dyed a hellish reddish-orange, with gravel, charred wood, and ashes whipped up by the air wave. Carrying raging flames, it poured all around, like an active volcano erupting in the center of the forest. Not good. Fushiguro Megumi, watching the battle not far away, changed expression, raised his hand to form hand signs, and prepared to summon a Shikigami. Maki Zenin and the others also noticed this terrifying scene and stood up, wanting to retreat. Satoru Gojo, located in the central zone of the explosion, unhurriedly opened his palm, and a sky blue ball instantly appeared on his palm. Cursed technique reversal blue. An attractive force completely opposite to the repulsive force erupted. All the splashing flames were instantly pulled back, condensing into a huge fireball in midair, floating above Satoru Gojo's head. Where should I throw this? Satoru Gojo looked left and right, then raised his head to look at the sky above. With a gentle flick of his hand, the huge fireball flew straight upward. A few seconds later, the fireball turned into a small dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. The orange-yellow light silently exploded at the edge of the sky, dissipating into an invisible heat wave. An exhausted king lay in the scorched earth, his golden eyes reflecting everything that had just happened. Fighting with all one's might, exhausting everything, this was the first time. Satoru Gojo strode in front of King, his slender figure slightly distorted under the hot air. How is it, are you alright? King tilted his head to look at Satoru Gojo beside him, the corners of his mouth rising, revealing a strange look of satisfaction on his face. I'm full. Satoru Gojo untied the collar button of his shirt and fanned himself. Hearing this, he showed a somewhat mischievous smile and teased. Full. Hey. I thought you'd be sad for a while. Ordinary people would feel powerless and desperate when facing such a huge gap. Satoru Gojo originally wanted to come over and comfort King with a couple of words, but now it seemed the other party didn't need it. King rolled his eyes and retorted somewhat unhappily. Cheaters shouldn't swagger around here. Satoru Gojo touched the back of his head and smiled somewhat sheepishly. Using my cursed technique at the end, I did lose. He squatted down and quietly looked at King's face with his pale blue eyes. However, could I trouble you to join Jujutsu High just like this? Resting his chin with his hand, Satoru Gojo's tone carried a hint of mockery. If those old oranges in the higher-ups find out that such a large forest was burned and we still didn't recruit someone, they'd probably be furious, right? King was originally here to join Jujutsu High, so naturally there was no reason to refuse. Whatever. Satoru Gojo clapped his hands, looking pleased. Great, it's wonderful that you didn't make things difficult for me. As Satoru Gojo's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in King's ears. Main quest. Join Jujutsu High completed. Quest reward. Primary Conqueror's Haki, claim now or not. No. Less than a minute had passed since the end of the battle. The high temperature left by the flames still lingered in the area, and the air continuously distorted under the influence of the heat current. Even with the limitless activated to isolate the high temperature, the body couldn't cool down quickly. Satoru Gojo wiped away the fine sweat covering his temples, looking at King's golden eyes that resembled someone's. He lowered his brows, a look of emotion flashing across his face. So hot. I haven't felt this kind of stifling heat for several years. Falling into some strange state, Satoru Gojo was dazed for a moment. A breeze blew past, and the scorched trees were as fragile as biscuits, instantly snapping into two halves. Bang! Branches crashed onto the ground, and the carbonized wood left pitch-black marks on the scorched earth. After the brief battle, most of the area where the two fought had already turned into lifeless scorched earth. Satoru Gojo came back to his senses, rolling his eyes to look at the surrounding environment. Honestly, fighting you is simply a disaster for a sorcerer. The high temperature all over your body, if you're not careful, you'll really get burned. Blood was constantly oozing from the wound on King's forearm, pooling into two pools of blood beneath him. He cast a sidelong glance at this unreliable teacher, and spoke quietly. Is there a doctor? Satoru Gojo looked at the pool of blood beneath King, only then remembering this matter, and supported his forehead. Ah, I forgot you were injured. Of course there is. Satoru, what the hell did you do, you fool? A voice containing hidden anger sounded behind Satoru Gojo, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses arrived in the battlefield. Principal Yaga, no need to be angry. Satoru Gojo glanced back, then responded indifferently. Compared to a useless forest, the raw gemstone I newly recruited is more important. He leaned over, hoisted King onto his shoulder, and waved at Yaga Masamiki with his back turned. See you in a bit, I'll take him to find Shoko first. Whoosh. Before his voice faded, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Satoru Gojo disappeared. Yaga Masamiki frowned, his eyes solemn as he scanned the remaining combat traces around. The battle completely ended, and the gambling of the people from Jujutsu High also ushered in the moment of payout. Fushiguro Megumi raised his phone to show the two people and one cat in front of him. Maki Senpai, Inamaki Senpai, that'll be 550,000 yen. Maki Zenin glanced at the numbers frozen on the screen, her face livid. 2 minutes and 27 seconds, Megumi. After a pause, she raised her index finger to point at the other party, questioning in a stern tone. You guy wouldn't have colluded with that fellow long ago, would you? This number is way too coincidental. Fushiguro Megumi covered his ears and took a step back, letting out an imperceptible sigh. You were the one who dragged me into this gambling match, right? Collusion or whatever doesn't exist. Panda grinned and sidled up to Maki Zenin, looking like he was watching a good show. Maki, You wouldn't want to renege on a debt, would you? Maki Zenon snorted, shoved away Panda's big face leaning in, and took out her phone to fiddle with it. So annoying. Just a mere 250,000 yen, I've transferred it. Toge Inamaki also lowered his head to examine the phone in his hand. Just as several of them were paying their gambling stakes. Yaga Masamiki, exuding a gloomy aura, had sneaked up behind several of them at some point. Maki, Panda, have your missions been completed? Opening a gambling den right here. The four of them raised their heads simultaneously, looking toward the source of the voice. Principal. Jujutsu High Infirmary. The fluorescent lights above emitted a pale, harsh glow, illuminating the infirmary, which was filled with a peculiar scent. Gojo Satoru crossed his legs and sat in the chair quite restlessly. Congratulations, you are now the second first-year student. The first student is the sea urchin head who was with me before, Megumi Fushiguro. King sat cross-legged on a metal bed nearby, his arms hanging limply at his sides. An entire grade with only 2 students. What kind of shady school is this? No wonder you're recruiting everywhere. Hearing King's complaints, Gojo Satoru truly lacked the energy to retort. Haha, don't put it like that. The number of students will gradually increase later on. Hiss. The sound of machinery whirred to life, and the heavy iron door of the infirmary opened automatically. Shoko Ieri walked in wearing a white lab coat. Beneath her brown eyes were heavy dark circles, making her look like she could drop dead from overwork at any moment. Her long brown hair hung loose behind her, swaying slightly as she moved forward. Seeing Shoko Ieri arrive, Gojo Satoru raised a hand in greeting. Shoko. Shoko Ieri had one hand tucked into the pocket of her lab coat. She glanced at Gojo Satoru, her tone somewhat helpless. Please, can you not casually add to my workload? I was planning to go grab a drink during my rare free time. Complaining aside, though, Shoko Ieri picked up a pair of medical gloves and put them on, preparing to fulfill her duties as a physician. After carefully inspecting King's injuries, she cast a sideways glance at Gojo Satoru. Did you do this? His left arm bone is completely fractured, and his right arm has a hairline fracture. You've really given me a huge job. Gojo Satoru nodded. Yes. Facing Shoko's resentful gaze, he waved his hand dismissively. Getting injured in battle is totally normal, right? Don't look at me like that. Shoko Ieri opened the medical box nearby, taking out splints, gauze, and disinfection supplies. You're really reckless. Isn't this a bit too harsh for a new student? Watching Shoko Ieri's actions, King asked with some confusion. Aren't you going to treat me directly? The reverse curse technique could directly heal injuries. With the reverse curse technique around, things like antiseptic, splints, and gauze didn't seem necessary to use, right? Shoko Ieri placed the items needed for treatment in order without even lifting her head. This isn't an anime. Healing isn't as simple as you think. She patted the edge of the metal bed. Lie down. King hesitated for a moment before lying down on the cold metal bed. Injuries like bone fractures cannot be directly repaired using the reverse cursed technique. If the bones grow back crooked, it might affect their function. The difficulty of using the reverse cursed technique to heal oneself versus healing others was not on the same level. If a sorcerer used the reverse cursed technique to heal their own injuries, there weren't as many restrictions. After all, one knows their own body best. Gojo Satoru stood up from the chair, walked over to the bedside, leaned over slightly to look at Shoko who was busy, and suddenly spoke. This guy is no ordinary new student. Aren't you curious about where my blindfold and Jujutsu High uniform went? Shoko Ieri looked up and glanced at him. Gojo Satoru's pale blue eyes were completely exposed to the light without any obstruction. That familiar face was completely displayed before her, showing not the slightest bit of change compared to a few years ago. She withdrew her gaze and turned to look at King, her tone still calm. Did you do it? Lying on the bed, King curved the corners of his mouth slightly, his golden eyes carrying a hint of smugness. Of course. Oh. Shoko Ieri nodded, her expression completely unchanged, as if she had just heard something like, the weather is nice today. She raised both hands and pressed down on King's broken arm. It's going to hurt a bit, just bear with it for a moment. Click. The crisp sound of bone joints snapping back into place exploded in the quiet infirmary. Ah! King let out a muffled groan, his pupils expanding sharply. His body arched reflexively, only to be pressed back down by Gojo Satoru with one hand from the side. Getting injured in battle and getting injured in daily life were not the same concept. In battle, adrenaline at least helped lessen the pain, but in daily life, it was pain through and through. Watching from the side, Gojo Satoru winced, sucked in a breath of cold air, and subconsciously rubbed his own arm. Tisk tisk tisk. It looks painful just watching. Ignoring him, Shoko Ieri quickly used a splint to secure King's reset left arm. She checked the hairline fracture on his right arm again and wrapped elastic bandages around the wound area. The long and agonizing preparation phase came to an end. Covered in sweat, King let out a sigh of relief. Whew. Gojo Satoru crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall nearby. Looking at King's expression, he chuckled inwardly. He's still just a brat after all. Shoko Ieri straightened up and stretched her somewhat sore shoulders. Don't move around, I'm going to start treatment. With that, she raised her hands and aimed them at King's arms. White energy spread out, quickly wrapping entirely around King's injured arms. A warm feeling emanated from his arms, and the persistent pain quickly vanished. King watched the process with a curious look on his face. Having nothing to do on the side, Gojo Satoru simply started explaining. That energy inside your body is called cursed energy, which is extracted from negative emotions. Cursed energy can be used for attack or defense, but it cannot be used to heal injuries. What Shoko uses is the reverse cursed technique, which reverses cursed energy, that is, negative energy, into positive energy. That way, a healing effect can be achieved. By the way, theoretically, anyone can master this technique. King raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from his arm to Gojo Satoru's face. Theoretically possible, which means it's very difficult in practice. Gojo Satoru snapped his fingers. Bingo. Correct. He held up a finger, lecturing like he was in a classroom. Most of the time, the reverse cursed technique only works on oneself. In fact, there are currently only 2 people who can project it outward to heal others. One is Miss Shoko right in front of you, and the other is your second-year senior. King knew almost all of this already. That so-called second-year senior was none other than the pure love war god Yuta Okatsu. Looking at the fluorescent lights on the ceiling, he sighed. A convenient ability. A few minutes later, the treatment ended. King straightened up and moved his fingers, his joints clicking. The fractured bones had quietly healed. He looked down at his recovering arms, then raised his golden eyes to look at Shoko Ieri. Thanks. Shoko Ieri withdrew her hand, and the white light dissipated. Expressionless, she took off her medical gloves and threw them into the trash can. Stop getting hurt at will and increasing my workload, that would be the greatest thanks to me. King smiled and didn't say anything more. Pulling a cigarette case out of his pocket, he took out 2 and handed them to Shoko Ieri. Want one? Looking at the cigarette King handed over, Shoko Ieri was stunned for a moment. She hesitated for a moment and spoke up. I'm currently trying to quit smoking. Is that so? Hearing this, King slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. Watching those 2 cigarettes being slowly pulled back, Shoko Ieri suddenly reached out and pulled one of them from between King's fingers. However, smoking one occasionally is no big deal. She held the cigarette between her fingers and lowered her head to examine it closely. Mild 7. Shoko Ieri looked at King with a hint of surprise, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. I didn't expect you to like smoking this kind of women's cigarette. Faced with Shoko's faint tease, King held the cigarette in his mouth and said matter-of-factly. Of course you give a lady's cigarette when offering her one. Shoko Ieri smiled and lowered her head to bring the cigarette to her lips. With the cigarette in her mouth, she instinctively reached into her pocket to look for a lighter. King snapped his fingers, and an orange-yellow flame lit up at his fingertips. He leaned forward and offered the fire with his fingers right in front of Shoko Ieri. Seeing this scene, Satoru Gojo's pupils widened slightly and he froze for a second. The bright flame reflected in Shoko Ieri's dark brown eyes. Shoko Ieri looked at that cluster of fire and blinked. She tilted her head slightly and brought the cigarette closer. The tip of the cigarette lit up with a dark red glow in the flame. Shoko Ieri took a deep drag, and the smoke slowly spilled from her lips, dispersing into the air. Is this your cursed technique? Holding the cigarette, she turned her head to look at King, a cozy expression on her face. How convenient. King withdrew his finger, and the cigarette in his mouth lit automatically. Satoru Gojo leaned against the wall with both hands in his pockets. Looking at the unextinguished flame at King's fingertips, he finally couldn't help speaking up. Are the two of you just openly smoking in the infirmary like this? His tone carried exaggerated shock, his pale blue eyes sweeping back and forth between the two of them. I remember this place as non-smoking, right? Shoko Ieri kept twisting the strands of hair falling over her chest with her fingers. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her tone calm. To be precise, smoking is prohibited for everyone except me. Shoko Ieri gently waved the hand holding the cigarette, the smoke entwining around her fingertips. She looked at Satoru Gojo, the tear mole at the corner of her eye twitching with a smile, lifting slightly to reveal a somewhat mischievous grin. However, today I've made an exception. King made a peace sign toward Satoru Gojo and laughed smugly. Giving cigarettes increases favorability. I knew there'd be no problem. Satoru Gojo opened his mouth, then closed it. Looking at Shoko Ieri's face that practically said, I call the shots, he let out a long sigh. Fine, whatever you say on your turf. The enclosed room was filled with swirling smoke. Satoru Gojo waved away the smoke in front of him and turned to look at King. His pale blue eyes narrowed slightly under the light. Shoko finally managed to quit smoking after Utahime persuaded her. With you around, I reckon Utahime's efforts will go down the drain before long. He paused, the corners of his mouth curving into a gloating arc. If she finds out, watch out for her coming after you, Tilda. King glanced sideways with his golden eyes and flicked the ash expressionlessly. The grayish-white ash fell on the edge of the metal bed, shattering into tiny powder. Don't talk about people I don't know. If it's a fight, I'm game anytime. Satoru Gojo tilted his head and looked at him for 2 seconds, then laughed. Hey, true. He shrugged, putting his hands back into his pockets. Utahime is so weak, she probably can't beat you. So, making trouble, or whatever is out of the question. With the cigarette in his mouth, King spoke lazily. Why quit smoking when there's the reverse curse technique? If there's something wrong with your lungs, why not just tear them out and regenerate a new pair? Shoko Ieri raised her brown eyes to look at King, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible teasing. Your perspective on things is certainly novel. King's golden eyes reflected the light of the incandescent lamp on the ceiling, shining somewhat dazzlingly. He tilted his head to look at Shoko Ieri beside him and asked in return. Isn't that right? Shoko Ieri didn't answer and continued smoking the remaining stub. King threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray, the spark bouncing once at the bottom before extinguishing completely. To prevent myself from dying of lung cancer, it seems I need to learn the reverse curse technique as soon as possible. Satoru Gojo's eyes carried a hint of a smile. You really know how to take the easy way out. This is the first time I've heard someone wanting to learn the reverse curse technique because they're afraid of dying from lung cancer. Are you two done chatting? Shoko Ieri raised her eyes, shifting her gaze to Satoru Gojo's face. There was no impatience in her brown eyes, only the calm of, I'm already exhausted, can you guys hurry up and leave? Get out if you're done chatting, I need to rest. Satoru Gojo pushed himself off the wall and turned to walk outside. Nothing else, let's go, King. King jumped off the bed and stuffed the cigarette case back into his pants pocket. When he reached the door, he looked back at Shoko Ieri. Goodbye, Miss Shoko. Shoko Ieri exhaled a puff of smoke and casually extinguished the cigarette butt. She yawned, looking as though she hadn't quite had enough, and said without raising her head. Next time, switch to a more masculine cigarette, this one is too weak. King raised an eyebrow and strode out of the infirmary. Understood. The iron door of the infirmary shut with a click. Satoru Gojo and King stood on the left and right inside the corridor. Large swaths of the setting sun poured in, dyeing the entire hallway a warm orange-red with the twilight light. Tiny dust motes floated in the air, drifting slowly within the pillars of light. Satoru Gojo strode forward, his white hair gilded with a faint golden edge by the setting sun. Walking along, he suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at King beside him, and asked casually. By the way, how did you know Shoko smoked? I remember I certainly never mentioned it. King narrowed his eyes and stretched lazily facing the setting sun. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw cigarettes. She's definitely a chain smoker. It couldn't be more obvious. Satoru Gojo turned his head back and raised a hand to rub his chin. His gaze fell on the distant skyline dyed red by the setting sun, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Is that so? It's almost nighttime. What should we eat later? Satoru Gojo paused, suddenly shifting the topic, his tone becoming even more breezy. How about calling Megumi and throwing a welcome party for you? Sounds good, right? King licked his lips, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. No problem, then I'll have to bleed you dry. Satoru Gojo chuckled, turned his head back to continue walking forward, taking slightly larger strides. But before that, I'll take you to meet the principal first. His voice drifted over from the front with a hint of nonchalance. He'll probably ask some confusing questions, just answer casually. Satoru Gojo paused without stopping his steps, his tone suddenly sinking. It was no longer that flippant tone, but rather carried an unquestionable certainty. No matter what opinions he has, you are already Satoru Gojo's student. He gazed at the distant setting sun, the orange-red light illuminating his profile warmly and softly. King turned his head to look at Satoru Gojo's profile. That face lacked its usual flippant smile, and his pale blue eyes quietly gazed at the skyline. The other person was worried he would be nervous, right? King's lips trembled slightly, a complicated gleam flashing in his eyes. He raised his head to look at the setting sun in the distance. The old life was about to close, and the bizarre new world was opening up to him. At this moment, Satoru Gojo suddenly leaned back, looking at King with a smile while keeping his hands in his pockets. Since you're my student now, come on, say, Teacher Gojo, for me to hear. King's steps paused slightly. How many years had it been since he called someone, teacher? His Adam's apple bobbed, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Satoru Gojo leaned in close to King, his pale blue eyes staring straight at his face. What? Don't be shy. Hurry up, hurry up. King shifted his golden eyes to meet Satoru Gojo's, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, seemingly helpless yet happy. Teacher. Gojo. The voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. The tail end of the word lifted slightly, as if he wasn't quite used to this title, or as if he was trying to savor its taste. Great. Having received the desired answer, Satoru Gojo's eyes lit up, then he straightened up and burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty corridor. Satoru Gojo continued walking forward, with King following behind him with one hand in his pocket. The setting sun stretched their shadows long and thin, one behind the other, cast upon the orange-red wooden floor. Satoru Gojo ahead suddenly spoke, his voice drifting over from a distance with a smile. Hey, King, what do you want to eat for the welcome party? King raised his head, his golden eyes exceptionally bright in the twilight. Meat, all kinds of meat. Great. Then let's eat meat. Until you're stuffed. Satoru Gojo led King into a shrine-like building. The wooden doors were thick and ancient, and the copper rings on the doors shimmered with a dim light in the twilight. Bang! As the two stepped over the threshold, the doors behind them suddenly closed automatically. The loud sound echoed inside the empty shrine. The interior of the shrine was dim and lightless, with only the weak candlelight in the stone niches on both sides swaying. Masumike Yaga wearing sunglasses sat cross-legged right in the center of the shrine. He was dressed in the black Jujutsu high uniform, holding a slender needle and a ball of cotton thread in his hand, lowering his head to weave a doll. You've finally come, Satori. The needle in Yaga's hand paused for a fraction of a second, then continued through the fabric. The eyes behind his sunglasses slowly lifted to look at Satoru Gojo, his voice low. Explain yourself. I told you to bring him back, not to make such a huge commotion. Satoru Gojo had one hand in his pocket, a pair of round sunglasses he didn't know where he fished out hanging on the bridge of his nose. It's just a forest. It was originally a training ground for students anyway. Consider it an early entrance test. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his head to look at Yaga, the corners of his mouth curving into a smug arc. How about it, that destructive power? We picked up a raw gemstone this time. Yaga put down the needle and the doll in his hand, gently placing the semi-finished product into the tray beside him. A raw gemstone. His gaze shifted from Satoru Gojo to King, the eyes behind his sunglasses up and down appraising the youth standing in the shadow of the candlelight. It's trouble, rather. Yaga's brow was tightly furrowed, his tone carrying a bit of dissatisfaction. A brat who thinks he can act lawlessly just because he possesses some special abilities. Satoru Gojo curled his lip and muttered under his breath. Here he goes again. He retreated to the side, spreading his hands toward King to signal that he was helpless. Lawless. Hey. Hearing this, King chuckled dismissively, taking slow steps over to the stone niche on the side. He took out a cigarette, bit it in his mouth, lowered his head close to the stone niche, and used the candlelight to ignite the cigarette. King nonchalantly exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing sideways at Yaga. If I hadn't caused a little commotion, you wouldn't have found me so quickly, would you? Yaga's tightly knitted brow relaxed slightly, and he thought to himself. Was it intentional? He stood up, his stalwart body casting a huge shadow on the ground. Yaga looked down at King, his sharply defined face devoid of a trace of a smile. Do you know what becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer means? His voice was low, carrying a heavy, inescapable questioning tone. It's not just about exorcising cursed spirits, but also protecting the lives of ordinary people, maintaining the order of canyons in the Jujutsu world, and preventing ordinary people from falling into panic. Yaga abruptly waved his hand and sternly said. Based solely on your performance of exorcising cursed spirits alone earlier, it was simply terrible, unqualified. Large-scale building damage, and you even caused several fires. He glared at King, his sharp gaze clearly perceptible even through his sunglasses. That's only because there were no civilians at the scene. If there were, would you have burned them to ashes as well? Spit flew across the air, Yaga's voice was frighteningly loud, and his anger almost overflowed. If we didn't clean up your mess, do you know how many people would be hurt because of your casualness? King yawned and casually flicked the ash off his cigarette. Watching King's indifferent appearance, Yaga's brow, which had just relaxed a little, locked tightly once more. He stepped forward, looking down at King as a powerful surge of cursed energy emerged. The eyes of the cursed corpses behind him all lit up with dark red light, and a terrifying momentum rushed toward them. Answer me, are you a Jujutsu sorcerer or a walking natural disaster? A heavy and oppressive atmosphere permeated inside the shrine. Masamichi Yaga, Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Because he created completely autonomous cursed corpses, he was even considered by the higher-ups to possess special grade potential. Being able to become the principal of Tokyo School, his own strength was definitely not weak. The oppression brought by cursed energy combined with his momentum was somewhat suffocating. King frowned. His cursed energy had been mostly consumed in the previous battle, so trying to counter it back with cursed energy really wouldn't work very well. Quest reward. Primary Conqueror's Haki, claim or not? Claim. King raised his head, glanced at Yaga, and pulled back the corners of his mouth to reveal white teeth. Stop flaunting your dolls in front of me, old man. Before his voice faded, a flash of golden light bloomed within King's eyes. An intense majesty bloomed from his body, and a violent wind surged forth. Bang! A muffled, loud sound came, with no actual shockwave destroying the building. Yet the momentum pervading the air was completely torn apart at this moment. The candlelight in the stone niches on both sides was snuffed out neatly in the exact same instant, plunging the entire grand hall into complete darkness. Only those 2 points of golden light were exceptionally dazzling. Yaga only felt as if he had crashed head-on into an invisible city wall. His short hair was blown backward by the air wave, his robes fluttered noisily, and his footsteps involuntarily took a step back. Following Yaga's retreat, the group of cursed corpses behind him acted as if they had been grabbed by the throat. The dark red light in their eyes flickered violently. Some emitted joint friction sounds of creak creak, while others actually slumped softly to the ground and passed out. The surging momentum vanished in a flash, and only the extinguished candlelight on both sides proved everything that had just happened. Yaga's eyes behind his sunglasses shrank to the size of needle tips, thinking to himself. It's not cursed energy bursting, it's pure momentum. The sunglasses on Satoru Gojo's nose bridge slipped down slightly, and his chin almost dropped off. King had brought him enough surprises today, and he didn't expect that this still wasn't his limit. Yaga glanced slightly sideways toward the cursed corpses behind him, stirring up stormy seas in his heart. Even the cursed corpses he personally created couldn't withstand this impact and passed out, if it were changed to ordinary people. The so-called questioning reaching this point seemed to have no need to continue. Satoru Gojo straightened up and gently clapped his hands. Ha ha ha, amazing, this momentum. He stepped forward and patted King's shoulder, then led him outward. With his back to Yaga, Satoru Gojo's flippant tone came over. Principal, let's end it here. It's getting late, time for dinner. Yaga expressionlessly watched the two figures about to walk away and suddenly spoke. Satori, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Satoru Gojo paused in his steps and tilted his head to glance at King. Please wait for me outside. He paused and added a sentence. 1 minute. King bit his cigarette, lightly nodded his chin, and walked out without turning his head. Satoru Gojo turned around and looked at Yaga. The eyes of the two hidden behind sunglasses locked gazes. Yaga was silent for a moment before finally speaking, his voice devoid of emotion. We've known each other for less than a day, and you're already protecting him like this. Satori, did you see your own shadow in him? Satoru Gojo tilted his head, as if thinking seriously. Then he put his hands back into his pockets, a faint smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Don't be so harsh on young people. Having such abilities, it's very normal to be arrogant. Satoru Gojo waved his hand, stepped forward to walk out, and directly ended the topic. Leave it to me. People change, don't they? Yaga watched Satoru Gojo walk away. Inside the room, silence returned, and those cursed corpses huddled together like quails immediately crowded around Yaga. Trying to seek a tiny bit of a sense of security from this, father. Yaga squatted down to stroke the heads of the cursed corpses, then let out a long breath. Another headache-inducing fellow. Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School. The night was deep, and a black sedan was parked in front of the school gate. Megumi Fushiguro, dressed in the dark blue uniform of Jujutsu High, stood beside the car, looking down and fiddling with the mobile phone in his hand. At this time, 9 minutes had already passed since the time Satoru Gojo had agreed upon with him. However, Megumi Fushiguro was already used to it long ago, or rather, it would be surprising if Satoru Gojo ever arrived on time one day. Yo, Megumi, you haven't been waiting long, have you? A familiar voice came from above, and Megumi Fushiguro looked up. Satoru Gojo and King walked down the stairs with small steps and arrived in front of the vehicle. No. Megumi Fushiguro put his phone into his pocket, and his gaze fell upon King's arms. His gaze was fleeting and quickly withdrawn. Satoru Gojo opened the car door, bent over slightly, and took a bag from Ijichi's hands. Then let's go to Shibuya for yakiniku, and by the way, welcome the new classmates' arrival. He looked back at Megumi Fushiguro and King, and spoke thoughtfully. Speaking of which, since we'll be classmates from now on, let's give each other a more formal self-introduction, how about it? Megumi Fushiguro raised his head slightly and looked at King in front of him. Megumi Fushiguro, Grade 2 Sorcerer. This introduction was lonely, it was short to an exaggerated degree. But it didn't matter. As a transmigrator, King knew very well about the legendary suicide truck before him who wouldn't take an ounce of pressure, Emperor Megumi. Seeing Megumi Fushiguro, King thought of that Shikigami capable of adapting to everything, eight-handed sword divergent Scylla divine General Mahoraga. The battle with Satoru Gojo had already shown that pure cursed technique attacks could not break through elementalization. His elementalization was similar to Satoru Gojo's limitless, both possessing the property of inviolability. Then the ways to directly harm his main body should similarly only be three. Domain amplification to neutralize the cursed technique effect, expanding a domain to utilize the sure hit effect of the domain to directly attack the main body, and utilizing Mahoraga to adapt. King glanced sideways at Satoru Gojo. Is there still a need? There wasn't much he could introduce anyway, names and such were already known, and as for his sorcerer grade, it was currently still none. Then forget it. Satoru Gojo thought about it and realized there really wasn't much necessity either, then shoved the paper bag in his hands into King's arms. Sorcerer grades are divided into 5, from the conventional grade 4 to grade 1. The smaller the number, the stronger. Aside from those, there are the extremely rare special grade sorcerers. Currently, if I am included, there are only 4. King knew all of this common sense, but in order not to show any abnormality, he had no choice but to pretend as if he was hearing it for the first time. Taking advantage of the gap while Satoru Gojo was explaining, King lowered his head to look inside the bag. Inside seemed to be a white shirt. Satoru Gojo propped one hand against the car door and talked eloquently in a relaxed tone. Cursed spirit grades are also relative. A sorcerer of the same grade should naturally have the ability to exorcise a cursed spirit of the same grade. However, it's not a complete one-to-one correspondence. A sorcerer is generally about half a tier higher than a cursed spirit. Speaking of this, Satoru Gojo looked King up and down, his gaze falling upon his bare upper body. Going to Shibuya half-naked like this won't do at all, put it on. As soon as his words fell, he bent over slightly and climbed into the car. The size should be about the same for both of us, maybe a little bigger. Megumi Fushiguro opened the car door and followed him into the car as well. King took out the white shirt from the paper bag. The texture was smooth, and the glossiness was also good. At a glance, it was high-end merchandise of considerable value. Changing into the shirt, he sat in the backseat and adjusted his collar. Pretty much, the sleeves are a bit long. Satoru Gojo glanced at King through the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It fits quite well. At this time, the man sitting in the driver's seat swallowed nervously. He glanced at the rearview mirror, let out a long sigh, and then turned his head to look at King in the backseat. King-kun, I am the assistant supervisor, Kiyotaka Aijichi. The man wore a pair of black-framed glasses with sunken cheeks, looking completely like a hard-working wage slave with a bitter fate. He squeezed out a standard smile and nodded toward King. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. King nodded in response as well. Ah, hello. Also, an assistant supervisor is. Just as Kiyotaka Aijichi's lips moved and he was about to explain, Satoru Gojo on the side spoke up first. Simply put, a little lackey who helps handle odd jobs, don't worry about it. Kiyotaka Aijichi let out a soft sigh, looking at Satoru Gojo beside him with a helpless expression. Mr. Gojo. Satoru Gojo leaned back against the chair and waved his hand very casually. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Shibuya, Ebisu Yakiniku Restaurant. The aroma of grilled meat permeated the restaurant. King held chopsticks in both hands, wielding them left and right as he frantically devoured the grilled meat on his plate. Empty plates were piled up almost like a small mountain beside him. He was really quite starved today. After exercising all afternoon, he was already very hungry to begin with. Later, after having a major battle with Teacher Gojo, the energy inside his body had long since been completely depleted. That's an amount for 20 people, right? Customers at the neighboring table stopped their chopsticks and couldn't help stretching their necks to look over. So amazing, is this some newly debuted big eater? Eating so much meat, can he really digest it? When the waiter passed by holding a tray, He couldn't help taking a couple of extra glances, almost shaking the sauce dish out. Numerous gazes projected over from all directions. Some were amazed, while others were pure curiosity. That's an amount for 20 people, right? Feeling the numerous gazes cast from around them, Megumi Fushiguro took a sip of the drink in his cup with a somewhat lifeless expression. Although they weren't looking at him, this feeling of being the center of attention of the whole room was still slightly uncomfortable. He lowered his eyes to observe the flat abdomen beneath King's shirt, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. But seriously, this portion, is this guy a human? King shoved a freshly grilled piece of Wagyu beef into his mouth. The surface of the beef was grilled with a beautiful scorched brown pattern, and when bitten open, the interior was still a tender pink. The scalding meat juices mixed with the sweetness of fat melted on the tip of his tongue. He chewed a few times with satisfaction, picked up the beer mug next to him, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful. The delicate foam mixed with the icy alcoholic liquid diluted the heaviness of the grease. King put down the empty mug, leaned back the whole person, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Phew. I've come back to life. Satoru Gojo sat opposite, two lonely slices of meat lying in the plate in front of him. He gently picked up a slice of beef and brought it into his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the mountain-like pile of empty plates beside him, thinking inwardly. Possessing a physique far surpassing ordinary people, the appetite is the same too. Satoru Gojo raised the chopsticks in his hand and pointed at King, a trace of certainty in his tone. King, your elementalization should be able to be autonomously regulated, right? Elementalization should be just like his own limitless, and all-direction, dead-angle-free automatic defense system. The limitless curse technique does not isolate everything. Things with no threat or low threat like clothes and sunlight are not separated by limitless. King nodded gently. By consciously controlling it, you can avoid elementalization. Satoru Gojo leaned back and glanced at Megumi Fushiguro beside him, saying with rare seriousness. Relying too much on the performance of the cursed technique itself, taijutsu can never grow. Megumi Fushiguro frowned slightly, somewhat not understanding why teacher Gojo had to look at him while saying these words. Watching this scene, King lowered his head and smiled silently. I know this point. I exercise regularly. Satoru Gojo crossed his legs, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. Exercising can be put aside for now, your physical strength is very strong. However, the level of your cursed energy reinforcement technique still belongs to the standard of a third-rate sorcerer, and your cursed energy fluctuations are too easy to see through. Cursed energy flow. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. The phone ringtone interrupted Satoru Gojo's eloquent talk. He grabbed the phone on the table and put it to his ear, raised his head to look at the ceiling, with a trace of impatience in his tone. What is it? Don't call and bother me while my cute students and I are having a party and enjoying life. It was unknown what was said on the other end of the phone. Satoru Gojo's expression became somewhat serious. Is that so? I got it. He stood up and turned to look at Megumi Fushiguro beside him. There are some things to busy myself with, Megumi, I leave King to you. Megumi Fushiguro nodded. I understand, Teacher Gojo. King glanced at the time displayed on his phone and exclaimed. Working overtime this late. Teacher Gojo is really working hard. Satoru Gojo smiled helplessly. No choice, today has already been idle enough. He waved to King and Megumi Fushiguro, and then turned and left. See you later. Megumi Fushiguro looked at Satoru Gojo's distant back, suddenly feeling that something might be a bit wrong. Half an hour later, the waiter walked over carrying a tray and bowed with a smile. Hello, that will be 600,000 yen. Hearing this, Megumi Fushiguro's fingers paused slightly. Exactly as he thought, that unreliable teacher indeed hadn't paid the bill. King was picking his teeth with a toothpick on the side, acting as if he hadn't heard anything. Who holds a welcome party and makes the welcomed person pay? Megumi Fushiguro glanced at the bill, and then glanced at the mountain-like pile of empty plates in front of King. With a blank expression, he pulled out a bank card and handed it to the waiter. Swoosh. The sound of the credit card swiping across the card reader was like the soundtrack to some small funeral. Consumption 600,000 yen. The 550,000 inches gambling funds, just deposited in the afternoon, were still warm. Now, principal and interest were all spent, and he still had to chip in another 50,000 from his living expenses. Taking back the bank card handed back by the waiter, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Sunlight streamed into the room through the half-open window. Inside the spacious classroom, there were only 3 desks. At the desk by the window, King sat backwards on his chair, looking out the window in boredom. The first day of enrollment was unexpectedly boring. Gojo Satoru had not appeared since he left midway through last night's gathering. Megumi Fushiguro took him to register his cursed energy. After explaining some precautions, he brought him into the classroom. King raised his head to look at the 8 large characters written above the classroom blackboard: Heaven and Earth, I alone am honored. However, what was interesting was that these 8 large characters were standard Chinese characters. They were written quite well. One could tell that the person who wrote these characters had a good foundation in calligraphy. To think of writing such a slogan in the classroom, it was unsurprisingly the masterpiece of Gojo Satoru himself. After admiring it for a few seconds, King slightly turned his head to look at Megumi Fushiguro sitting on the other side. How boring, Megumi, is teacher Gojo always this busy? He didn't know what kind of major matters required frequently dispatching the strongest, Gojo Satoru, to resolve them. Most of the time, it's like this. Megumi Fushiguro gently flipped the pages with his fingers, lowering his head to read the contents of the book. However, it's not necessarily always on missions. Changing the subject, he raised his head to look out the window, his expression as calm as ever. Right now, he might be queuing in front of some dessert shop. Is that so? King acknowledged, picked up the phone on the desk, and began searching for the nearest cake shop. Dessert? Come to think of it, I haven't eaten cake in a long time either. Megumi Fushiguro was slightly stunned, not expecting King's focus to be on food. Looking at the search results on King's phone screen, he thought to himself inwardly. He truly has an appetite as vigorous as his food intake. King swiped the phone screen and sighed softly. The search results appeared, showing that the closest cake shop to Jujutsu High on the map was over 30 kilometers away. The school's location is way too remote. King rocked the chair beneath him and asked curiously. Megumi, how do you usually manage your transportation? The chair legs scraped against the ground, making a slightly grating sound. Megumi Fushiguro gently closed the book in his hands. I rarely go out when there are no missions, and when I am on missions, an assistant supervisor drives to pick me up and drop me off. If I really need to go out normally, I take a taxi. King rested his chin on the back of the chair and muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly. That's still such a hassle. In this ghost place, you have to wait half a day just to catch a taxi. Megumi Fushiguro picked up the phone placed on the desk and glanced at it. It's already 5 p.m., let's go back to the dorms. Thump, thump, thump. A dull and restrained knock sounded, neither more nor less, exactly 3 times. King and Megumi Fushiguro looked towards the door at the same time. Given Gojo Satoru's personality, he would definitely not knock when coming back. Given Gojo Satoru's personality, he would definitely not knock when coming back, Megumi Fushiguro called out in response. Please come in. Click. The door was pushed open unhurriedly. The newcomer wore an off-white suit, tied a dark yellow leopard print tie, and had round dark green sunglasses perched on the bridge of his nose. The extent to which he pushed the door open was just enough for one person to pass through. After entering, he gently pulled the door shut behind him without making a single extra sound. Megumi Fushiguro stood up, a hint of surprise in his tone. Mr. Nanami. Kento Nanami nodded slightly at him. Student Fushiguro. Then he shifted his gaze to look at King sitting by the window. This must be Student King. It wasn't a question, but a confirmation. Obviously, he had done his homework before coming. Kento Nanami took 2 steps forward and stopped at a position just the right distance from King. It was neither too close to feel oppressive, nor too far to seem distant. He bowed slightly and made a self-introduction so standard it could serve as a textbook. Nice to meet you, I am Kento Nanami. King got up from his chair, a flash of surprise passing through the depths of his eyes. According to the etiquette here in Neon, he should also bow in return. But King really didn't have this habit, so he just nodded at the other person. Hello, Mr. Nanami. Kento Nanami didn't mind these details and cut straight to the point. Mr. Gojo has some matters to attend to and cannot get away. Therefore, he appointed me to take you to complete the assessment for the Jujutsu Sorcerer grade evaluation. His speaking speed was neither fast nor slow, and every word was pronounced very clearly. A preliminary explanation. Kento Nanami raised his right hand and gently pushed his sunglasses with his index finger. The assessment needs to be completed by yourself. I only serve to supervise and provide partial guidance. His gaze fell on King's face through his sunglasses, calm and earnest. Under the condition that your life is not in danger, I will absolutely not make a move. Right now, as long as he didn't go up against a special grade cursed spirit with a domain, King's own self-preservation ability was even stronger than the Nanami in front of him. Rather than protection, Kento Nanami was probably dragged over by Gojo Satoru to tutor him, right? He thought today would be a boring day, but he didn't expect an unexpected surprise near the end. King cracked his fingers, producing a crisp sound, and a hard-to-suppress excitement flashed within his golden pupils. Grade evaluation. I get it. Are we leaving right now? Kento Nanami raised his hand and pressed down slightly, signaling King to calm down a bit. Wait a moment, Student King. Student Fushiguro, there is also a task here for you from Mr. Gojo. Since you two happen to be together, I'll convey it all at once. Megumi Fushiguro, who was aimlessly looking out the window, turned his head upon hearing this and let out an imperceptible sigh. He thought there was nothing for him to do, but in the end, he still couldn't escape. King's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle, and he thought inwardly. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Kento Nanami took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Megumi Fushiguro. Go to Miyagi Prefecture Sugasawa 3rd High School and retrieve the cursed object in the picture. Specific information is on the back of the photo, read it yourself. I understand, Mr. Nanami. Megumi Fushiguro took the photo and looked at it. The picture showed a long object placed inside a box, tightly wrapped in paper talismans. Retrieving just a cursed object sounded like a very simple task. Megumi Fushiguro put the photo into his pocket, his originally somewhat worried heart relaxing a bit. After finishing conveying the message, Kento Nanami turned around and walked out of the classroom. Student King, let's go. King stepped forward to follow. At this moment, Megumi Fushiguro suddenly pulled one hand out of his pants pocket and called out to King. King. King paused in his steps and looked back. Megumi Fushiguro met King's dual pupils and exhorted softly. Be careful. King smiled inwardly, who should be careful wasn't certain yet. However, tonight Jail Megumi was destined to gain nothing and make a wasted trip. According to the plot development, tomorrow night he would almost be exorcised by a grade 2 cursed spirit, thereby kicking off the prologue of the plot. King blinked his left eye and chuckled softly. Ah, I know. After saying that, he stepped forward, simultaneously gesturing a phone calling posture next to his ear. Megumi, you be careful too. Remember to call me if anything happens. Click. The door was gently pulled shut. Inside the classroom, only Megumi Fushiguro was left alone. He looked towards the door, and a bit of unease suddenly rose in his heart. It's just recovering a special grade cursed object. Running an errand shouldn't cause any problems, right? King followed behind Kento Nanami, walking toward the outside of the school. Regarding the situation on Megumi Fushiguro's side, after thinking about it, he ultimately decided not to interfere. There was no need to go through the trouble of changing the plot. Itadori eating Sukuna's finger was an inevitable event. What's more, under the condition of insufficient strength, keeping the plot unchanged was more beneficial to himself. King had his hands in his pockets, looking forward, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Solving the mission here as soon as possible and going to watch the show at the scene when the time comes wouldn't be bad either. Leather shoes stepped on the floor making pattering sounds, and Kento Nanami suddenly spoke at this moment. Student King, to be honest, your assessment mission rank has surprised me a bit. Kento Nanami slightly glanced sideways at King beside him, the edges of his sunglasses reflecting the sunlight. This mission was supposed to be my responsibility. In other words, you took on the job that should have belonged to me. He paused, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking forward. From this perspective, I sincerely hope that your mission this time can be successfully completed. Is that so? King smiled, then asked with some curiosity. Right. Jujutsu sorcerers are given remuneration for completing missions, right? He was quite short on money. The identity given by the system didn't come with too much property. And because his appetite was too big, this little bit of money was basically almost eaten away by him. The geographic location of Jujutsu High was too remote, and he also needed to buy a car as soon as possible. Kento Nanami nodded slightly and explained. Yes, the amount of remuneration is positively correlated with the Jujutsu sorcerer's rank and the risk level of the mission. The mission rank this time is grade 1, and the remuneration starts at roughly 3 million yen. King leaned forward slightly, a look of excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes, and his pace quickened. Then how is the remuneration for this mission calculated? If I complete it independently, does the remuneration belong to me? Kento Nanami stopped in his tracks, his eyelids hidden behind his sunglasses drooping slightly. What a pity, there is no remuneration whatsoever for this mission. His voice was steady without the slightest emotional fluctuation, as if he had long been accustomed to such matters. Whether you complete it independently or after my intervention, there is no remuneration of any kind for this mission. King frowned slightly and cursed softly. Isn't this purely being a capitalist? Jujutsu sorcerers also do this probationary period thing, huh? That's right. Kento Nanami crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued in a flat tone. That's why I understood two things long ago. King stared at Kento Nanami beside him, his expression suddenly turning somewhat strange. After a pause of 1 second, Kento Nanami's tone suddenly became excited. Jujutsu sorcerers are bullshit. His whole body exuded a gloomy aura, drastically different from his calm, steady, and reliable image just now. Labor is also bullshit. King turned his head away and pursed his lips, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Witnessing a legendary scene with his own eyes, anyone who could keep a straight face must be a vegetable. He gave a light cough, then nodded in agreement. I deeply agree with the latter sentence and have personal experience with it. Kento Nanami gave King a somewhat surprised look. Saying these words was purely to complain plus vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. He hadn't expected that one day he would actually get someone else's agreement. Facing the gaze cast by Kento Nanami, King smiled, his tone carrying a bit of teasing. As for the former, I have experience with it now. The corners of Kento Nanami's lips curved slightly upward, and then he turned around and continued walking forward. Just a bit of my personal grumbling, let's get back to the main topic. City, Suminoeko Shopping District. Bright yellow warning tape was pulled up, blocking any possibility of pedestrians entering this grocery store. Dark red blood stains remained on the wooden floor. Kento Nanami turned his head to look at the furnishings inside the grocery store and slowly spoke. Within less than 2 days, 2 women died accidentally. Judging from the cause of death, the perpetrator is the same. King lowered his head to look at that puddle of dark red blood and took over the conversation. There are also cursed energy remnants at the scene, it should be the work of a cursed spirit. He raised his head to look at Kento Nanami beside him, his tone carrying a bit of doubt. So, following these lingering traces to find that cursed spirit and exorcising it means this mission is over. Just based on the intelligence revealed by the current mission, it couldn't reach grade 1, grade 2 felt a bit too high even. Kento Nanami noticed the skepticism in King's words and slowly spoke. If it were an ordinary case, that would be it. However, previously in an area 50 kilometers away from here, there were also decedents with similar causes of death. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. Cursed spirits generally do not move long distances, therefore, the specific situation may be more complicated than we imagine. The corners of King's mouth curved slightly upward, his tone relaxed. Is that so? Then it's a curse user. Kento Nanami silently closed his mouth. All the lines he wanted to say had been preempted by the other party. King's performance didn't look like a newcomer at all. Many second-year and third-year students might not even be as seasoned as him. There is that possibility, if it is confirmed to be the work of a curse user. Speaking of this, Kento Nanami's expression became even more serious. The other party has violated the Jujutsu regulations, and will be treated as a curse and executed on sight. Okay, I get it. King waved his hand to signal that he understood, while lowering his head to stare carefully at the lingering traces on the ground. The aura of the lingering traces was very faint, some time should have passed since the murder took place. He had already slaughtered a few cursed spirits and the like, but facing a curse user was a first. Compared to playing with brainless low-level cursed spirits, fighting humans was much more interesting. Watching King identifying the direction of the lingering traces, Kento Nanami put one hand on his hip and thought silently in his heart. There's nowhere that needs my guidance, but well, this is fine too. In the fleeting moment that Nanami was dazed, King had already walked to the entrance of the grocery store. He turned around and waved at Kento Nanami. Let's go, Mr. Nanami. King raised his arms up over his head, interlocked his fingers, and leaned his entire body backward a bit. Hurry up and settle that guy, I haven't eaten dinner yet. He let out a comfortable soft hum, a lazy smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. How about going to an izakaya for a drink in a bit? Kento Nanami looked at King's figure and was silent for a second or two. He pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and didn't directly answer King's question. Having just enrolled and setting out to solve a mission that originally belonged to a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, it seems the higher-ups and Mr. Gojo must highly approve of your strength. However, please do not be careless. He took 2 steps forward, stepped across that puddle of dark red blood, and stopped in front of King. This is not a game. Kento Nanami's gaze met King's levelly, and there was a bit more solemnity in his tone. In reality, mission ranks can change at any time, and mission intelligence is not necessarily all true. If you have bad luck, you might even encounter an enemy with special grade strength. Controlling cursed spirits, special grade, the only one who could fit these 2 characteristics was probably Kenjaku, right? King's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pondered inwardly. I won't be that unlucky, right? Following the leftover traces, King and Kento Nanami chased all the way to a convenience store in the suburbs. Ding-ling. Pushing open the door of the convenience store, King and Kento Nanami stepped inside. The store was brightly lit, and the ghastly white fluorescent tubes illuminated everything down to the finest detail. Snacks were neatly arranged on the shelves, and beverage bottles sat quietly in the refrigerated display cases. The cash register screen was still lit, and everything maintained a state of operation. The only thing missing was a single person. King tilted his head to look in the direction of the storage room, his eyes narrowing slightly. Right here, there are 2 auras, and one of them has a massive amount of cursed energy. Kento Nanami looked at the empty cash register, his brow furrowing slightly. It was obvious who the other person was. Click tilde. The iron door of the storage room opened gently, a hoarse and low voice transmitting from the darkness. You sure got here fast, Jujutsu sorcerer. A figure emerged from the darkness, and the missing female cashier appeared behind the door. She was disheveled, her bangs stuck to her sweat-soaked face. Her pretty face was filled with terror, and her lips were trembling incessantly. The moment she saw King and Nanami, tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes. Save me. Her voice tore through the air, every single word trembling. I'm begging you. Please. A pale-faced, slender, gloomy man stood unhurriedly behind the woman. Less than half of his head was exposed, his narrow eyes gazing forward. What happened to those women was an accident, I have no interest in slaughtering ordinary people. The man gently placed his hand on the woman's trembling shoulders. The woman was like a doll pressed with a mute button, her cries stopping abruptly. Only the sobs leaking from her nasal cavity remained. The corners of the man's mouth twitched into a mocking arc, and he slowly spoke. Step aside, and everyone will be fine. Hostages appearing during a mission, such a complex situation had already exceeded the handling scope of a newcomer. Kento Nanami took a step forward, preparing to take over the initiative of the mission. But King suddenly reached out to block Kento Nanami's path, turning his head to exchange a glance with him. Kento Nanami stopped in his tracks. Looking at the look King handed over, he fell silent for a moment before stepping back. King lowered his head, unhurriedly rolling up his shirt sleeves, and said with a look of disdain. You're the one holding her captive, what gives you the right to tell us to step aside? What? Wrinkles appeared between the man's brows, and his pupils dilated sharply. His lips parted slightly and then closed again, momentarily not knowing how to respond. Is this right? The hostage's life is in my hands, whether she lives or dies is entirely up to a single thought of mine, how dare he? Upon hearing this, the held female cashier looked in utter disbelief, a trace of despair inevitably appearing in her eyes. King slightly raised his chin, looking at the man hiding in the darkness. You want to run after committing a crime, thinking a mere explanation will let you off scot-free. He let out a sneer and mocked. An idiot who only knows how to hide behind a woman. The man's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The hand pressed on the woman tightened abruptly, his fingertips digging deeply into flesh and blood. The female cashier wanted to scream in pain but didn't dare to, only able to let out painful moans. Seeing this, Kento Nanami's expression changed slightly. The man noticed Kento Nanami's subtle emotional fluctuations, and a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Bluffing is useless too, I understand you Jujutsu sorcerers. Trying to mislead me. You brat, you're thinking too naively. He withdrew the hand pressed on the woman's shoulder, gently shaking off the blood staining his fingertips. If you've got the guts, then attack. Anyway, whether this woman lives or dies doesn't matter to me at all. King stepped forward, flames pervading his left fist. Strictly speaking, I'm actually an intern, and as everyone knows, interns don't have to bear responsibility. He reached out to brush the bangs in front of his forehead upwards, throwing a punch without hesitation. The orange-red flames slipped out of his hand, sweeping toward the front. The gloomy man hiding behind the woman gritted his teeth, not expecting King to truly not care about the hostage's life. At the same time, dazzling golden light bloomed in King's eyes. Before the flames arrived, an intangible aura took a step ahead. The female cashier rolled her eyes and was instantly knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki, her body falling forward out of control. The cursed energy on the gloomy man hiding behind the woman erupted violently, neutralizing this oncoming aura. His pupils shrank to the size of needle points, and the depths of his pupils were filled with wariness. This aura. This brat. The orange-red flame light shone on the man's pale face. He kicked the iron door of the storage room, then retreated backwards abruptly. The flames lifted slightly, bypassing the female cashier on the ground, and then directly crashed into the iron door blocking in front, sending sparks flying. The next second. Dong! 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 The iron door was blasted through instantly, and the flames surged into the dark storage room. The damaged iron door wobbled twice and then tilted forward, a massive shadow enveloping the woman on the ground. At this moment, Kento Nanami on the side suddenly moved, his entire body catapulting out almost hugging the ground. With one hand, he scooped up the female cashier from the ground, smoothly wrapping her into his arms. At the same time, he used his other hand to protect the back of her head. Kento Nanami's body slid forward under the action of inertia, and the iron door crashed down behind him with a bang. Looking at the sleeping female cashier in his arms, Kento Nanami let out a soft sigh of relief. Above the ceiling right over his head, two pitch-black sharp claws quietly and abruptly stretched out. Shoo! 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 Flame bullets flew out, hitting these two ugly claws like raindrops. Ah! Ah! A shrill and piercing scream rang out, and Kento Nanami also quickly retreated to a safe zone holding the hostage. At the ceiling, that Shikigami slowly stretched out its body, revealing its true face. The mysterious Shikigami was dressed in white sheer gauze, about 2 meters tall, with a slender and tall figure. Jet black long hair reached its waist, and long bangs hung down in front, revealing only a single hollow eye that kept weeping tears. Looking at this Shikigami, King instantly verified the conjecture in his heart. Indeed a Shikigami user. At this time, the tall and thin man also revealed his figure from the storage room, retreating to the side to prepare to escape at any time. Yukino, let's go. Kuroki-kun. Woo 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 woo. Wailing sounds rang out, and large patches of tears dripped down. The Shikigami named Yukino stared fixedly at the female cashier in Kento Nanami's arms, showing no intention of leaving whatsoever. Seeing this, the man called Kuroki by the Shikigami furrowed his brows tightly, then immediately raised his right hand wrapped in white gauze. Following his movement, the mysterious Shikigami began to back away as if being forcibly manipulated. King stood in place, quietly watching this scene. The mysterious Shikigami's intense hostility toward the female cashier, coupled with the fact that those previous victims were all female. A conjecture surfaced in his heart. This Shikigami, could it be acquired postnatally? Looking at the woman protected behind Kento Nanami. Kuroki showed an expression of just as expected, his lips parting slightly. So-called Jujutsu sorcerers. Tisk. He backed step over the shattered glass wall, taking a deep look at King not far away. Cunning brat, farewell. Outside, the night was deep, and the light emitted by the incandescent lamp barely illuminated the vicinity of the convenience store. Just as Kuroki stepped out of the convenience store, the full sky of stars overhead suddenly dimmed a bit. A translucent black curtain took the center above the convenience store as a point, gradually spreading toward the surroundings. The inverted semicircular barrier covered the surroundings, completely cutting off the man's hope of escape. Kuroki's expression changed drastically, turning back abruptly to look, while instantly gripping the long sword at his waist. He had thought that King and Kento Nanami were worried about hurting the hostage and didn't want to act recklessly, which was why they hadn't attacked. He hadn't expected them to be waiting for the curtain to activate. Holding a can of cola in his hand, King walked leisurely out of the convenience store. Flames burst forth in his hand, casually melting the finished cola can into a puddle of aluminum liquid. Don't be in such a rush to run, the battle only starts now. Seeing that he couldn't get away easily, Kuroki drew his sword from its scabbard. The look of disdain in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. Yukino, standing beside him, also raised her double claws, that single weeping eye locked firmly onto King. King looked at this person and Shikigami, couldn't help chuckling softly, and thought to himself. Such a strong sense of deja vu, are you also a pure, love, war god? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen, starting with the flame fruit. Part 2. Yukino, kill him. At Kuroki's command, Yukino's white veil fluttered slightly, and her lithe figure instantly dashed out. In the blink of an eye, she was already before King. A fierce wind churned, scattering Yukino's bangs across her forehead and revealing an ugly, withered face. Her sharp double claws slashed out in an X-shaped trajectory, rapidly grabbing toward King. Oh. Standing in place, King looked at this extremely ugly face and was instantly startled, kicking off the ground to retreat backward. The sharp claws missed, landing on the ground and leaving behind a huge, unfathomably deep slash mark. King observed the power of this strike while secretly thinking to himself. A speed-type Shikigami. Merely in terms of close-quarters combat strength, it's already grade 1, and its ability is still unknown. At the same time, Kuroki was not idle either. Wielding a long blade, he constantly paced around King's side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. My cursed technique is called Soul Figurine. It can extract the souls of the living, and then combine them with my own cursed energy to artificially create a Shikigami. This happened to match King's guess. This ugly Shikigami really was man-made. A normal Shikigami would never be like Yukino. Compared to a Shikigami, the opponent was more like a cursed spirit. Yukino's strike missed, and her slender figure leaned forward, charging at King to kill him once again. King raised his hand and swung from bottom to top, a wide blade of fire suddenly flying out. At such close range, Yukino had nowhere to dodge, raising her double claws to block in front of her. Bang! Intense flames lit up, and Yukino retreated 2 or 3 steps backward along the impact force. A few flames adhered to her torso, making a sizzling sound. Cursed energy surged, and in the next second, these flames were extinguished, the burns caused by them healing in an instant. Is her defense not weak either? King retreated backward while glancing sideways at Kuroki, who had begun explaining his ability. Noticing King looking over, a trace of a smile appeared on Kuroki's morbidly pale face. There needs to be a strong emotional bond between the caster and the sacrificial subject, love or hate both work. King gave Kuroki a deep look, a look of emotion appearing on his face. You really know how to make a move, you're a ruthless person. Woo 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 woo. Kuroki thought King was marveling at his ruthlessness and decisiveness, and responded proudly. In order to become stronger, everything is worth it. King's eyelids drooped slightly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. That's not what I meant. She's so ugly, how could you even bring yourself to do it? To be honest, she doesn't even look as good as some female cursed spirits. Kuroki's expression darkened, as if he recalled some bad experiences. He clenched his teeth tightly, yet rarely did he open his mouth to refute. Ah! 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 A sharp, screeching roar sounded simultaneously with weeping wails, as if she understood King's mockery. The cursed energy fluctuations on Yukino's body suddenly surged, her 5 claws joining together as she swept past a black shadow, thrusting straight toward King's head. King gave the opponent a cold look. So annoying. Relying on the powerful perception brought by observation haki, King slightly tilted his head to dodge the attack. At the same time, he sidestepped, his left arm rapidly lifting to grab hold of Yukino's forearm. Whoosh! Fierce flames blossomed from King's palm, spreading from her forearm to Yukino's entire body in the blink of an eye. Taking beatings passively was definitely not King's style. After restraining her, he lifted his lower leg, covered it with armament haki, and kicked out. The sole of his shoe rushed out carrying the sound of breaking air, and Yukino instinctively raised her other arm to block in front of her. Thud! A muffled sound of flesh colliding rang out, and the astonishing impact force vented onto Yukino's body. Flames crawled up her shoulder. The body at her shoulder began to lengthen and thin, like a piece of wax softened by baking, tottering precariously. Next second, sizzle, sizzle. The body at Yukino's shoulder began to lengthen, like a piece of wax softened by baking, tottering precariously. Just as her arm was about to be torn off by King in the next second. Kuroki, holding a long blade, had taken the opportunity to rush behind King. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he thought inwardly. Yukino is my first work, and I originally didn't plan to make a second one so early. He swung his blade horizontally, a brilliant flash of blade light passing in an instant. Playing house ends here. The blade light flashed, and King's body was instantly cut in half at the waist. The core of cursed energy is in the abdomen, and a Jujutsu sorcerer cut in half at the waist will undoubtedly die. Victory and defeat are already decided. However, why didn't it feel like I struck something physical? Yukino's arm was forcibly torn off by King, and dark liquid gushed out from the severed end, splashing onto the ground. Yukino let out a shrill scream, her body leaning backward as her long hair scattered in the air. King smoothly turned around, grabbing the severed arm blazing with fierce flames in his hand and giving it a fierce fling. The flames traced a gorgeous trajectory in midair, and the severed arm whipped down like a lash, slapping heavily against Kuroki's body with a smack. Kuroki let out a muffled grunt, instantly flying backward to the side. Kuroki-kun. Seeing this, Yukino didn't even care about her own injuries, rapidly rushing toward where Kuroki was. King subsequently threw away the severed arm in his hand, a look of contemplation on his face. It's not that this Shikigami has strong defense, but rather that my attack power has decreased. Flame scorching plus kicking assistance was required just to tear off one of Yukino's arms. Given the opponent's strength of merely grade 1, this power was obviously abnormal. After careful perception, King discovered this point. For example, what was originally 100 power is now probably less than 70. The cursed technique of the Shikigami Yukino might be similar to the flip side of Utahime Iori, Iori Utahime, capable of reducing the cursed technique effects of Jujutsu sorcerers. That's not right, it's not cursed technique effects. Instead, the manipulation of cursed energy is affected, and all abilities requiring cursed energy will decline. King raised his head, looking at Yukino's constantly weeping eyes. Is it the crying sound? Kuroki landed on the ground, sliding several meters before slowly stopping. He struggled to stand up, his whole body stained with dust and ashes, and a few scrapes added to his pale face. Compared to his minor injuries, what perplexed Kuroki even more was that bizarre scene just now. What's going on? Did I slash through empty air? Yukino stood beside him, looking concerned yet at a loss. King closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation constantly welling up in his heart. There should only be one Shikigami, and the intelligence has basically been figured out. Caution is the parent of safety, unknown cursed techniques always mean potential threats. Although Nanami was watching nearby and someone would cover for him if things flipped over, that was not what King wanted to see. Now that the intelligence was basically in hand, the probing phase should also come to an end. King reopened his eyes, his gilded pupils glowing like two lanterns in the dark, and his entire body's cursed energy erupted completely without reservation. It doesn't matter. If the effect is reduced, then I'll make up for it with even more cursed energy. Seeing this, Kuroki was shocked in his heart, not expecting King to still have spare capacity. The battle continued. King gently gripped the empty air with his right hand, and a short spear condensed from flames appeared in his hand. Kuroki stretched his sore right arm and tightly gripped the katana in his hand once more. The next moment, he pushed off the ground with his feet. Man and Shikigami charged out simultaneously, their speed surprisingly almost matching. A long saber flashing with a cold glint and pitch-black sharp claws tore through the air as they aggressively charged forward. Raising his head to look at the charging Kuroki and Yukino, King lifted the short spear in his hand, exerted force from his upper arm, and fiercely hurled it out. The flash of fire traced an arc in midair, landing precisely on the path where Kuroki and Yukino were advancing. Kuroki and Yukino dodged to the side almost simultaneously, their forward charging speed not decreasing in the slightest. The flame spear nailed into the ground behind the two of them. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and a circular burst of flames illuminated the dim night. Countless rock fragments and sparks splattered in all directions. Yukino stood behind Kuroki, using her slender body to block this minor damage for him. Meanwhile, Kuroki crossed a distance of more than 10 meters to close in right before King. Wielding the katana with both hands, he delivered a downward slash straight at King's head. The blade cleaved through the air, emitting waves of whining sounds. A faint sense of crisis welled up in his heart, causing King's focus to instantly heighten. Unlike ordinary Shikigami users, Kuroki's own strength should not be underestimated either. His swordsmanship was clearly systematically trained. King took a step back as the long saber grazed past his hair strands. The cold glint flashing from the blade was reflected in his golden pupils. The moment Kuroki's long saber cleaved through empty air, Yukino behind him swung her remaining sharp claws to sweep horizontally toward King. Facing the couple's coordinated tag team assault, King's expression remained unchanged. He raised his palm toward Yukino, and a cylindrical flash of fire surged from his palm in an instant. Bang! Yukino's sharp claws crashed against the pillar of fire, and her offensive momentum was blocked. Meanwhile, Kuroki had long since spotted the opportunity and thrust out with his saber. The pillar of fire spewed forth, and the resulting recoil pushed King back a step or two, just enough to dodge the thrust. Taking advantage of the moment Yukino was pinned down, King swiftly turned his palm into a fist, twisted his body, and smashed a punch toward Kuroki. Kuroki loosened his left hand and gave a gentle pull with his right hand, retracting the long saber to block in front of him, while his other hand had already pressed onto the blade body. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and a large swath of sparks splattered. Terrifying immense force came transmitting along the blade, numbing Kuroki's arms. He took the opportunity to retreat, and Yukino, who had already broken through the pillar of fire, followed up once again. Two fists are no match for four hands. Kuroki and Yukino coordinated with extreme tacit understanding. Under their alternating attacks, King was indeed having a bit of a headache for a moment. Awoo! Yukino's wailing sound suddenly escalated, and the steeply rising pitch was enough to shatter eardrums. King subconsciously used cursed energy to strengthen his ears, only feeling a bit of tinnitus. That was secondary. An extremely intense sense of irritability and anger welled up in his heart once again. Without a doubt, this was Yukino's cursed technique at work. King gestured a pistol shape with both hands, and countless flame bullets shot out rapidly from his fingertips. The flame bullets instantly covered Kuroki like a curtain of rain. Kuroki's eyes stared closely at the incoming flame bullets, and the long saber in his hand slashed out, cutting through midair with streaks of white lines. The flame bullets were sliced open by him one by one, landing on the ground behind him. Yukino had no time to return to defense. Catching the recovery lag of King's attack, she brought a claw down with a chop. King fiercely stomped the ground, his figure leaping backward. Take care of one first. He raised both hands, his left and right index fingers gesturing the shape of a cross. Crossfire. The cross-shaped fierce flames ignited instantly, falling toward Yukino's direction with scorching high temperatures. Such a wide-range attack was unavoidable. The raging wave-like flames roared and burst open after hitting the ground. Amidst the sea of fire, Yukino's figure was completely enveloped, and her shrill screams tore through the air, resounding through the night sky. Ah! 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 Yukino! Watching Yukino entangled in the blazing flames, Kuroki shouted out subconsciously. He gripped the long saber in his hands, sweat continuously dripping down along the scabbard from his palms. After King's several waves of wide-range attacks, the temperature in the arena had now risen sharply. If an ordinary person stayed in this kind of environment, they would probably be in mortal danger within a few minutes. The air beside Kuroki suddenly distorted for a moment, and the high temperature hit him head-on. He turned his head to look, all the hair on his body standing on end, and an intense sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Almost the moment he saw King close in, Kuroki had already subconsciously raised his katana to block in front of him. Clang! Sparks splattered, blooming into miniature flames the next second under the intensification of the high temperature. Kuroki's body leaned backward, and the katana flew straight out of his hand. King raised his hand to grab the katana in midair, while simultaneously raising his thigh, swinging out his long leg wrapped in fierce flames. Kuroki's lips were dry, and the moisture in his body was not even enough to support him in the action of swallowing saliva. His body rapidly curled into a ball, while using a large amount of cursed energy to reinforce the side about to take the hit. The flames swept horizontally, creating a curtain of fire in midair. Bang! Kuroki let out a miserable scream, his figure flipping over, rolling continuously on the ground like a rolling gourd. The fierce flames tore open his defense, mercilessly igniting the black windbreaker on his body. A burnt barbecue smell permeated simultaneously, and inside the damaged windbreaker, charred flesh and skin were faintly visible. Just as Kuroki stopped the rolling trend and was about to get up. Swish! The shrill whistle had already arrived. The blade tip of the katana pierced through the air, flying straight toward him. Kuroki had no time to spare for anything else at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: to survive. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, leaping to the side. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Blood splattered, and after the long saber cut open half of Kuroki's lower leg, it thrust straight into the ground. In front of Kuroki in midair, a huge shadow suddenly cast down. King appeared on the path of his dodge. His gold-melting pupils stared closely at him, as if looking at prey that had fallen into a trap. After noticing King's gaze, Kuroki felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, sweat freezing on his face. The aura of death was continuously closing in, and he hurriedly spoke up. Take another look behind you. Amidst the sea of fire, Yukino, whose figure had shrunk by a large circle, suddenly rushed out, heading straight for the convenience store on the side. The cursed energy on her body erupted, exuding ominous black chi all over. King did not even need to look back, his observation haki had already perceived this. Self-detonation. A simple and easy to understand lure the tiger away from the mountain strategy. Without the slightest hesitation, King reached out lightning fast to clamp and hold Kuroki's neck. Kuroki let out a muffled groan, lifted in King's hand like a broken rag doll. Muscles bulged on King's arms, and he flung Kuroki toward the distant sea of fire in one sweep. The sea of fire changed, the flames instantly turning into sharp fire spikes one by one. Now, what are you going to do, Shikigami? King turned his head to look at Yukino, his eyes full of certainty. The moment she noticed her Shikigami user was in mortal danger, the Shikigami named Yukino changed direction without a single moment of hesitation. Kuroki-kun. Yukino erupted with astonishing speed, embracing Kuroki in midair with her only remaining hand in the blink of an eye, holding him tightly in her arms to protect him. The soaring flame light almost completely dispelled the darkness inside the barrier. The corners of King's mouth slightly curled up, it was completely consistent with what he had thought. Yukino's underlying logic was still putting the safety of her Shikigami user Kuroki first. Looking at this touching scene, his face showed a hint of emotion. What a pair of star-crossed lovers, but it is time for this to end. King's right fist slowly tightened, and fierce flames coiled around his arm like a python. The surrounding air was scorched by the high temperature, distorting light into rings of transparent ripples. King twisted his waist and swung his arm, throwing a punch. His entire arm instantly turned into fierce flames and expanded rapidly. Fire fist. The burning giant fist blasted out, like a falling sun. Yukino and Kuroki's figures, along with that sea of fire, were completely swallowed up by this punch. Flames burst forth, and the entire veil instantly lit up as bright as day. A deafening roar resounded, and the ground trembled violently. Amidst the vast sea of fire, a small vacuum zone appeared. Kuroki lay flat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. His originally fair face turned flushed under the scorching heat, yet no new injuries had been added to his body. The Shikigami named Yukino blocked all attacks for Kuroki at the very last moment. King walked slowly in front of Kuroki, looking down at him with a calm tone. Any last words? There was still a portion of cursed energy remaining within his body, but at this moment Kuroki only felt incomparable fatigue, and completely lost the desire to resist. He raised his right arm wrapped in white gauze, and a line of tears slowly slid down the corner of his eye. To reach this point, why am I inexplicably feeling a bit regretful? Along with the intense battle, the tightly bound white gauze became somewhat loose, and through the gaps, the gruesome burn marks inside were faintly visible. Whether it was crocodile tears or genuine regret, to King, this didn't matter. He raised his finger, aimed it at the opponent's heart, and responded to the other's question. Love is the most distorted curse, and also the sharpest blade. Kuroki closed his eyes, a trace of a relieved smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha! No matter from which aspect, I've lost to you. King smiled slightly. What is the name of the blade? As spoils of war, I will accept it. Kuroki gently turned his head aside, looking at the charred traces beside him. Forget it, I have no face to say it out loud. Then, farewell. Bang! An orange flame bullet shot out from King's fingertips, instantly piercing Kuroki's heart. Kuroki let out a muffled groan, and finally slowly closed his eyes. King stared intently at Kuroki's corpse. A few minutes later, seeing that no special changes appeared on Kuroki's body, he sighed with some disappointment. No cursed tool, huh? After a Jujutsu sorcerer dies, the curse does not necessarily disappear. In certain circumstances, the cursed technique can transform into a cursed tool and remain. After Kento Nanami died, the ratio technique transformed into a cursed tool and stayed behind. Kuroki's cursed technique potential was very strong, considered in a sense a Jujutsu sorcerer manipulation technique, or rather, human manipulation technique. Being able to transform the souls of allies or enemies into Shikigami, and still retain the cursed technique, this ability was shady beyond measure. It was stronger than Masamiki Yaga's puppet manipulation technique by more than just several fold. King shook his head, his tone carrying a trace of resentment. I painstakingly enlightened you, yet you didn't drop a cursed tool for your younger brother. Brother Kuroki, you're not being righteous here. He squatted down and pulled out the scabbard hanging at Kuroki's waist. Before King could stand up, the system's prompt tone suddenly sounded in his ear. You killed the grade 1 curse user, Kuroki, and obtained the reward, Soul Effigy Maximum, the Abyss Trial Card X1. Accept the reward or not. There's even a reward for this. Wild joy flashed in King's eyes, and his expression instantly changed, his mouth corners almost splitting back to his ears. Just this trial card alone wouldn't be enough to make him wild with joy. But the system popping up a reward at this moment meant that killing curse users was also a series quest. System, what is the definition of a curse user? Jujutsu sorcerers who have repeatedly engaged in the wanton slaughter of ordinary people will be judged as curse users. King fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, deep in thought. According to the system standards, Ryomen Sukuna, Kenjaku, Uraum, Yorizu, and the four heavenly kings of Sendai, along with various other ancient Jujutsu sorcerers, would basically all be judged as curse users. Special grades are hard to kill, and the targets we can strike at now are basically only Kenjaku. A look of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Kenjaku, who possessed the open-type domain womb profusion, was also in the top tier among special grades, incredibly difficult to kill. As for modern curse users, there were very few who could amount to anything. After Satoru Gojo was born, the forces of curse users practically collapsed without being attacked. Long ago, only 2 or 3 big cats and small kittens remained, let alone special grades, even grade 1s were considered top-tier forces. Special grades were still an unreachable enemy for King at present. He lit the cigarette in his mouth and took a leisurely puff. I can't beat special grades, but killing a few more grade 2s or grade 3s is as easy as turning over one's hand. King opened the system interface and checked the newly obtained reward. Soul Effigy Maximum, the Abyss Trial Card X1, can extract an opponent's soul and combine it with one's own cursed energy to create a Shikigami belonging to oneself. The introduction was very simple, basically almost identical to the cursed technique intelligence of Kuroki's self-detonation just now. Pretty much, Kuroki didn't drop a cursed tool, so the system made up for it, and even gave a plus-enhanced version. Maximum is the secret art of a cursed technique. In other words, besides the most powerful ultimate move of domain expansion, Kuroki himself probably hadn't mastered Maximum. King revealed a smile, pondering how to use this trial card. If used well, this trial card would be completely no less than adding another cursed technique. Sizzling sounds of water droplets evaporating rang out. The veil above had been lifted at some point. Rainwater fell, and the moment it touched the raging fire, it turned into steam and rose upward. King was slightly stunned and raised his head to look at the sky. At first, the rainwater was fine and dense like silk, not even wetting the ground. A few seconds later, the rain instantly turned violent. Bean-sized raindrops smashed down head-on. Striking the charred ground, they made a dense pattering sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sea of fire let out its final hiss, and the orange-red flames struggled frantically within the rain curtain. Water vapor soared into the sky, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in thick white mist, making vision blurry and unclear. Kento Nanami stood behind the convenience store door, looking at King standing alone in the rain without moving for a long time. He gave a soft sigh and thought to himself. No matter how mature he acts, he's still a child after all. Kento Nanami frowned. The first mission out is a mission related to a curse user. What a mess. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is a high-risk and very gloomy job. Although cursed spirits are abnormal shapes, after all, they also have biological forms, humanoid cursed spirits even more so. After killing these cursed spirits, many people would experience emotions such as fear and disgust. Let alone the fact that the one King killed was a living person. Even if the opponent was a heinous curse user, at the very moment of ending the opponent's life. The temperature of the splashing blood, the process of life fading from the pupils. These sensory memories would not automatically dissipate just because of the word, justice. Having observed the entire battle, King's strength was indeed powerful enough. His destructive power was even greater than that of his own, a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. However, what Kento Nanami felt somewhat puzzled about in his heart was this kind of educational policy that only focused on strength and didn't care about psychological construction. After that incident happened, it shouldn't happen again, right? Ding-ling. The convenience store door was pushed open. King, exuding scorching water vapor and biting a cigarette in his mouth, walked in. The cigarette in his mouth didn't go out even under the heavy rain, its orange-red sparks constantly flickering. Kento Nanami looked at the expressionless king, his lips twitching slightly. Wanting to say something but not knowing whether he should say it. He was silent for a moment, then spoke as usual. Classmate King, your grade evaluation assessment has successfully passed, congratulations. Nanami was currently wearing a dark blue shirt, and his suit was draped over the female cashier who had fainted on the ground. King turned his head sideways to look at him, nodding his chin slightly as a response. He walked forward 2 steps, leaning diagonally against the shelf, and raised his hand to gently rub his temples. Pinching the cigarette between his fingertips, King opened his mouth to spit out a puff of smoke, pondering inwardly. I wonder what grade I'll be evaluated as. At the very least it should be a grade 2. Looking at King's melancholy appearance, it further confirmed Kento Nanami's inner guess. He looked down at the female cashier lying aside, and asked with some worry. Classmate King, this girl. She just fainted, she'll wake up by herself in a moment. King's voice was very flat, and no emotion could be heard within it. I see. Kento Nanami bent down to gently pick up the girl on the ground and replied. King looked outward through the shattered glass window. A slender slit split open at the horizon, and gray-blue morning light seeped out from the crack. The rain came fast and left fast. A few remaining dark clouds were edged with a thin layer of golden border, their edges dyed a translucent orange-pink. The puddles in front of the convenience store reflected the sky, and blown by the morning wind, the dusty sky shattered into fine ripples. King casually burned out the remaining cigarette butt in his hand, then let out a huge yawn, moisture seeping from the corners of his eyes. I'm so hungry. At this time point, it's time to eat breakfast. Bzz, bzz, bzz. A continuous vibration sound came from under the pillow. King, who was sleeping soundly in bed, instinctively frowned and muttered a couple of times. That idiot is making prank calls to me again. He turned over, reached out to take his phone from under the pillow, and his fingers groped to slide towards the hang-up button. Wait. Catching a glimpse of the caller on the screen in a daze, Megumi, King opened his eyes abruptly. What was the point of calling at this hour? Without even thinking about it, it must be for help. King picked up the phone, his voice still tinged with the hoarseness of just waking up. Fushiguro, what's wrong? King, the cursed object is lost. Fushiguro Megumi's anxious voice came through the phone, and the sound of wind and hurried footsteps could be heard in the background. Teacher Gojo cannot be reached right now. After a pause, he spoke somewhat sheepishly. If you have time, could I trouble you to come over? King sat up from the bed, casually grabbed the shirt beside him and pulled it over his head. I got it, the location is Sugasawa 3rd High School in Miyagi Prefecture, right? Fushiguro Megumi let out a slow sigh of relief on the other end. Yes, I'm rushing over there now, please. Beep. The call hung up. King sat on the bed to recover for a moment, looking out the window with somewhat vacant eyes. CPU rebooting. A line of dark golden light leaked through the gap of the curtains, falling right upon his cheeks. King squinted slightly and gave a huge yawn. Really, not a single moment of peace. Ha 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 ha. Unrestrained wild laughter exploded in the air. The pink-haired teenager wearing a hoodie with black stripes on his face looked up. The sun-like dazzling light poured down from above, and the scorching rays made his skin slightly hot. Ryomen Sukuna laughed loudly, grabbed his collar with both hands and tore it outwards fiercely. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing was crisp and violent, revealing the bulging muscle lines underneath amidst flying debris. As expected, experiencing the light in person is the most exhilarating. Fushiguro Megumi, who was half kneeling on the ground with his face stained with blood, shrank his pupils upon seeing this, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. In this situation, even if King comes, it's useless. He clenched his teeth, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. What on earth was I thinking, actually dragging him into this? Fushiguro Megumi let out a long breath, forcing himself to snap that string named regret. This was not the time to think about this. His slightly trembling hands clenched into fists, palms facing each other, forming a strange hand seal. At the same time, Fushiguro Megumi's gaze suddenly became resolute. There is still one more way. As long as that cursed technique is activated, everything will end. He will drag this king of curses down with him to perish together. However, at this moment, Ryomen Sukuna suddenly stopped his wild laughter. He shook his head left and right. In the distance was a residential area immersed in the night, with continuous lights already turned on. It formed a bizarre contrast with the illuminated sky above. Sukuna was slightly stunned, realizing something was a bit off. Wait, isn't this nighttime? Why is there sunlight instead of moonlight? Fushiguro Megumi's thoughts were also interrupted at this moment, and he instinctively looked up towards the top. That is, fire. What was that, sun, in the sky? Clearly, it was an endlessly enlarging fireball. Realizing this, Fushiguro Megumi immediately stood up and prepared to retreat backwards. You are not allowed to escape. The three fluttering words fell, but were like a nail firmly pinning Fushiguro Megumi's body in place. Cold sweat slowly slipped down his temples, and he didn't even dare to move his fingers anymore. Sukuna had somehow appeared instantly beside Fushiguro Megumi. He had one hand in his pocket, with a posture as relaxed as if he were taking a walk. Sukuna looked up at the fireball falling from the sky, the corners of his mouth slowly spreading into an excited arc. Ha ha ha, an interesting fellow has arrived. Just as Sukuna was overjoyed. The hand he had in his pocket suddenly raised involuntarily, fiercely pinching his own chin. What are you doing, you guy? Give my body back to me. A completely different voice came from the same mouth. The tone was angry, urgent, and carried the stubbornness unique to a teenager. Huh. Astonishment flashed across Sukuna's face, and the small eyes under his main eyes involuntarily began to slowly close. Brat, if you don't want to die, behave yourself. Sukuna's pair of eyes slowly turned to Fushiguro Megumi beside him. Or, is this fellow's life also indifferent to you? Hearing this, Yuji, who had reoccupied dominance of the body, fell silent for a moment. Ha! Laughter mixed with disdain and complacency sounded. Sukuna, who reoccupied the body, raised his hand and waved it lightly upwards towards the fireball that was already close at hand. The invisible slash tore through the air and shot out. Next second, swish. In a flash, the huge fireball with astonishing diameter was split in two from the middle. The fireball, divided into two, slowly fell dragging long tail flames. The intense firelight dyed the sky orange-red. Sukuna squinted slightly and looked at the sky above. Where is the Jujutsu sorcerer? The exploded flames twisted under the blowing wind, and a figure slowly condensed and formed within it. King stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his figure disappeared into a residual image in the next second. Extremely subtle cursed energy fluctuations appeared, and Sukuna slightly turned his body to look to the left. The violently burning flames suddenly tilted to one side together. Thud! Thud! Deafening loud noises came, and King's figure suddenly rushed out from within. With his hands behind his back, two slender pillars of fire erupted from his palms, rushing out violently in an almost ground-hugging flight posture. The speed was so fast that the scenery behind him was drawn into blurred lines, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Sukuna. What? Sukuna's pupils shrank violently, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. King changed his posture in midair and raised his right foot to kick towards Sukuna's face. A crimson meteor flashed past, and thick smoke rose afterwards. Bang! A muffled grunt of flesh collision sounded, and Sukuna's figure seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, instantly turning into a residual image and flying backwards. Thud! 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 After continuously punching through three teaching buildings, Sukuna's figure slowly came to a halt. In the ruins, Sukuna's body weakly sank into the wall, blood slowly sliding down his forehead. King slowly lowered his raised left leg, and wisps of smoke rose from the cigarette hanging from his mouth. He turned his head and looked at Fushiguro Megumi, who was stunned and looking confused in place. Am I late, Megumi? Fushiguro Megumi stared blankly at the row of penetrated teaching buildings in the distance. His lips moved a few times before he managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. The king of curses Ryomen Sukuna was kicked flying with a single kick. The sound of gravel rolling came from deep within the distant ruins. Ryomen Sukuna pulled himself out of the wall, with an ugly expression and eyes overflowing with violence and murderous intent. Besides a streak of blood left on his face, more than half of his cheek was imprinted with a size 43 black chaotic floral footprint. The footprint extended from his cheekbone all the way to his chin. The edges were neat and the center was clear, as if someone had taken a soul and heavily stamped it against his face. Sukuna slowly raised his hand, wiped the stain on his face with his fingertips, and lowered his head to look at the dust on his fingertips. What the hell, fool Jujutsu sorcerer. I'll slaughter you. He instantly flew into a rage, and a breathtakingly massive amount of cursed energy erupted suddenly. Gravel was blown away, broken steel bars buzzed and vibrated in the airflow, and the crumbling building structure let out an unbearable moan. Whoosh! The howling gale struck, and Sukuna crossed tens of meters of distance to instantly kill in front of King. King stood in place unhurriedly with his hands in his pockets. The sharp claws sliced through the air, but suddenly hovered right in front of King. The black stripes on Sukuna's body slowly dissipated, and his body involuntarily stepped back. He raised his head again, let out a long sigh of relief, and then asked with some worry. Phew, that was close, are you alright? King chuckled, took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket and threw it to Itadori in front of him. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Yuji Itadori took the wet wipes, lowered his head to look at his disheveled appearance. He raised his head again to look at the calm fellow opposite him, whose cigarette in his mouth hadn't even gone out, and helplessly twitched the corners of his mouth. That's true, I suppose. You have successfully humiliated the King of Curses Ryomen Sukuna. You have ascended to the number 1 spot on the King of Curses Ryomen Sukuna's must-kill list. You have obtained a reward, low-interest loan opportunity X1. The system's prompt tone rang in his ears, its tone mechanical and calm. Low-interest loan opportunity X1. King looked at this strange reward and couldn't help muttering inwardly. As expected of the King of Loans, the rewards are all related to loans, 666. As for what the so-called low-interest loan actually meant, he didn't even need to ask the system. It roughly meant being able to exchange an extremely low cost as a binding vow for high returns. King thought for a moment, then began to recite silently in his heart. I will use not being able to eat breakfast for the rest of my life as a binding vow, in exchange for a 200% increase in total cursed energy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no movement at all, and King cursed inwardly. This so-called low interest isn't all that great either. I've paid such a huge price, why hasn't the heavens disbursed the loan to me yet? Just as he was pondering, Fushiguro Megumi Fushigiro's exclamation rang in his ears. King, dodge quickly. Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro looked at Yuji Itadori in front of him with a vigilant expression, the hand sign in his hands still not lowered. Curses can disguise themselves. Who this guy actually is right now, no one can say clearly. King gently flicked off the cigarette ash and stood in place without the slightest movement. It doesn't matter, that guy can't hurt me anyway. To him, who was immune to physical attacks, a slashing curse technique was practically non-existent. As long as Sukuna didn't expand his domain, he could basically be said to be in an invincible position right now. As for whether a one-finger Sukuna could open a domain, that wasn't very clear. But anyway, with Fushiguro Megumi right next to him, if worst came to worst, he could just summon Mahoraga and blow things up with Sukuna. Yuji Itadori was wiping the footprint off his face with a wet wipe. Noticing Fushiguro Megumi's vigilant appearance, he raised both hands in a surrender gesture. I'm fine, Fushiguro Megumi. Yuji Itadori glanced sideways at King, who was continuously blowing smoke rings. This must be the companion you mentioned, amazing. He exclaimed with half envy and half excitement. Manipulating flames and all that, it's too cool. Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro frowned. No matter how one looked at it, this felt like a curse trying to cozy up, attempting to dispel his vigilance through this method. Just as Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. What happened? Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro and King simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction the voice came from and spoke. Teacher Gojo. Teacher Gojo. Gojo Satoru Gojo reached out his hand toward the two of them and greeted them. Yo, it really is King. When I saw these flames, I figured it must be you. He leaned his body slightly forward, looking at King with a hint of doubt in his tone. Why are you here? King didn't speak, but instead raised his chin toward Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro beside him. Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro put down his hands, let out a huge sigh of relief, and replied at the same time. I called him over to help. Is that so? Satoru Gojo touched his chin, then suddenly burst into a smile. Only 2 days have passed and your relationship is already this good, not bad, not bad. Afterward, he asked the two of them in a relaxed tone. So, where is the special grade cursed object? At this moment, Yuji Itadori slowly raised his hand and said somewhat timidly. Sorry, I ate that thing. King finished taking his last puff of smoke and squinted his eyes comfortably. In short, it's like becoming the Jinchuriki of that so-called special grade cursed object, right? It seems controllable. With this vivid and graphic description, Satoru Gojo grasped King's meaning almost instantly. Jinchuriki. Sukurama. Ha ha ha, interesting. He walked up in 2 or 3 steps, sizing up Yuji Itadori with a curious expression. Yuji Itadori stood in place, his face flushing slightly. Mainly because Satoru Gojo was leaning in far too close, having a face shoved right up against him was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Pointing to the footprint still uncleansed on Itadori's face, Satoru Gojo turned his head to look at King. Could this footprint be your masterpiece as well? The corners of King's mouth curved up into an arc. Of course. That cursed object was mad to death, making a fuss and clamoring to kill me. Being kicked hard right in the face, this was probably a supreme humiliation Sukuna had never suffered in 1,000 years, right? This was only a 1-finger Sukuna. If it were changed to a 3-finger or 4-finger one, King wouldn't dare act so presumptuously. After all, doing so would easily get him chopped into mincemeat by malevolent shrine. That aside, King wasn't scared of Sukuna in the slightest. Are you kidding me? Can someone who is cheating possibly be afraid of some local genius native like you? Once he opened his domain, he definitely had to fiercely contest firepower with Sukuna and see who could elbow past whom. King turned his head to look at Yuji Itadori with a playful look on his face. The moment it launched an attack, it lost control of the body, and didn't even get to touch me. It must be burning with rage right now tilde. As everyone knows, Itadori and Sukuna's senses are interconnected, and Sukuna undoubtedly heard this mockery as well. The pity was that he had 0 ways to deal with it right now, and could only silently overheat by himself, cosplaying a fiery hot pepper. Is it really alright to provoke him like this? Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise entering his eyes as he looked at King. Should this be called newborn calves not fearing tigers, or simply a reckless greenhorn who didn't understand the situation? Right, you probably don't know. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers, as if suddenly realizing something, and began earnestly fulfilling a teacher's duty of popular science. That special grade cursed object is not some piece of junk picked up from the roadside. That is one of the fingers of the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. Speaking up to this point, Satoru Gojo suddenly lowered his body, bringing his face close to King. His tone also abruptly deepened, attempting to create a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Ryomen Sukuna, you see, was the strongest from 1,000 years ago during the golden age of Jujutsu. He is a super strong, super brutal, super terrifying, legendary existence, you know. He deliberately bit down hard on the word, super, waiting to see the silver-haired youth in front of him show even a tiny bit of negative emotion. Yuji Itadori blinked, looked down at his own stomach, and said with some disbelief. That guy, is he really that awesome? King casually burned away the cigarette butt in his hand, and the ashes drifted into the air. He turned his head and looked straight at Satoru Gojo, asking a question Satoru Gojo completely did not expect. Compared to teacher Gojo, who is stronger? Satoru Gojo was stunned for a moment, then straightened his body, put one hand in his pocket, and casually waved the other hand. His tone instantly switched from the horror story channel to daily casual chat. That guy Sukuna, if he reclaims all his power, might be a bit troublesome. He paused, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, and confidently stated the answer to this question. But without a doubt, I am stronger. King heard these words and nodded. This was neither flattery nor agreement, but rather a matter of course feeling of, if that's the case, then there's no problem. Isn't that it? Sukuna, who can't compare to teacher Gojo. He paused, lifting his eyes to quietly look at Gojo Satoru in front of him. He is just a goal I will surpass sooner or later, nothing to be afraid of. Gojo Satoru looked at King, a trace of light flashing through his azure eyes. Quite arrogant, King. He wore a genuine smile, reached out, and gently patted King on the head twice. However, I quite like it. King took a step back and straightened his flattened hair. Don't pat my head, I'm no kid. Ha ha ha, saying that just proves you're still a kid after all. With a smug laugh, Gojo Satoru strode over in front of Yuji Itadori. He brought his slender fingers together and gently tapped them against Yuji Itadori's forehead. Yuji Itadori rolled his eyes. After lasting less than 0.25 seconds, he fell unconscious, his body involuntarily pitching forward. Gojo Satoru reached out with both hands to catch the falling Yuji Itadori. Suddenly remembering something, he turned his head to look at King standing nearby. Right, King, how did the task assigned to you turn out? King yawned, boredly grinding the soles of his shoes against the ground. I was busy until the early hours of the morning, it was done long ago. He raised his head to look at Gojo Satoru, a hint of confusion in his tone. What's wrong, didn't Nanami tell you? After the task was finished, it was around dawn. King was quite curious if Nanami had worked overtime to rush through work reports and the like. Gojo Satoru hoisted Yuji Itadori onto his shoulder and waved a hand. Too busy, I don't have time to read lengthy reports. Megumi Fushiguro looked at Gojo Satoru, his tone carrying a trace of cautious probing. Teacher Gojo, Itadori, how will he be dealt with? Gojo Satoru stretched out his free hand and tapped into the empty air toward Itadori. As King said, he is a vessel. He glanced sideways at Megumi Fushiguro, asking calmly in return. You know the fate of a vessel, right? Megumi Fushiguro lowered his head in silence for a moment, then raised it with a serious expression. Even if he is a vessel, according to Jujutsu rules he should be executed, but I don't want him to die. The corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth curved up slightly. Instead of answering Megumi Fushiguro immediately, he looked at King. And what about King? King had just pulled a cigarette out of his cigarette case and put it in his mouth. Hearing Gojo Satoru's question, he paused, then spoke indistinctly with the cigarette clenched in his teeth. I don't know anything about Jujutsu rules and stuff. Hearing this, Megumi Fushiguro immediately shot a look at King. King glanced at Megumi Fushiguro with a nonchalant look. However, since Megumi says so, let's keep him. Megumi Fushiguro let out a long sigh, his suspended heart finally settling down. Gojo Satoru smiled and gave the two of them a thumbs up. Is that so? Since my cute students are in agreement, I'll figure something out. With that, he raised his head to look at the distant, tattered school building with flames still flickering around it. Megumi, no. Subconsciously preparing to order Megumi to do miscellaneous chores, Gojo Satoru suddenly changed his mind after seeing the other's disheveled state. You're injured, never mind then. King, call the assistant supervisor and have them come over to clean up the mess. King took the unlit cigarette from his mouth and stuffed it back into the cigarette case. He fished his phone out of his pocket, let out a soft sigh, and inexplicably felt like he was shouldering work that didn't belong to him. Dialing the assistant supervisor, King turned on speakerphone. Moshi Moshi, Aijichi, Miyagi Prefecture Sugasawa 3rd High School, bring more people, come quickly. The other end of the phone fell silent for 2 seconds. This information was simply too concise. Is that King? I understand. Without any intention of pleasantries or formalities, King tapped his finger and directly hung up the phone. He glanced at Gojo Satoru, who was carrying Yuji Itadori on his back, a hint of teasing in his tone. Say, Teacher Gojo, do you plan to carry this guy on your back until Aijichi arrives? Gojo Satoru tilted his head, as if he had just realized he was still carrying someone on his shoulder. He flashed King a brilliant smile that was somewhat punchable. Of course not, I'm leaving first. As he spoke, he waved to King and Megumi Fushiguro, his actions as casual as saying goodbye after school. You two wait slowly for Aijichi, bye-bye. Before his voice even faded, Gojo Satoru's figure instantly turned into an afterimage, vanishing from view along with Yuji Itadori on his shoulder. King was silent for a long time before suddenly understanding Megumi Fushigiro's usual feelings. As a teacher, shouldn't he stay with the students until the assistant supervisor arrives so they can all return to Tokyo Jujutsu High together? Running off by himself first, is that right? Having rushed over right after waking up, his throat was dry, and thinking about having to stay here for half a day, he quietly moved 2 steps to the side. Megumi, I remember I seemed to have forgotten to lock my door when I went out, I'm leaving first. Megumi Fushiguro looked at King's back expressionlessly, his face covered in dried bloodstains. If you want to run, just say it, I don't mind. He closed his eyes helplessly, unable to stop himself from complaining. What thief would dare go to the Tokyo Jujutsu High dorms to steal things? Besides, you've only lived there for a day, is there anything for anyone to steal? King gave a dry laugh, fished a pack of wet wipes out of his pocket again, and handed it to Megumi Fushiguro. Just kidding, wipe yourself off. Megumi Fushiguro took the wet wipes, looking somewhat puzzled. Why do you carry so many wet wipes on you? He clearly remembered that King had just given Itadori a pack. King squatted on the ground, looking at the distant ruins. Bought them on the way by, felt like you might get hurt. Megumi Fushiguro fell silent, truly unable to understand King's train of thought. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help asking in return. Shouldn't you be buying bandages or tourniquets or something? King rubbed his hair and rolled his eyes at Megumi Fushiguro impatiently. Aiya, are you a walking book of whys, with so many questions? Carrying those is such a hassle, besides I don't know how to use them. Anyway you won't die, just go back to Tokyo Jujutsu High and have Shoko fix you up. Thanks. After whispering a word of thanks, Megumi Fushiguro didn't speak anymore. Having something is better than nothing. He silently took out a wet wipe to wipe away the blood stains on his face. Supporting his chin with his hand, King had a hint of teasing in his eyes. Say, Megumi, what grade of cursed spirit did you encounter to end up like this? I remember you're a grade 2 sorcerer, right? Did you encounter a grade 1? Megumi Fushiguro's movements paused slightly, then he pretended not to hear and continued wiping his face. Not talking, is it really special grade? Hearing this, Megumi Fushiguro's lips trembled. He couldn't possibly say he was almost solo killed by a grade 2 cursed spirit, right? He turned his head away and said in a low voice. I don't know. 2 days later, Jujutsu High Dormitory. Sunlight slanted in through the half-open French window, drawing a straight line on the floor and dividing the room into 2 halves of light and dark. Tiny dust particles floated at the edge of the sunlight, spinning leisurely. On the wooden wall beside the computer desk, a set of black sword racks was embedded, firmly nailed into the wall with expansion screws. A slender katana lay horizontally on the rack, its scabbard pitch black with a matte texture, looking completely ordinary. The only eye-catching thing was a section of white gauze wrapped near the hilt. The end of the gauze hung down, occasionally fluttered by the wind that mistakenly entered the room. After King confiscated this sword from Haimu, he specially bought a stand and hung it on the dormitory wall for display. Casually taking the katana off the rack, he gripped the hilt and slowly drew it out. The bright blade reflected King's cheeks. There were a few tiny notches on the edge. Under the projection of the sunlight, a dense jagged shadow was reflected on his face. After all, this was a second-hand sword, and some wear and tear was normal. King personally had no experience using a katana, or rather, he probably had no experience fighting with any kind of blade. Logically speaking, an inch longer means an inch stronger, and using a weapon is definitely stronger than being unarmed. But for King, this reasoning didn't quite apply. A body capable of elementalization destined his fighting style to be extremely flexible and versatile. Compared to a physical body that could freely change its form, swords became inconvenient items in battle instead. Coupled with his lack of sword foundations, the learning cost was also quite high. This sword was destined to be nothing more than a toy for bullying weaklings or a decoration for the room in King's eyes. However, as the saying goes, brute force can overcome any obstacle, and his strength happened to be quite considerable. Placing the longsword horizontally in front of him, King slowly let out a breath. A rich blackness spread from his palm along the hilt and gradually onto the blade. In no time, the bright blade had turned pitch black. After long-term tempering of the blade using armament hockey, The blade could be completely turned black, forging a black blade. King struck a pose, swung the longsword, and began to practice in the room. Although he didn't plan to invest too much into this, who didn't have a swordsman dream in their heart? He'd just play with it for a bit of freshness first. There were very few people in Jujutsu High who used swords, probably only Yuta Okatsu, Kusakabe, Maki Zenin, and Kasumi Miwa. The longsword slashed through the air, making bursts of whimpering sounds. Just as King was having a blast playing with it. Knock, knock, knock. A short burst of knocking sounded, pulling his thoughts back. Sheathing the longsword and casually tossing it onto the bed, King walked to the door in 2 or 3 steps. With his fingers resting on the doorknob, he pulled the door open with a click. Megumi Fushiguro's deadpan face covered with gauze and band-aids appeared in his field of vision. His left hand was tucked in his pants pocket, and his right hand held a white paper bag. King looked at the medical supplies on Megumi Fushiguro's face, raised an eyebrow, and said somewhat surprised. Megumi, aren't your injuries healed yet? Megumi Fushiguro glanced at King's completely healed arms, sighed, and couldn't help muttering. Not everyone has a perverted self-healing ability like you. King turned sideways and tilted his head towards the room. Come in and sit. Megumi Fushiguro stood at the door, his gaze sweeping past King's shoulder into the room, but his sight quickly pulled back. Forget it. He lifted the bag in his hand and handed it out in front of King. This is the Jujutsu High uniform teacher Gojo asked me to pass to you. The paper friction made a slight rustling sound, and inside were neatly folded dark uniforms. That was pretty fast, I wonder what it'll be like. King showed a look of expectant smile, reaching out to take the paper bag. He took out the clothes placed on the upper layer of the paper bag, and casually put the paper bag on the side shelf. Shaking it open, it was an open front jacket with a short, wide design and only 2 buttons at the neckline. There was an slanted pocket on each side, with clean and neat tailoring. Being right inside the dorm, King was bare-chested and wearing nothing else. He put on the jacket, swung his arms to feel the fit of the clothes. It fits pretty well, and this style is quite convenient. Not bad, not bad. He shoved his hands into pockets on both sides, pressed down his shoulders, and looked at Megumi Fushiguro. How is it, Megumi? Megumi Fushiguro withdrew his gaze from outside the window, glanced at King wearing the uniform, and nodded. It suits you very well. He paused, his gaze lingering on the large area of well-defined 8-pack muscles exposed by King. Still, you should wear an undershirt or something inside. Otherwise, going out dressed like this will definitely get you surrounded and stared at. King looked down at his open neckline. Is it that exaggerated? Without any intention to continue this topic, Megumi Fushiguro stuffed his hands in his pockets and raised his dark blue eyes to look at King. By the way, Teacher Gojo and I are going to Sendai this afternoon to pick up Yuji Itadori. Are you going? King still had his hands in his pockets, his fingers tapping twice beneath the fabric, and shook his head. No, I have some things to deal with and I'm temporarily busy. Megumi Fushiguro didn't press further either. After giving a hum, he turned and walked toward the other side of the corridor, raising his hand with his back turned. Watching Megumi Fushiguro walk away, King took out the uniform pants from the bag on the side and looked at them. Compared to the custom-made jacket, the pants were quite ordinary. It was a very normal straight-leg pant style, similar to the kind Satoru Gojo wore. King leaned against the door frame, looking out the window with a thoughtful look. Teasing Sukuna earlier had earned him a low-interest loan opportunity. Wondering if he could get similar rewards in the future, this opportunity had to be used well. Regarding knowledge about bindings, he originally wanted to ask Satoru Gojo for advice. But after thinking about it, given the other party's terrifying strength, the only binding they had ever made in their life was probably just revealing their curse technique. Even this binding wasn't voluntarily made by them personally. It was just because the Raikugan, Six Eyes and Limitless had been passed down for so long, and any properly trained Jujutsu sorcerer knew the relevant intelligence. Therefore, the conditions for the establishment of the binding were passively met. Pulling out his phone from his pants pocket, King opened his contacts and lightly slid his fingertips across the screen. The contact list was rather empty, currently having only 4. They were Teacher Gojo, Laohui, Aijichi, Mr. Nanami. His fingertips lingered on Mr. Nanami's column, and he muttered softly. Binding. Creak. Hearing the commotion from the next room, Megumi Fushiguro pushed open his door and walked out. Noticing this slight movement, Yuji Itadori immediately poked his head out from behind the door and said with a smile. Oh. Fushiguro, you really look much more energetic this time. Megumi Fushiguro was wearing a loose black long-sleeved shirt, scratching the back of his head with a troubled expression. There are so many empty rooms, why did you have to arrange for all of us to be together? Gojo Satoru was taken aback for a moment, then expressed some puzzlement. What's wrong? Companions living together can better foster bonds. I feel like the bond between you and King is progressing very quickly. Isn't that because of this? Hearing this phrasing from Gojo Satoru, Megumi Fushiguro slightly furrowed his brows, feeling a wave of chill. Don't use such weird phrasing. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping past King's room. Besides, it has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Yuji Itadori turned back to take a look, his tone carrying a hint of pleasant surprise. King lives here too. Could it be the room right next to mine? Gojo Satoru snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. Bingo. Is he not here? He looked at the tightly closed door, tilted his head slightly, his tone tinged with teasing. Or is he still sleeping in until now tilde? Megumi Fushiguro took out his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time displayed on it. He went out in the morning and should be back soon. Anyway, it's basically this time every day. Gojo Satoru raised a hand to stroke his chin, turning his head to glance at Megumi Fushiguro. You're observing quite carefully, noticing details like this. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yuji Itadori belatedly realized something and spoke with an astonished look. Come to think of it, is King also a newly enrolled first-year student just like me? Gojo Satoru nodded his chin. Just less than a week earlier than you. Yuji Itadori drew out a long note, a sudden realization showing on his face. So that's how it is. When I heard Fushiguro mention it before, I thought he was some senior. King was 3 years older than Megumi and Yuji, so it was normal for him to look a bit more mature. Gojo Satoru had one hand in his pocket, his lips curving up slightly. King, indeed has that kind of vibe. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. I heard my name from far away. King walked out from the corner, still carrying a plastic bag in his hand. What are you guys gathering here for? As soon as Yuji Itadori saw him, he raised his arm high and waved it forcefully twice. Yo! Long time no see. King chuckled softly and gave a slight wave in response. Long time no see, welcome to enrollment. Yuji Itadori revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you, my name is Yuji Itadori. Although it's not quite our first meeting, please take care of me. King, you know that, right? King nodded, casually taking a can of cola from the plastic bag and tossing it toward the other person. Catch. The aluminum can, bearing beads of condensation, traced an arc and quickly fell. Yuji Itadori was stunned for a moment, instinctively raising one hand to precisely catch the incoming cola. Walking up in front of the group, King took out another can of cola and handed it to Gojo Satoru, who was watching the scene with a smile. Teacher Gojo, please enjoy. With 4 fingers pinching the mouth of the can and his index finger familiarly popping open the pull tab, Gojo Satoru smiled and replied. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Hiss. The refreshing sound of the soda being unsealed rang out. King held a can of Sprite and handed it towards Megumi at the side. Megumi. Megumi Fushiguro leaned against the wall, gently shook his head, and politely declined. Forget it, I don't really like drinking things that are too sweet. Thanks. King raised an eyebrow, holding the drink in his hand, and asked with amusement in return. You don't like sweet drinks, so you must like bitter ones. Before Megumi Fushiguro could respond, King had already tossed the entire bag to him. There's coffee inside. Although it's a latte, it shouldn't be too sweet, right? Just before the bag was about to drop to the ground, Megumi Fushiguro hurriedly reached out his hand to stop its descent. This works. The bag in his hand felt heavy. He lowered his head to look at the colorful aluminum cans inside and couldn't help asking. By the way, why are you buying so many drinks all by yourself? King opened the Sprite, tilted his head back, and took a gulp. If I want to drink something, running back and forth to the vending machine is a hassle. Besides, there's a refrigerator in the dorm. I like filling it up with food and drinks. Using Limitless to make the cola can levitate midair, Gojo Satoru clapped his hands. Ah, alright, let's talk about some serious business. After attracting everyone's attention, he spread his hands toward King, his tone rising. Congratulations, classmate King, on becoming a grade 2 sorcerer in less than a week of enrollment. Following Gojo Satoru's announcement, a crisp system prompt also rang out in King's mind. You have become a 4th, 3rd grade 2 sorcerer, obtaining cumulative rewards, cursed energy total amount plus 75%. Claim reward. Yes, no. No. Although he didn't know what grade 2 represented. Yuji Itadori also went along with the atmosphere created by Gojo Satoru and clapped vigorously. Megumi Fushiguro held the bag with a normal expression, though a hint of a smile faintly lingered at the corners of his mouth. Given King's strength, starting at grade 2 wasn't an exaggeration either. Congratulations, congratulations. After finishing his congratulatory words, Yuji Itadori quietly leaned into Gojo Satoru's ear and asked in a low voice. By the way, Teacher Gojo, what on earth does this mean? Looking at this scene, King lowered his head and couldn't stop laughing, thinking to himself. He doesn't even know what it is, yet he's playing along like this. Hajihiko, you guy. Gojo Satoru clearly shared the same thought, smiling as he patted Yuji Itadori's shoulder. Jujutsu sorcerers are divided into 5 grades in total: 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and special. The smaller the number, the stronger the strength. As for grade 2, he tilted his head to glance at King. It's already the level where one can independently handle most tasks. Yuji Itadori nodded repeatedly and followed up with a slightly curious question. Then what grade is Teacher Gojo? Gojo Satoru picked up the cola can levitating nearby and gently shook it. Me. Naturally, special grade. As he spoke, he took out a white card from his pants pocket and handed it to King. The card was rigid with rounded corners, and its surface was covered with a matte film, about the size of a bank card. King took the card and flipped it to the front. It was a student ID card. Printed on it was his headshot, where he was tilting his head slightly with a bland expression. Below were listed information such as student ID number, name, and date of birth in order. King flipped the card back and forth to look at it twice, his thumb brushing over the edge of the card, and muttered softly under his breath. Only grade 2. Gojo Satoru took a sip of cola, the rim of the can resting against his lower lip, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Grade 1 isn't something you can get promoted to just like that. Work hard, young man. Yuji Itadori glanced at Megumi Fushiguro and asked casually. By the way, what grade is Fushiguro? Megumi Fushiguro didn't think too much about it and replied casually. I'm also grade 2. Yuji Itadori's mouth formed an O shape, and he let out a meaningful O. Gojo Satoru held up 2 fingers in front of him and loudly announced. There's a second matter. Tomorrow we depart to pick up the 4th first-year student. Yuji Itadori touched his neck and teased with a smile. Is it school admission season recently? Out of 4 students in total, nearly 3 of them are all newcomers. Tokyo, in front of Harajuku Station. The area in front of the station was packed with people, the sounds of conversation and laughter mingling with the roar of traffic from the roadside. Trendy boutiques and all kinds of dessert stalls could be seen everywhere along the street. Almost everywhere the eye could see were vibrant, energetic young people. King leaned against the roadside railing, his right foot resting in front of his left, standing in a relaxed manner. He lowered his head, toying with the cigarette pack in his hand, his thumb pushing open the lid and closing it again. The aluminum foil made a faint rustling sound under the pads of his fingers, and after repeating it several times, he still hadn't pulled out a single cigarette. Smoking is prohibited in public places in Japan, and violators will be fined. Is there a smoking area nearby? King asked lazily, without even raising his head. Fushiguro Megumi stood beside him, hands shoved into his pants pockets, gazing straight ahead at the surging crowd of people. I don't know, no high schooler would pay attention to a place like that, right? King squeezed the cigarette pack and put it back into his pocket. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, saying with a world-weary expression. That's the one thing about crowds, it's so annoying. It's still better at Tokyo Jujutsu High. There are hardly any people, and nobody cares if you smoke casually. In fact, King wasn't that addicted to smoking, he was simply too bored. Coupled with the fact that he didn't like waiting for people, he felt that time passed agonizingly and slowly. Yuji Itadori pulled out the popsicle he had been holding in his mouth and turned his head to look at King beside him. King, I remember you're still a minor, right? Is it really okay for you to smoke? King glanced sideways at Itadori, the corners of his mouth curving up unconsciously. He thought to himself, as a high schooler who loves playing pachinko, do you really have the room to talk to a smoker like me? I'm merely breaking a rule, but you're committing a crime. What, are you like Fushiguro, a good little boy too? Given a meaningful look by King, Yuji Itadori inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. What was that about? Of course not. He gave an awkward laugh, turned his head, and went back to eating his popsicle. Satoru Gojo had one hand shoved in his jacket pocket, while holding a bag filled with desserts in that same hand. He waved at the few people waiting by the roadside. Kept you waiting. Landing his gaze on King and Itadori, who were wearing their new uniforms, Satoru Gojo looked the two over from top to bottom. The uniforms got finished just in time, huh? Sitting on the railing with his legs crossed, Yuji Itadori said with a smile. Yeah, it fits great, and I really like this hood too. Following Fushiguro's suggestion today, King had added a tight black vest under his school uniform. However, even so, he still drew quite a bit of attention along the way. He raised his head to look at Satoru Gojo, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Everyone's uniform is different, customized modifications, this must have been Teacher Gojo's idea, right? Satoru Gojo revealed a slight smile, gesturing in midair with his hand. You guessed it. Young people ought to have a bit of individuality. Even though they're school uniforms, having them all look the same is just too boring. As he spoke, he took a step closer to King, tilted his head, and lowered his tone slightly. Speaking of which, I have some interesting news to tell you. Oh. King was slightly stunned, making a curious sound. Satoru Gojo didn't rush to speak. Instead, he turned to glance at Fushiguro Megumi before letting his gaze fall back onto King's face. When I first saw that fire-cursed technique of yours, I felt it looked a bit familiar. He lowered his eyes, as if recalling something. In the entire Jujutsu world, the only one who possesses a fire-related curse technique is Zenin Ogi from the Zenin family. Zenin Ogi's cursed technique, Jobi no Kyu. Simply put, it's starting fires. He once used flames to replace a broken blade to slash Maki Zenin. Similar abilities, and their moves also have commonalities. I just feel it's not entirely a coincidence. Satoru Gojo raised his head, looking straight at King. So afterwards, I had someone investigate your family background. My identity was arranged by the system. What kind of peculiarities could that thing possibly have? King's lips twitched slightly. And the result? Satoru Gojo grinned at him, looking like someone eager to watch a big spectacle. As expected, you carry the bloodline of the Zenin family. He paused for a moment and raised one hand. Pointing at King from afar, he then shifted his finger to point at Fushiguro Megumi beside him, his tone suddenly rising. Meaning that you and Megumi are relatives. The air fell silent for about 2 seconds. Yuji Itadori, eating the popsicle in his mouth, shifted his gaze back and forth between Fushiguro Megumi and King. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head to look over here, a slight frown forming between his brows. King's mouth twitched, and he almost failed to keep a straight face. Me and Megumi are relatives. For real. Of course it's real. Megumi's biological father is also someone from the Zenin family. Satoru Gojo leaned back slightly, laughing as he looked at the reactions of the three. Even though your last names are different, your bloodlines are the same. We're still checking the exact generation, but I can be certain that if you count back a few generations, the two of you definitely share the same ancestor. Fushiguro Megumi furrowed his brows deeply, his expression not looking very good. Why are you bringing this up at a time like this? He raised his head to look at Satoru Gojo, arms folded across his chest, with undisguised disgust in his tone. Getting mixed up with that decaying family is just the absolute worst. Watching Fushiguro, whose emotions had suddenly turned negative, Yuji Itadori looked at Satoru Gojo and asked curiously. What's wrong with the Zenin family? Are they that powerful? Satoru Gojo glanced at the silent king, then slowly explained. 1,000 years ago, during the Heian period, the golden age of Jujutsu. The three families that were particularly prominent in Jujutsu and have continued to this day are called the Big Three families. They are the Gojo family where I belong, the Zenin family related to Megumi and King, and the Kamo family. Pausing at this point, he raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondered for a moment, and then continued. You could say that 95% of the higher-ups in the Jujutsu world come from these three families. Can you understand that? Yuji Itadori nodded thoughtfully, understanding of the Jujutsu world +1. So amazing, huh? But seeing Fushigiro's reaction, I somehow feel that the Zenin family's reputation isn't very good. Hearing this, Satoru Gojo gave a light chuckle, his tone carrying a bit of banter and teasing. Indeed it isn't. Among the big three families, their reputation can be said to be the worst. The Zenin family has an extreme, fanatical worship of cursed energy. Family members with low cursed energy or no cursed energy at all receive severe discrimination and bullying. If they are female, add another buff to that. Their status in the family is worse than a dog's, purely like a stray on the street. King didn't have much favorable impression of the Zenin family either, what a bunch of weirdos. But weirdos aside, as one of the big three families, their influence still shouldn't be underestimated. If he had the endorsement of the Zenin family's background, promoting to grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer should be much easier. Those flaws didn't exist for him, on the contrary, they were advantages. Whether it was his cursed technique or cursed energy, he wasn't lacking at all, and could even be said to surpass 99% of the Zenin family members. Compared to personal emotional likes and dislikes, the benefits that could be brought behind the scenes were what King valued more. He raised his head to look at Satoru Gojo, his eyes flickering. Teacher's meaning is. Satoru Gojo tilted his head, a half-smile curving the corners of his mouth. It depends on your own choice. Finished speaking, he turned his head to look towards the station exit, suddenly raising his voice and waving over in that direction. Oi! Over here, over here. The three of them looked along his line of sight. A short-haired, orange-haired girl with a pink backpack, wearing the female uniform of Tokyo Jujutsu High. At this moment, she was grabbing a middle-aged corporate worker by the collar with one hand, interrogating him aggressively about something. Hearing Satoru Gojo's voice, the girl tilted her head to glance over here, gave a light hum, and let go of her hand. With a thud, the middle-aged corporate worker dropped to his knees hitting the concrete ground with a dull sound. Disregarding the excruciating pain, he scrambled up using hands and feet, crawling and tumbling as he burrowed into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared deep into the stream of people. The girl patted the non-existent dust off her hands, turned around, and walked towards the few of them unhurriedly. Clang! The locker door shut. After locking it and slipping the key into her pocket, the girl straightened up, hands on her hips, and sized up the four men in front of her. Satoru Gojo raised a hand and pointed at the girl, saying softly, "All right, introduce yourself." The girl's expression was calm, her chin tilted slightly upward, her tone carrying a natural confidence. Nobara Kugasaki. Rejoice, boys, I'm the lone flower in this group. Yuji Itadori immediately pointed his index finger at himself and stepped forward enthusiastically. I'm Yuji Itadori, from Sendai. He grinned, showing a row of teeth, acting like they were old friends. Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi Fushiguro had his hands in his pockets, he gave his name and nothing more. King. King followed suit, being as brief as if he were just clocking in. Hearing these two incredibly brief introductions, Nobara Kugasaki couldn't help but complain internally. Two arrogant jerks just giving their names to act cool. Her gaze first fell on Yuji Itadori, her mind filled with criticism. He looks so rustic. He's definitely the type of person who ate his own boogers as a kid. Her gaze moved to Megumi Fushiguro. Sea urchin head, gloomy guy. This guy is definitely the type who would set fire to a seagull covered in oil. King stood next to Megumi Fushiguro, his tight black tank top outlining his smooth, toned muscles. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were particularly striking against his open jacket. Nobara Kugasaki's gaze swept over him, and then she huffed in her mind. This gray-haired guy has a pretty good physique. But at a glance, he seems like one of those self-centered narcissists. Not interested. Feeling Nobara Kugasaki's gaze linger on him. King could probably guess what she was thinking, and it certainly wasn't anything good. He wasn't interested in women of this type. At the moment, all he wanted was to leave the busy downtown area and light up a cigarette to relax. King cracked his neck, the joints making a series of popping sounds. What's next? Hurry up, please. I'm dying for a break. Having no interest in the noisy downtown, Megumi Fushiguro also expressed a rare moment of agreement. Agreed. Satoru Gojo glanced at the united front of Megumi and King and chuckled strangely. Heh heh heh, don't be in such a rush. It's rare for all 4 first years to be together. 3 of you are from out of town, so of course, we have to go on a memorable Tokyo sightseeing tour. Nobara Kugasaki and Yuji Itadori's reaction. Megumi Fushiguro. King. Roppongi, Tokyo. Instead of the bustling shopping mall Nobara and Yuji expected, what appeared before them was an eerie, abandoned building. The walls were covered in mold, and the windows were either broken or coated in a layer of gray grime. The rusted iron gate at the entrance was half open, looking as if it had been forced out of shape by something. Megumi Fushiguro looked up, his expression calm. There's a curse. Finding the reality to be the polar opposite of their expectations, Yuji and Nobara immediately began to protest wildly. Liar. You're picking on us out-of-towners. Knowing it would end up like this, King lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Then he slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, tilting his head back and squinting his eyes with a look of pure bliss. Phew tilde tilde. This place is great. The air is fresh and there are few people. Nobara Kugasaki was originally staring at the abandoned building with a frown. As soon as she smelled the smoke, she immediately turned her head, fanned her nose twice with her hand, and her frown deepened. Hey, you. Nobara Kugasaki took half a step toward King and pointed her index finger straight at him. There's a lady here. Can you not just smoke those harmful gases whenever you want? King glanced at her, the cigarette still between his fingers, his tone nonchalant. It's fine, you won't be staying here for long anyway. Nobara's eyes widened, and she was just about to snap back. Satoru Gojo had already clapped his hands with a smile, drawing everyone's attention. King isn't wrong, but let's get down to business. He drew out his words, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Nobara and Yuji. I want to see your strength. Think of it as a practical exam. Satoru Gojo extended a finger and pointed toward the abandoned building. Nobara and Yuji, you two go and exorcise the cursed spirits in this building. Yuji Itadori froze for a second, blinked twice, and then raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. Wait, isn't it only a curse that can fight a curse? He tilted his head toward Satoru Gojo, looking a bit confused. I don't know Jujutsu, so how am I supposed to deal with them? Satoru Gojo tilted his head and looked back at Yuji Itadori. Yuji, you're essentially a curse yourself now, with cursed energy flowing through you. It's just that you don't know how to use it yet. As he spoke, he pulled a short sword from nowhere and handed it to him. This is a cursed tool, Slaughter Demon. Use it, and you can slay curses. Yuji Itadori instinctively reached out and took the cursed tool. He drew the short sword and looked it over carefully. The blade had a matte finish under the afternoon light, and the edges were ground sharp. His eyes lit up, his mouth formed an O shape, and he got excited. Oh. Nobara Kugasaki turned her head, her gaze falling on Yuji Itadori, her tone clearly full of doubt. What do you mean, this guy is a curse? Megumi Fushiguro responded expressionlessly, his hands still in his pockets. Literally. He swallowed a special grade cursed object, the finger of Ryomen Sukuna. Nobara Kugasaki was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a heartfelt exclamation. Ew. That's so unsanitary. Her tone was full of disgust, and Yuji Itadori's smile immediately froze on his face. Hey! He looked toward the source of the voice with some indignation, only to see Nobara's back as she strode away. Seeing this, Yuji Itadori had no choice but to follow, running toward the building's entrance. Just as he was about to enter, a slightly serious voice came from behind him. Yuji, one more thing. Absolutely do not let Sukuna out. Yuji Itadori looked back and nodded. Yeah, I know. His figure vanished into the building in the blink of an eye. King put out the cigarette butt in his hand, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Is it okay to let just the two of them handle it? There's still someone else inside. Within the perception of his observation Haki, besides a large amount of dark energy, there was also a very faint presence inside the building. Satoru Gojo paused and turned to look at King. Are you sure? Is this that intuition of yours again? King nodded slightly. Yeah, I can't be certain if it's too far away, but for most things right in front of me, I can tell. Megumi Fushiguro pulled his hands out of his pockets, his brow furrowing slightly. If there's a hostage. He took half a step forward, making a move to go and provide support. I can't just stand here. I'm going in too. Satoru Gojo extended a hand, blocking him with a firm but gentle touch. Megumi, you've just recovered from a serious injury. Stay put. Megumi Fushiguro opened his mouth, clearly wanting to argue. But Satoru Gojo had no intention of listening and had already turned back to look at the building. Trust them. Besides, King and I are watching. The afternoon sunlight lazily spread across the abandoned open ground. The light was cut by the shadow of the building into a sharp boundary, half bright and half dark. During the interval of waiting for Nobara Kugasaki and Yuji Itadori to complete their assessment, the three of them found a place to sit and waited quietly. They left the only somewhat comfortable stone chair to the wounded Fushiguro. Gojo Satoru sat unceremoniously on the somewhat dirty ground. Anyway, with Limitless present, his clothes definitely wouldn't get dirty, so he had no psychological burden either. King squatted on the wall next to him, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. One leg was bent and stepping on the wall, while the other leg hung down. He didn't have Limitless and didn't want to sit on the ground, and the wall was at least a bit cleaner than the ground. Gojo Satoru raised his head to look up, a trace of a smile on his face. I heard from Nanami about the previous mission, you handled it very beautifully. King removed the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke. The mist dissipated in the air, illuminated thoroughly by the sunlight. It's all right. Compared to dealing with ugly and stupid cursed spirits, dealing with curse users is much better. He twitched the corner of his mouth, raised his golden eyes, and looked at the distant clear sky. At least it looks more decent, and I won't see too many disgusting things. King raised the hand holding the cigarette. Looking through the gaps between his fingers at the sky, which appeared somewhat dim due to the obstruction of the smoke. Although it's a comparison between two cesspools, a slightly cleaner one always makes one's mood a bit better. Hearing this interesting metaphor, Gojo Satoru shook his shoulders and laughed. Haha, that's a really uncommon thought. Many people would rather fight high-level cursed spirits than fight curse users. After all, the level of intelligence of the two is completely not on the same level, and the risk of losing one's life will also increase exponentially. Hearing these words, Fushiguro Megumi's movements suddenly paused. He raised his head to look at Gojo Satoru, his brows slightly furrowed. Wait, the assessment task assigned to King previously was to deal with a curse user. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at him, and under the black blindfold, the arc of his raised eyebrows was faintly visible. Yes, and on his very first mission, he took down a grade 1 curse user. Fushiguro Megumi's gaze slowly turned to King, lingering on him for 2 seconds with a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. A grade 1 curse user is not a small figure even in the entire Jujutsu world. King finished his last puff of smoke, crushed the cigarette butt with his fingers, and spoke in a casual tone. It doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as I don't actively cancel elementalization, neither cursed spirits nor humans can hurt me at all. However, the smile on Gojo Satoru's face did not deepen because of this, instead, it faded a little. He raised one hand and pressed his fingers against the edge of his forehead, as if recalling something very distant. Jujutsu is not that simple. Gojo Satoru's voice was half a tone lower than before, carrying a rare seriousness in his tone. Cursed techniques are not omnipotent either, don't be too complacent. He lowered his hand, his gaze falling on his open palm. Doing this will result in a huge loss, I know this from deep personal experience. King knew what Gojo Satoru was talking about, his purpose in saying that sentence just now was to bring up related topics. Can Limitless also be cracked? Gojo Satoru leaned back against the wall and nodded gently. There are all kinds of cursed tools in this world, and some of them possess the ability to invalidate cursed techniques. He extended a finger. This is the first way. Immediately following that, Gojo Satoru extended a second finger. In the conventional sense of Jujutsu, there is another way to counter invincible abilities like limitless and elementalization. Consume a large amount of cursed energy, project the inherent technique into reality, use barrier techniques to form a clear boundary, and create a closed space belonging only to oneself. He opened and closed his palm. Load the cursed technique into that space to obtain the effects of sure hit and sure kill. This is the pinnacle of Jujutsu sorcerer's domain expansion. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi softly added a sentence. Jujutsu sorcerers or cursed spirits with this ability are called special grade. King fell silent for a moment, as if digesting this information. After 2 or 3 seconds, he spoke and asked. So what I lack is only domain expansion, or the ability to counter domains, right? That's how it is. You must want to ask about methods to counter domains. Gojo Satoru raised his head and glanced at him, as if seeing through his thoughts. There are 3 in total: simple domain, falling blossom emotion, and the hollow wicker basket often used by ancient Jujutsu sorcerers. Simple domain can be simply regarded as an improved version of hollow wicker basket with better performance. As for falling blossom emotion, he paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth curving into an arc. It's what was just mentioned, the secret technique passed down by the big 3 families. Fushiguro Megumi was originally just listening quietly, but when he heard the 4 words, falling blossom emotion, his expression noticeably changed. He raised his head to look at Gojo Satoru, his brows slightly raised, with a trace of surprise in his tone. The secret counter-domain strategy of the big 3 families. This is my first time hearing about it. Gojo Satoru shrugged, his tone casual. It's normal, the big 3 families each have some good stuff hidden away. Integrating this information together, King suddenly laughed. He knew how to use that low-interest loan opportunity. King lowered his head to look at Gojo Satoru, the afternoon light reflected in his golden eyes. If I acquire falling blossom emotion from the Zenin family, I can ask the teacher for guidance, right? Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head upon hearing this. If you get authorization, of course there's no problem. A nostalgic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his tone brisk. Speaking of which, although I learned it when I was a child. But after learning a domain, I haven't used it much anymore. Learning new shadow style. Simple domain has pitfalls and drains lifespan from the head of the new shadow style. After pulling out hollow wicker basket, it still requires both hands to form seals to maintain it, and besides, there are basically no channels to learn it currently. If one doesn't learn the simple domain of the new shadow style, then one can only comprehend a simple domain by oneself, and the learning cost is too high. Among the 3 methods to counter domains, falling blossom emotion is actually the optimal one. Originally, he didn't plan to learn means to counter domains so early. However, since this identity has a bit of a connection with the Zenin family, perhaps he could pay some price to exchange for falling blossom emotion from Zenin. As for why he wouldn't learn from Gojo Satoru, such an important secret technique as falling blossom emotion would definitely establish a binding vow prohibiting external transmission. Even Gojo Satoru cannot escape this convention. After all, this is not his personal technique, but comes from the Gojo family behind him. Crash. The crisp sound of shattering glass stopped the conversation among the 3. Ripples appeared on the mottled wall, and the next second, a huge black shadow abruptly rushed out of the building. Hearing the sound, all 3 raised their heads to look up. Fushiguro Megumi suddenly stood up, raised his hands to form seals, and prepared to take action immediately. I'll go take it down. Sitting on the ground, Gojo Satoru called him to a halt. Wait. This was the second time today Gojo Satoru stopped Fushiguro. This Fushiguro is quite hot-headed, truly worthy of being the legendary self-destruct king who just fights when in doubt. King also had no intention of making a move at all, just silently watching this scene. Next, according to the plot development. Next, this weak cursed spirit, at most grade 3, would be taken down by Nobara using straw doll technique. Noticing that this cursed spirit had complete limbs and no missing parts on its body, he slightly frowned. The cursed spirit waved its short and thin limbs shakingly in midair, and then, captured by gravity, fell straight toward the direction where King was. It seemed some small accident had occurred. King stood up quickly, swirling currents of flame wrapping around his arms. The orange-red firelight traced twisting lines in midair. He raised one finger, pointing at the cursed spirit in midair, the flames condensing into the shape of an arrowhead at his fingertip. His other hand gently pinched the tail of the flame, mimicking the motion of drawing a bow. The flowing flaming arrow shot out suddenly like a red lotus. Whoosh! Sensing the impending crisis, the cursed spirit twisted its body, attempting to evade, the orange firelight reflecting in its eyes. In the next second, a huge cavity exploded open on the cursed spirit's bloated body. The tattered body instantly turned to ash and dissipated under the high temperature. The flaming arrow, its momentum undiminished, slammed heavily into the outer wall of the abandoned building. Boom! The building shook violently, and the glass around the impact point shattered instantly under the shockwave. It fell into the interior with a clatter. Watching this scene, King scratched his bangs with a look of slight helplessness. This cursed spirit was too weak. I thought this power was small enough. Itadori leaned more than half his body out of the window above, his eyes shining as he watched the scene. Flaming arrow. That's so cool. Nobara Kugasaki also noticed the firelight from earlier, frowned, and pondered inwardly. Is this guy's ability to control fire? This cursed technique really suits the smoker. After the last cursed spirit in the building was exorcised. Soon, Nobara Kugasaki and Itadori Yuji walked out from the building entrance. Nobara Kugasaki was holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old boy with her right hand. The boy's clothes were stained with some dust, and there were a few black marks on his face. However, he didn't look injured, just clutching Nobara Kugasaki's hand tightly. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin with one hand, his gaze sweeping over them, looking troubled. How should I count this? One cursed spirit was exorcised by King. He tilted his head, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath the black blindfold. Should I count you all as failed or passed? Itadori Yuji scratched the back of his head and gave a dry laugh, his voice clearly lacking confidence. Ah, there was a tiny little accident. Nobara Kugasaki lowered her head, subconsciously pursing her lips. There was no defending the fact that they had let a cursed spirit escape. Seeing the older sister who was holding his hand make such an expression. The boy let go of Nobara Kugasaki's hand, took a step forward, and stood in front of Gojo Satoru, his height not even reaching Gojo Satoru's thigh. He looked up, pressed his hands together in front of him, and pleaded loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Mister, please let my sister and brother pass, I beg you. Upon hearing, Mr. Gojo Satoru instantly turned to stone, the usually composed smile on his face freezing. Fushiguro Megumi pursed his lips, then turned around, looked up at the sky, and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. Hearing Gojo Satoru being called, Mr. King couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Itadori Yuji also opened his mouth wide, looking between Gojo Satoru and the little boy, his face turning red from holding back laughter. Gojo Satoru snapped back to reality, leaned forward slightly, pointed at himself, and raised his voice by more than an octave. Ah. Don't call me mister. You should call me big brother. I'm clearly at the age of a big brother, right? The boy was startled by his sudden outburst and took half a step back. He blinked twice and said in a low voice. But, you're wearing a black blindfold, you look like a blind mister. Gojo Satoru took a step back, clutching his chest as if he had been stabbed. There was even a follow-up attack. Itadori Yuji and Nobara Kugasaki couldn't hold it in anymore and bent over, laughing while leaning against the wall. Ha 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 ha. Veins popped out on Gojo Satoru's forehead, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. This brat. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and barely managed to regain his composure. Then, Gojo Satoru changed the subject, forcefully steering the conversation back to business from the previous accusation. Forget it, since the hostage isn't hurt. You pass. Itadori Yuji straightened up abruptly, his eyes shining. Really? Really? Gojo Satoru gave him a thumbs up. Although the process was bumpy, the result is fine. Nobara Kugasaki finally looked up, her shoulders visibly slumping as she let out a sigh of relief. She looked down at the boy beside her, reached out to pat his head, and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you home." The boy nodded, then secretly looked back at Gojo Satoru and whispered, "Thank you, big brother." Gojo Satoru looked at him and sighed imperceptibly. Kids are like this, both annoying and likable. Itadori, Nobara Kugasaki, and King went to find a place to rest because they had put in effort on the mission. The task of taking the little boy home was left to Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Megumi. The sunset dyed the brick walls of the alley a warm, glowing orange-red. Their shadows were stretched long, cast one after another on the ground. After safely escorting the little boy home, Gojo Satoru lowered the hand he had been waving goodbye with and turned to look at Fushiguro Megumi. He spoke, his voice lower than before. "Megumi, you asked me before why I mentioned King's lineage. You understand now, right?" Fushiguro Megumi recalled King's reaction to the Zenin family just now and nodded, half understanding. Gojo Satoru looked at the sunset on the horizon, the twilight dyeing half the sky in varying shades of orange-red. He is different from you, he is a pragmatic opportunist, and his desire to become stronger is much greater than yours. His mind is very flexible. In order to become stronger, he wouldn't hesitate to make some trade-offs. Fushiguro Megumi frowned, his hands in his pockets moving slightly. The Zenin family isn't that easy to fool, right? Even with bloodline, it wouldn't be that simple to get their secret techniques. Gojo Satoru tilted his head to look at Fushiguro Megumi beside him, a slight smile on his lips. Of course not, but Megumi, you underestimate the potential King has. In terms of performance, his cursed technique is completely on par with Limitless and Ten Shadows. His profile, illuminated by the twilight, showed no expression, his tone slow and steady. With the Zenin family's style, they would never let go of a clansman with a powerful cursed technique and potential. Not to mention having the bloodline, even without it, they would accept any powerful Jujutsu sorcerer joining the family through marriage. Fushiguro Megumi lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Gojo Satoru adjusted his blindfold, the azure eyes beneath it flashing with an unusually calm luster. How King handles the Zenin family is his own business. He is completely different from you, Itadori, and even Nobara. Teaching according to aptitude is my duty as a teacher. Although he didn't usually show the composure and sense of responsibility expected of a teacher, he knew clearly in his heart that every student was different. Jujutsu sorcerers are not assembly line products that can be mass-produced, everyone's situation is different. Given the personality and strength King has shown, providing appropriate assistance and then letting him be is the best approach. Gojo Satoru tapped his temple, his tone rising, indistinguishable whether it was teasing or praise. To be able to take the opponent's life without hesitation on his first mission, King, is quite crazy. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is not a profession for normal people, his personality is the kind that can truly reach the top. Turning around to face Fushiguro Megumi, he looked down at the boy below. Megumi, you were eager to jump in both times, you underestimate Itadori and Nobara too much. The result shows that even without your help, they ensured the safety of the hostage. The topic suddenly shifted to himself, and Fushiguro Megumi looked up, puzzled, waiting for what the other would say next. Gojo Satoru raised his finger and pointed at Fushiguro, his serious gaze palpable even through the blindfold. I don't know whether to say you're too responsible or too complacent, try trusting your companions sometimes. Fushiguro Megumi's pupils widened slightly, and a gray-haired man with a cigarette in his mouth inexplicably appeared in his mind. He didn't even know what he was thinking when he chose to call King for reinforcements at that time. Always liking to underestimate others, always having a mindset of being the one to cover for everyone, this old man mentality makes it hard to progress. Gojo Satoru's voice was very soft, and he raised his hand to pat Fushiguro Megumi's shoulder gently. Try to get serious, Megumi, otherwise you'll be completely surpassed. Fushiguro Megumi blinked, lost in thought. Get serious, huh? 3 days after the first-year quartet gathered together. After King met with Kento Nanami and learned some knowledge about binding vows as well as the latter's personal understanding of them. Combining various perspectives and his own personal understanding, he finally figured out what kind of binding vow to make. He sat in front of his computer desk, let out a long sigh, and silently chanted in his heart. I take a 10.21% permanent decrease in cursed technique performance, flame intensity, flame precision, output efficiency, as a binding vow, in exchange for a 437.72% increase in the efficiency of learning all abilities related to sorcery over the next 6 months. After adding the dual restrictions of learning type limitation and time limitation, this binding vow was finally established. After the percentage was refined to 2 decimal places, in order to maximize benefits, King had chanted this phrase hundreds of times. The essence of a binding vow is actually not an equivalent exchange. Profit and loss often depend on the mind of the person making the vow. Most people who play with binding vows either lose or break even. Very few can play foul with binding vows like Sukuna. Kento Nanami's Gabon binding was obviously a time-limited binding vow of pay first, use later. King had originally wanted to set a binding vow with the cost of a 10% permanent decrease in cursed technique performance in exchange for a 300% permanent increase in learning ability. However, this was clearly impossible. The enhancement of a non-fatal binding vow couldn't reach such a terrifying level. Even with the system's low-interest bonus, it wouldn't work. After all, low interest doesn't mean zero interest. To achieve that effect, a 10% decrease in cursed technique performance was definitely not enough. At least another 10 to 20 percentage points would have to be added on top. As this phrase finished chanting silently in his heart, King had a vague feeling that the binding vow had been established. He raised his palm, and his fingers turned into raging fire in an instant. The orange firelight illuminated the room. He placed his fingers in front of him to feel them closely. The temperature had indeed dropped a bit. The price had been paid, so naturally, it was time to look at the returns next. Thinking this, King took out a stack of materials on barrier techniques, which he had borrowed from Fushiguro. The content that previously looked somewhat abstruse now looked completely crystal clear. No matter how poor his own talent in sorcery was, after a fourfold amplification, he could at least be considered a genius. King understood that what he lacked wasn't mechanics or stats, what he lacked were means to deal with domains. With elementalization holding up the mechanics, aside from special grades who could use domains, no one could harm him. Stats had the system's bonus, the lost parts would come back after doing a few quests. Only regarding domains, currently there was no other way except using armament hockey combined with physical defense to hard tank it. Methods to deal with domains, as well as the reverse cursed technique and domain expansion essential for becoming a top-tier powerhouse, all required talent to support them. Even people with extremely strong talents like Gojo Satoru and Hiromi Higuruma experienced life and death to comprehend the reverse curse technique. King didn't think his sorcery talent was much stronger than theirs. For faster growth, at least having self-preservation ability in front of special grades and learning how to deal with domains as soon as possible was a must. King leaned back on his computer chair, holding a letter in his hand, the top of which was imprinted with the black seal representing the Zenin family. He picked up the letter and placed it in front of him, carefully examining that black seal. It was already 2018, in this information-driven era. The Zenin family was still using this kind of communication method between ancient Japanese nobles. It really was feudal enough. But it might not be good to say that, perhaps the other party was just showing importance. Not quite understanding Japan's letter-writing culture, King glanced over the contents hastily. Nothing much was written inside. Aside from some polite pleasantries, the general meaning was to invite him to the Zenin family for a chat. King casually threw the letter on the desk, lifted his legs to rest them on the edge of the desk, and turned his head to look out the window. The twilight light cut obliquely into the room, the sky outside the window was gloomy, and the clouds pressed very low. Next, I'll have to make a trip to the Zenin family. Saying this, he brought up the system panel. Cumulative quest reward. Cursed energy total plus 75%, claim or not. Claim. What to do if the cursed technique's performance has dropped. Then use more cursed energy to make up for this loss. With an increase of nearly over double the cursed energy, the feeling of fullness coming from within made King let out a soft hum. His short silver hair moved without wind, and the curtains on the side were also blown rustlingly by the surging cursed energy aura. Current cursed energy total, 880 seconds. Japan, Miyagi Prefecture. A desolate field, with dead grass shivering in the wind. This place was far from human habitation, not even bird chirping could be heard, quiet as if forgotten by the world. Until a group of bizarre-looking figures arrived, breaking this silence. Puff puff, puff puff puff. The bright red fat octopus excitedly waved its tentacles. Its mucus-covered soft feet pointed randomly in a certain direction, making rapid and joyful cries from its mouth. The cursed spirit with a volcano head and only a single eye was leaning on a short walking stick made of human heads and spines. Looking in the direction pointed by the tentacles, he cracked a wide smile. Revealing a row of irregular black teeth, his smile carried a bit of anticipation. It seems a new companion is going to join us. Is it here? It's not far from the place where Dagon was discovered. A man with a broad build and wearing a kasaya walked slowly behind. He gazed into the distance, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Logically speaking, there is no connection between cursed spirits. This time, why did Dagon sense it? Uninterested in pondering the question raised by the man, Jago had already taken big strides forward. Large sparks erupted from his volcano head in the wind, and his single eye was full of impatience. Who cares about all that? Let's go see my new fellow countryman first, Ghetto. Kenjaku lowered his eyelids, glanced at that hurried back, and a fleeting sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Foolish cursed spirit. He leisurely stepped forward to follow, recalling the historical events related to this place in his mind. 7 years ago, this place experienced a horrifying disaster. A strong earthquake caused a tsunami, flattening this city to the ground. Tens of thousands of civilians were dead or injured, and the ruins were soaked in salty seawater. This place can still give birth to a natural disaster. Is it an earthquake? About 80% of tsunamis are triggered by earthquakes. To some extent, it is no exaggeration to say that earthquakes are the mothers of tsunamis. And 7 years ago, what broke out in the Miyagi Prefecture area was precisely a catastrophe where the two overlapped. Tens of thousands of human lives were swallowed by the tide, and fear was carved into the bone marrow of the survivors. Such intense negative emotions were enough to nurture a special grade cursed spirit. Glancing at the cursed womb beside him, Kenjaku pondered inwardly. That explains why Dagon could sense its existence. His already small eyes narrowed almost into a slit, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. His voice was very soft, covered by the sound of the wind, so soft that almost only he himself could hear it. Kyoto, Zenin family. Walking straight ahead along the ancient stone-paved path, a grand traditional Japanese residence came into view. It featured a wooden structure with white walls, exquisite doors and windows, and beautifully curved eaves. King climbed the multiple stone steps, his shoe soles making a slight scraping sound on the stone surface. Since he was visiting, he wasn't wearing his Jujutsu high uniform. He simply wore a black t-shirt and jeans, looking somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding ancient-style buildings. He hadn't met anyone on the way, but even before entering, King felt a sense of being watched. The presences weren't strong, probably just some minor cursed energy users, or what the Zenin family called the Kuguru unit. He stopped in front of the double-leaf wooden lattice door, and just as he raised his hand to knock, the door opened. The sound of the door axis turning was very soft. A middle-aged woman in a dark gray kimono stood inside the door. She was slender, and her hair was tied into a low bun at the back of her head. She glanced at King, her gaze not lingering for even a second before immediately lowering her head, speaking respectfully. It must be young Master King. The family head has ordered me to wait here for quite some time. The other party's gaze didn't linger on him. By the time King wanted to examine the woman's face closely, she had already lowered her head, making her full face unclear. Recalling that brief glance, though the woman was middle-aged and her brows were lowered, he could vaguely discern a few contours similar to Maki Zenin. A thought flashed through his mind. But he could still vaguely discern some contours similar to Maki Zenin. A thought flashed through his mind. Is she Maki's mama? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. King nodded at her. Hello. The woman froze for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately stepped aside, extending one arm towards the courtyard. Please follow me. She turned and walked ahead, her pace neither fast nor slow. Her wooden clogs tapped out clear, rhythmic sounds on the stone pavement. King stepped over the threshold and followed her through the corridor. The light under the corridor was a few shades darker than outside, and the wooden pillars and beams had been worn smooth and warm by time. The woman leading the way did not look back or speak, acting like a machine. King walked with his hands in his pockets, curiously looking around at the ancient buildings, like a tourist. After passing through corridor after corridor, the woman finally stopped slowly. She slowly knelt in the corridor and reached out to pull open a nearby door. Whoosh, the door was pulled open at once. Young Master King, please come in. A glint flashed in King's golden eyes. He slightly curled his lips and stepped inside. As King entered the room, the figures ambushing on both sides of the door moved. A sharp flash of a blade swept past, and the air current from a heavy punch ruffled King's silver bangs. The katana's blade passed through his body, and the fist, wrapped in an orange-red heatwave, hung in the air. Flames surged on King's attacked forearm and abdomen, recovering instantly in the blink of an eye. Excuse me. He slightly turned sideways, stepped past the burly man and the gaunt old man blocking his way, and walked further inside. Ha 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 ha. Loud, wild laughter erupted from the depths of the room, shattering the tension of that brief moment. Sitting in the center of the room was a robust, white-haired old man, currently laughing heartily while patting a sake gourd. Sitting in the center of the room was a robust, white-haired old man, currently laughing heartily while patting a sake gourd. That Gojo boy wasn't lying, you brat have an incredible curse technique. Zenin Ogi sheathed his katana, turning to look at King's back, a strange fervor flashing in his eyes. King's curse technique seemed like a superior version of the inherited curse technique, Jobi no Kyu. His bloodline must be closest to Ogi's. Compared to his two useless daughters, Maki and Mai, King was the kind of descendant he wanted. The long-haired strong man who had just attacked King glanced at his fist and then stood aside expressionlessly. King slightly turned his head, glancing at the two old men who had just attacked him. Then he turned his gaze back to Zenin Naobito, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. This welcoming gift is quite a surprise, family head. Zenin Naobito twitched his upturned mustache and waved his hand dismissively, looking nonchalant. Just a test. If it's really as Satoru Gojo said, you wouldn't get hurt anyway. He picked up the sake gourd and took a big swig. After casually wiping the sake from the corner of his mouth, he scrutinized King from head to toe, openly displaying his curiosity and satisfaction. To be honest, it's quite surprising that such an anomaly like you could emerge from a scattered bloodline. King stood with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his face. This is a good thing for the family, isn't it? Zenin Naobito tilted his head, the smile on his face undiminished. You haven't even entered the door, but you're quite good at sweet talk, that much is true. He tapped the sake gourd with his finger and looked up at King. But, would Satoru Gojo be so kind as to hand over the talent he discovered to an old man like me? The news of King being a Zenin family bloodline came from Jujutsu High, making it hard not to suspect their intentions. King had anticipated such a question and retorted casually. He doesn't even care about Ryomen Sukuna, the king of curses. In the eyes of the strongest, what do you and I amount to? The room fell silent for a breath, this was indeed a universally known consensus. But to say it so bluntly, it truly was. Zenin Naobito narrowed his eyes at King, then laughed again, pointing his index finger at him from a distance. You really dare to speak, brat. He leaned back against the wall, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. What do you want to do by coming back to the Zenin family? Don't tell me you're here to acknowledge your ancestors. King rubbed his chin, his tone very casual. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zenin Naobito rolled his eyes, thinking that he was indeed Satoru Gojo's student, just like him. Do I need to ask? King pulled his hands from his pockets, shrugged slightly, and stated directly. Of course, it's for profit. With the background of the big three families, why not use it? Hearing this answer, Zenin Naobito was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter again. You're quite frank. To be able to say something like that, you truly are of the Zenin family bloodline. He placed the sake gourd in front of him and looked up at King. Welcome back. Changing your surname back to Zenin is fine, isn't it? King nodded, his tone unwavering. As you wish. He didn't care about surnames, whether it was the original Kazuhaya or the current Zenin. He had no sense of belonging to either anyway. After Zenin Naobito expressed his willingness to accept King, Zenin Ogi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zenin Naobito let out a burp, then pushed off the floor and stood up. Since that's the case, let me introduce you to the current members of the family. He took 2 steps forward, and as he passed King, he suddenly paused, as if he had just remembered something. By the way, you've met Maki from Jujutsu High, haven't you? Yes, I've met her once. Zenin Naobito raised his hand and pointed to the gaunt old man holding a katana at the doorway. That's Ogi's daughter. Discussing your relationship with him would take too long, just call him uncle. He rotated his arm and pointed to the long-haired strong man standing stiffly with his arms crossed over his chest, like a load-bearing pillar. That's Jinichi, my nephew, which makes him your elder brother. While speaking, Zenin Naobito walked out. There's also my son, Naoya. He scratched his hair, then waved his hand dismissively. That kid ran off somewhere, never mind, you'll see him eventually. King glanced at the 2 men, saying nothing. Seeing this, Zenin Ogi immediately grumbled inwardly about Zenin Naobito's arrangements. Big brother is quite cunning, making me attack him, my first impression is already ruined. After meeting Zenin Naobito, King was entered into the family tree of the Zenin family. He was logically placed under the lineage of Zenin Ogi. Afterwards, King was taken on a tour of the Zenin family's grand mansion and crossed paths with family members such as Bing and the Kuguru unit. Just like that, King's official full name was changed to Zenin Jin, and he settled down within the Zenin family from then on. With the initial integration complete, the next step was to figure out a way to acquire Falling Blossom emotion. King had no interest in acting like an arrogant young master in a feudal aristocratic family. Coming here from beginning to end was solely because there were attainable benefits to be reaped. If he wanted to grow strong quickly, there was only one path: completing the various tasks within the system. The tasks for increasing a Jujutsu sorcerer's rating could be accelerated by relying on the influence of the Zenin family in the Jujutsu world. Killing grade 1 cursed spirits and curse users could also be swiftly accomplished by relying on the power of the Zenin family. Compared to running around bitterly all by oneself at Jujutsu High, learning how to leverage external power was much more important. Clatter. The door of the tatami room was pulled open, and the door frame slid along the track with a low, soft sound. King stepped inside, and the light inside the room was somewhat dim. Zenin Ogi straightened his back and knelt properly in front of the low table. King sat cross-legged opposite him with a casual posture, his hands resting on his knees. He raised his head to look at that old face that was constantly wrinkled together, and said softly, "Uncle, is there something you wanted with me?" Zenin Ogi exhaled a breath of foul air and said in a deep voice. The matter of the previous attack was the eldest brother's idea. He raised his head, a trace of reminiscence flashing across his face. Even though he is already the head of the family now, he still maintains a guard against me, who once competed with him for the position of family head. King smiled without a word, not taking up the topic, but simply putting on a posture of listening. This old fogey was obviously trying to shift the blame and resolve the minor conflict arising from that incident, yet he couldn't lower his pride to apologize. To deal with such a person, leaving him hanging was the best coping method. The atmosphere inside the tatami room was somewhat silent. Seeing that King had no reaction, Zenin Ogi fell silent for a moment before resorting to his old trick again. The family head hasn't looked for you these past 2 days, has he? He paused, the 2 vertical lines between his eyebrows deepening by a fraction. When all is said and done, he harbors vigilance towards both you and me. We are the truly real family, a genuine community of interests. Facing Zenin Ogi's words and actions attempting to cozy up, King flatly refused and responded with a poker face. It is completely normal for the lord head of the family to be busy with official matters and have no time to pay attention to me. Uncle exaggerates. After brushing him off with polite platitudes, he rolled his eyes inwardly. If we're family, why don't you pull out some good stuff for your eldest nephew? What's the point of just talking big? Zenin Ogi gave King a deep look. He sighed inwardly, thinking that this kid really wouldn't scatter the hawk until he saw the rabbit. If you don't bring out actual goodies, he really won't give you the time of day. A smile meant to show affinity was squeezed onto his face. But when this old fellow smiled, it really was uglier than crying. At a glance, it was obvious he didn't live a happy life on weekdays and rarely ever smiled. Are there any difficulties in your life? Having drifted outside for so many years and with your parents passing away early, it's been hard on you, child. King was slightly stunned, then lowered his head. He sniffed, a few parts of just right grievance tinging his tone. Uncle has really hit the nail on the head with this question. I've had it hard. My family background was tight, and often I couldn't even get enough to eat. He sighed, and then a trace of a smile appeared on his face. But it's fine. During this period of returning home, I feel much happier than before. Zenon Ogi quietly watched King's performance, thoughts churning in his heart. He had heard from his wife that this kid King could eat the portion of 20 or 30 people in a single meal. This wasn't a tight family background, he was purely eaten into poverty. However, having lived for so many years, Zenon Ogi could also hear the subtext in King's words, nothing more than wanting money. How can that do? As his uncle, how could I watch my own biological nephew suffer? He let out a sigh, then gently shook his head. You still have to go back to Jujutsu High to study later, and students like you don't earn much money from assignments. How about this, uncle will give you 5 million. When Zenon Ogi uttered this number, his gaze landed on King's face, observing his reaction. Seeing that King's expression remained lowered, he simply changed his words. No, 10 million yen for allowance. King instantly broke into a smile, leaned forward slightly, and grabbed Zenon Ogi's hand. Thank you very much, uncle. Having said that, he let go of his hand and sat back down. As expected of family, Zenon Ogi's mouth twitched. He had truly never seen such a shameless junior. However, 10 million yen was nothing more than a drop in the bucket to him. As the number 2 figure of the Zenon family, he could easily make it back by scraping together some grease money. Zenon family, Eastern Annex. The light inside the tatami room was 2 degrees dimmer than outside, and the paper door was half closed. Zenon Naoya leaned back in the sofa, his 2 legs stretched out and resting on the low table in a loose posture. He tilted his head, his gaze falling upon the dwarf pine in the courtyard that was pruned overly rigidly, his fingers tapping against his knee rhythmically. I don't know what Dad was thinking, to actually take in that fool just like that. He scoffed, the curve of his mouth deepening somewhat. That good-for-nothing Zenon Ogi must be stirring restlessly right now. After giving birth to 2 useless daughters for so many years, he's always felt unable to lift his head up. Now that a talent has finally appeared from the side of the hereditary curse technique, and is even willing to come back. He dragged out the ending note, ridicule almost overflowing from his dual pupils. He must have run over happily to lick the other person's feet by now. Zenon Naoya put down his legs resting on the table, stood up, and walked over to the window. With both hands tucked into the sleeves of his kimono, his gaze cast towards the direction of the distant main residence. Those old fogies of the conservative faction are probably hyped out of their minds too. His tone shifted from flippant to a genuine hint of annoyance. TCH, just a fool, is it really that big a deal? The projection sorcery of both Zenon Naobito and Zenon Naoya belonged to emerging curse techniques. The Jujutsu world had always been divided into 2 factions, the conservative faction and the reformist faction. The conservative faction looked down upon emerging cursed techniques born along with modern technology and mostly ostracized them. This faction accounted for the vast majority whether within the big 3 families or the Jujutsu world. Zenon Naobito was able to become the 26th family head purely because his strength was the strongest. It had nothing to do with whether those old fogies were willing to acknowledge him or not. Even though he became the family head, the difference in concepts between the 2 factions still could not be eliminated. Now with King's arrival, Zenon Naoya keenly sensed a hint of crisis. The position of family head, which was originally nailed down and definitely belonged to him, shifted slightly. This is getting interesting. He muttered to himself softly, his voice still casual. It seems I need to find an opportunity to say hello to that new little brother. Zenon Naoya raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had figured something out, and turned to walk towards the door. After all, he walked through the corridor, tilted his head, and glanced towards the direction of the main residence. As family, after all, one has to get to know each other. Zenon family, training ground. Ah. A spine-chilling roar echoed, and a huge double-headed shark man lay flat on a flatbed cart. Pulled by several members of the Kuguru unit, it slowly approached this side. Its entire body was an unnatural grayish-white, and the surface of its skin was covered with mottled sores resembling chemical burns. A pair of huge eyes floated behind the shark man, staring at it dead-on. The shark man was not bound by chains, yet its whole body could hardly move, seemingly because of this pair of eyes. A young man in white stood at the back of the flatbed cart, his long hair tied into a low-hanging braid. He raised his hands slightly, his fingertips pointing in the direction of the shark man. Although his expression was calm, a layer of fine sweat seeped from his temples. King leaned on the railing to the side, his gaze unconsciously falling upon the youth, silently recalling the information regarding the other party in his heart. Zenin Ranta, semi-grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, whose cursed technique restricts enemies in the form of huge eyes. Just like cursed speech, it is a divine skill for bullying noobs. Zenin Naobito stood beside him, hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his kimono, and lifted his chin toward that ugly, bizarre cursed spirit. The ones locked up in the Forbidden Repository are all Grade 2 and Grade 3 cursed spirits. This Grade 1 cursed spirit was caught on the spot by Hei. Watching this scene, King could not help but feel a burst of emotion. Order and catch on the spot. 666, what efficiency. Catching a Grade 1 cursed spirit was the demand he proposed. Zenin Naobito didn't ask much and readily agreed. Less than 3 days had passed, and they had already brought it back. Although a Jujutsu sorcerer's rank is half a tier higher than a cursed spirit's, it is merely half a tier. A general Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer cannot mess with a special grade cursed spirit, only the outstanding ones among them can match up against special grade. Besides, the difficulty of capturing a Grade 1 cursed spirit alive versus exorcising a Grade 1 cursed spirit is worlds apart. Only a major family like the Big Three families, relying on their numbers and power, would dare to capture a cursed spirit of this grade back. King turned his head to look at Zenin Jinichi by his side, his tone carrying a bit of genuine gratitude. Troubling brother Jinichi. Zenin Jinichi was the captain of Hei, so the matter of capturing the Grade 1 cursed spirit was naturally handled by him. Zenin Jinichi gently shook his head, wearing an expression that it was a mere trifle not worth caring about. It's nothing, just a Grade 1 cursed spirit. With Ranta helping to suppress it, a few members of Hei took it down. He paused for a moment, looking towards Zenin Ranta in the training ground, his tone low and even. If you want to thank someone, go thank Ranta, I didn't exert much effort. Is that so? I understand. Although it was just being polite, Jinichi's answer was really quite honest. King's impression of him changed slightly for the better, at least he was much better than that scum old man Zenin Ogi. Zenin Naobito extended his hand to gently twist his slender handlebar mustache. No matter how strong a cursed technique is, it is of no use if the user is mediocre. He tilted his head to look at King, revealing a trace of a smile, his upturned mustache twitching along with it. So many people are watching, brat, don't make a fool of yourself. In the Zenin family, the strong are respected, it's useless just to have a strong cursed technique, one's own strength cannot be weak either. If one only has a cursed technique in name, then their use within the family would probably only be to act as a stud horse to create the next generation for a lottery draw. At this moment, Zenin Ogi, who had been keeping silent on the side, suddenly spoke up. Let everyone witness the power of my Zenin family's hereditary cursed technique, King. Zenin Ogi wanted nothing more than to tie King and himself together at all times. King felt a wave of speechlessness toward this in his heart, but on the surface, he still nodded very perfunctorily. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle is still so strict, this isn't how you treat Maki and Mai. A drawn-out voice came from behind, carrying a smile, but the tone made anyone who heard it feel deeply uncomfortable all over. Zenin Naoya walked out leisurely from the corner of the corridor, waving his hand casually. Putting on airs in front of young people is not likable tilde. His gaze crossed Zenin Ogi's shoulder, landing on King, and he looked him up and down without any concealment. Zenin Ogi's brows immediately twisted together, turning his head to look at Zenin Naoya, his voice sinking. I thought you wouldn't come. Zenin Naoya hung his hands by his sides, tilting his head with a light chuckle. How could that do? He took 2 steps forward, stopped 2 steps away from King, turned slightly sideways, and said with a smile. Little brother King, this must be our first meeting. I am Zenin Naoya. Zenin Naoya feigned affinity as he raised his hand, stepping forward to express concern. Don't be too stressed, be careful not to get hurt. Many thanks for brother Naoya's concern, I'm leaving. King calmly avoided Zenin Naoya's hand trying to touch his shoulder, turned around, and vaulted down from the spectator stand. Falling from a spectator stand nearly 10 meters high, with one hand tucked in his pocket, he landed vertically just like that. The hems of his clothes fluttered wildly, flapping sharply in the high-altitude wind. The moment his shoe soles contacted the ground, King slightly bent his knees, discharging all the momentum. The dust kicked up under his feet spread in a ring shape, and the raised hems of his clothes quickly dropped back down due to gravity. He raised his head to look at the cursed spirit opposite him. The two heads of the double-headed shark man were of different sizes. The main head was large and ferocious, its turbid dark blue eyes wide open. The small head squeezed out from the right side of the main head's lower jaw, like some bizarre malformed outgrowth during development. Keeping its eyes closed, dark green viscous liquid was still flowing from the corners of its mouth. Zenin Ranta, covered in fine sweat, turned his head back, his hands still maintaining the posture of his cursed technique, his tone carrying a trace of relief. I'm going to release the suppression, brother King, be careful. King nodded, raising a hand toward him. Understood, thank you for your hard work, Ranta. Zenin Ranta took a deep breath and suddenly lowered his hands. That pair of bloodshot giant eyes floating behind the shark man suddenly dissipated. The moment the line of sight was withdrawn, the muscles of the double-headed shark man trembled violently. Boom! The flatbed cart broke from the middle, wood chips splashing everywhere. It propped its body up from the shattered flatbed cart, its bones making a dense cracking sound, and its 5-meter-tall body rose straight from the ground. Taking advantage of the gap while the cursed spirit was getting up, Zenin Ranta quickly withdrew from the training ground. Roar! 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 The cursed spirit's grayish-white shark head probed forward, revealing 2 rows of triangular shark teeth, and let out a deafening roar. The gravel on the ground trembled incessantly. A foul-smelling gale blew from in front of King, brushing his short silver hair backward. King stood in place, looking up at the behemoth, his golden pupils reflecting the brawling giant beast. The double-headed shark-cursed spirit turned its head to look around, and after discovering that Ranta's figure had already disappeared. Its turbid blue eyes rolled, locking its gaze onto King. Leaning its body slightly forward, the cursed spirit's massive body moved in the blink of an eye. King raised both hands, pointing his fingers together at the distant cursed spirit, his fingertips turning into burning raging flames. Swish! 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 Densely packed fire bullets shot out from his fingertips, hitting the double-headed shark-cursed spirit. The raging fire embedded itself into the outer layer of skin and burned frantically, but the double-headed shark-cursed spirit's charging momentum did not decrease in the slightest. A large amount of body fluid seeped out from its grayish-white skin. White steam rose, and the raging flames were quickly extinguished. Noticing this point, King could not help but smile in his heart. You really know how to pick them, it's even a cursed spirit that counters my ability. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.